till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it. Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of LCS postseason play. It's been a banger week of League of Legends across the globe, if I'm being honest, and we hope it continues today with the best of 5 in front of us, pitting Team Liquid against 100 Thieves. I think most people would almost be disappointed if we didn't get the full 5 as we watch Whippo making his way into the arena, the rest of the 100 Thieves squad as well, just moments ago. And as we welcome you in, I've also got to welcome Revenge, who's joining us today to help break down the entirety of the best of 5. Also going to be making a casting debut in game number 2. Revenge, how you doing, man? It's good to have you.
Great, honestly. I was really looking forward to this. I was supposed to come on earlier, but some things went down.
Food poisoning got the better of you. That's all right.
But yeah, I've been seeing you guys get the other pros on, and it's been pretty insightful, honestly, like hearing what they think and listening to them talk. And yeah, when you guys gave me the opportunity, I was super excited.
There it is.
Dope. Well, we're going to pull up some replays, recap a little bit of yesterday's series, but in general, I also just want to get your thoughts on how the postseason has played out in its entirety. We've had a number of upsets, a number of full 5-game best of 5s.
Yes.
Like, how are you taking all this in?
Honestly, this has been one of the most exciting playoffs in a while because for me, one of the more disappointing things in the previous years in the playoffs is how many 3-0s there would be.
Yeah.
I feel like we would speed run playoffs, and this time every single team is like, oh, this is going to be a banger series, or oh, this was a banger series, right? And I think that's super exciting and super good for the league, honestly. Especially with the bottom teams, like the Golden Guardian series yesterday, almost taking the win on CLG.
Yep.
TSM taking the win on FlyQuest. Like, that's huge, you know? Like, the bottom teams, the 7th, 8th seeds coming in, it shows why, you know, this format's actually not that bad, right? Where people were really criticizing it before.
Yeah, and I think the time in between the regular season and then the playoff games, especially for the bottom teams, they get to see the top teams play, but more importantly, they get to work on their own fundamentals, is so important. It reminds me of like the conversation around you guys on IMT during the season. You guys didn't get that chance at the beginning, got that chance mid-split. What was the impact of that from you guys?
I mean, we had a roster change of 3 people.
Yeah.
We didn't actually get a full week of practice with our full players before the season began, right?
Yeah.
So having that break week, it was like, what, just a full week of practicing without having to worry about the stress of the weekend was huge. I mean, it was like enormous for us. I didn't even know what kind of impact it would have, but like teams could tackle a lot of issues in a week and just come out looking like completely new teams, because a lot of times teams looking bad is like a mix of a lot of small issues.
Yeah.
And it's kind of easy to fix those issues sometimes. You just really need to point them out and get to work on them. And yeah, I think that every team is capable of that in this league.
Yeah.
So that's what makes this playoffs like really exciting, right? When you watch like,
Yes.
like I'm even excited to watch CLG versus whoever the loser of this series will be today.
Right.
Like, I'm sure they'll come back stronger as well.
And I think we saw that yesterday, right? Because one of the big things that I had or criticized Golden Guardians for during a lot of their roster changes is like they didn't seem to have an identity, right? We didn't know where River was going to fit in. Yesterday they came out, they're like, we're going to play around Stixxay. He is our hyper carry. It worked out so well, and they pushed this to all 5 games.
Yeah, it shocked me because for me, for everybody, when we were talking about which one was going to be the upset of if there was going to be an upset, where was it going to be in the bracket? No one expected this was be the series. Sure, it still ended with CLG taking the win. The fact that it went to all 5 games and that Golden Guardians pushed them specifically playing through Stixxay and just through their bot lane in general and forcing Sivir, Zeri trades consistently with Enchanter supports, it made for a very exciting series.
And CLG now already through the playoffs, having played 10 games.
True.
They are being tested at every step along the
more
way.
than half of a regular split.
It's pretty wild. But it was pretty funny, too. Pal Fox in the interview yesterday being able to, like, take that in stride. Hey, more games, more practice, you know, like, they don't hate it, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Palafox coming in clutch in Game 5. Especially.
Yes.
I mean, he's been so great on a lot of the assassin picks this year, like the Akali, the Sylas. I mean, Sylas not being an assassin, but I mean, especially the Akali is just looking insane for the team. Just having these kind of threats to pull out in a best of 5, I think is super valuable to have.
Right, because we saw the Yone getting targeted out that whole time with the Akali being left up, and in the pivotal Game 5, he reaches for it and he delivers. Quick refresher on the bracket, how it all stands. We are at the top of the bracket right now, EG versus Cloud9 and 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid playing today. Losers of each of those matchups will drop down to face TSM and CLG, while the winner will move on to that September 3rd matchup. Also, winner of today's series books themselves a trip two worlds. So a lot on the line
Ooh.
when it comes to stakes in this
There's a
one.
spider actually on
Spider? How do you
pretty
do?
big
Are you a spider
This.
person?
We're actually being ganked by Elise. I'm not even, it's a really big spider on this chair, by the way.
Yeah, he's chilling right there.
Keep it as a surprise. If there is
like-
someone that fills that chair.
I like
Is that a bad omen for Liquid though? That he's like coming for the horse?
I'm not
I
sure,
don't
dude.
know, man.
I was like, is that what I think it is?
I'd be a little concerned
drip
if
of
I were
sweat.
team. Look, that can't be a good omen. Can't be a good omen.
I was tempted to kill it, but for now, if someone fills that
Don't
seat,
kill it.
I'm
Aw.
interested.
No, do
Yeah.
not kill it.
Yeah, I'll move it offset if people are uncomfortable.
Look, I'm
very
not the
afraid
one
of
closest
spiders.
to
Yeah,
it.
one of us will
Yeah,
deal with it.
it's fine.
I mean, it's chilling, right? I mean, it's been a-
everyone at home who just had like a lurching reaction to what Raz said, we're not gonna let him kill a spider. Okay.
It's being a pretty good guess.
He's being phenomenal. He's being very respectful of everyone's space.
Okay.
All right.
Oh
let's,
god, it disappeared.
let's
It
start-
disappeared. I don't know.
Let's start to reframe towards today's series, TL versus 100 Thieves. First, I want to talk about just a little something, a milestone that we are about to hit someday. 1 win away from 200 LCS wins. We kind of talked earlier in the split when we were talking about top laners, and we had Fudge on, and we starting to rank people. Impact definitely being the person that most people look to as, you know, now kind of the godfather of top lane in the LCS and the longest standing member in that regard. Someday, though, trying to hunt him down.
Yes. Actually, what are your experience on that one? What are you thinking?
I mean, I think both players provide so much for their team, honestly, and I think that someday winning the All-Pro vote was close, right? I do think that both of them provided so much for their teams, and the way I view rating top laners especially is what that player is going to give to their team, and the intangibles that they're bringing, and it's a lot that we might not know. So I think that from what I understand, Impact does provide a lot of like leadership for the team, and I think that we see that through their macro, we see that through their team fighting especially, and I think that what Someday provides is a lot of consistent laning. I think he'll always have certain picks in the metas that he's very, very strong on. Like for example, I think now he's going to be a great Renekton. He's even probably going to be a great Kennen. And I think that we'll definitely see these things come out in the series and really shine for them. And he'll probably prove why he's, you know, up there in the All-Pro votes.
Now, as Someday looks to get his 200th LCS win, we thought this would be a good time to play a little bit of LCS trivia. I do believe, do we have a Kobe? Are you ready to come join us?
Get in here, Kobe.
Let's go.
No, I got a warning for you.
We're starting the game. So
Kobe, I got a warning for you.
We're gonna fly Kobe in.
You have
Kobe.
a friend. Kobe.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was gonna say before
I don't know
you
where
said-
I'm a little sussed out.
It's gone!
It's gone. So I don't know what happened.
That's what I was saying. You guys could have
just-
allowed me to kill it.
Oh, it's there. It's there. Oh god, it's
Well,
scurrying away.
here's the good news, Kobe. You don't actually need to sit down just yet, because you're going to be the person in charge of the telestrator.
Okay, good.
I'm just saying I have a shoe.
Okay, so
It's scurried out over
this
there.
is a very simple game.
What a
I'm gonna-
morning.
I'm gonna try. I know for real, right? I'm gonna try and get us moving, so we have plenty of time to break down the series at hand. Very simple game. Questions on the screen.
Okay.
Who has more wins? There are 7 active players.
Yes.
That is the thing you need to be aware of. Okay. If they are not an active LCS player, they will not be an answer here. Who are the 7 active LCS players who have more than 199 wins? They don't have to be in the order of it, but let's start working through it. You guys are operating as a team.
It's gotta be
Yep.
Afro. It's gotta be Afro.
So I actually know a bunch of these because of having to write the blurbs for LCS.
I'll just start throwing them then.
So I know
Okay.
it's Bjergsen,
Yep.
Impact, Afro,
One at a time.
Jensen. Sorry.
You can only.
Thank you, Raz.
I'll just say he can't.
Impact.
I had to look it up
Okay.
to write. That's
You
the
can,
only
you
reason
can
I know it.
Yes, we have
abbreviate
a
too if you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have it.
Okay, okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
What else?
Jensen.
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 Okay. He's just getting Jen.
We have
There
an
you go.
encyclopedia.
I love
don't
it.
we?
And then Huhi and Santorin are there as well.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That brings us
okay.
to 6.
And I don't know who this is.
Okay, this is the game.
I'm going to point out that outside of the initial Afro move, all of this has been Emily.
Yeah, it's literally just
Also,
because I had to look it up.
Well, you said another
Huhi
name.
and
I think it's
Santorin.
Santorin,
Yeah,
yeah.
Santorin. Okay,
So-
who is the final,
San, just leave it.
the final active
What was the last one?
LCS player?
Core JJ?
Cordage has a lot
Make
of
sure you're all
Good
make
one.
sure you're all aligned.
Cordage has a lot of wins. Okay, so there's Core.
It might be a core because all he's done is win since.
I just copied all of Emily's
like-
homework.
Look, to be fair, Like, I would have said those names. At least I only would have said Bjerg, Jensen, and Impact. I don't know about and Afro.
I remember
I'm not sure about Cora,
was the one
Yeah,
that
because he
surprised
came
me.
in and like.
Who's been playing?
And this includes playoff games, right?
Yes, this is
Just
this
off
includes
wins.
playoff games. So it's just, but they're LCS wins.
Maybe Core isn't one. I don't know if he's been here long.
Just someone who's been here for a long
I feel
period
like
of
Core
time.
is a trick one because again, all he's done.
Wow,
is win.
I love
Sven?
this.
Is it
Sven.
These are more LCS wins.
Oh, actually,
It's
wait.
all
Sven.
LCS wins.
I think it
Only
might-
LCS.
Sven?
wins.
Sven, let's do Sven. We're adding Sven.
Okay.
Sven.
Lock it in.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
That's an Evan line
It's a little
Did you
bracket.
move right there.
Did you get told by
I can't do it backwards.
Kobe is experiencing the Evan line in real time.
That's Sven.
Okay, that's Sven. Are you guys locking in these 7?
VSS.
I think we're locking it
Yeah.
in.
Because this is a pass-fail. It's
Sure.
a pass-fail. You
All
either
right.
get them all or you don't.
All right.
Okay.
Locking
let's-
it in?
Let's
What
lock
we got?
it in.
Unfortunately, you guys are incorrect. The first 6 are right, but the final member of the
Biofrost.
over 199
Biofrost.
club is
That was
Biofrost.
Biofrost. You
At
couldn't read
two-
that?
Yeah, it was bio.
You couldn't read that?
The entire
Purposefully
time.
ambiguous. Well
How
played,
close
Kobe.
is Sven, though? He must be close.
How,
right?
actually, yeah,
Yes,
I'll
that has to
I'll
be
see if
close.
stats can dig that up, and if they do, I'll let you guys know how close
And I
he
would
is to
like
that
to
number.
formally just apologize to Emily.
Y'all entered her
Yeah,
list.
we let her down.
I
But
didn't
then again,
remember
she
I didn't remember bio either.
Yeah,
took
fair
all
enough.
the good ones. She took
All right,
the
Kobe,
good
feel
ones.
free to join the spider back in the chair.
Coping.
Kobe, it's a
Just
good
make sure that he makes room
He
for
took
you.
Afro, like, come on.
God.
Yeah, that's true.
What's cool about this is not only
people on
could
the ground.
someday with one win today make it into that 200 club, by winning the series today, he would
It's an
tie Biofrost at that 202 mark. So we'll see if 100
Oh,
Thieves
wow.
can get that done today. Now, as we focus in on today's series between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid Honda, let's hear about their rivalry from the teams themselves, beginning with the reverse sweep from Spring Split.
And it's probably one of the most, sad upper bracket finals I've ever played. It's kind of like we absolutely destroyed them the first 2 games, and then we managed to lose 3 in a row. And honestly, I felt like we were playing really good League of Legends the first 2 games. The next 3 games, I felt like we were playing really bad, and I also feel like they played pretty bad. So I didn't feel like anyone should be winners.
I just said that we should play like humans, and I think when we started doing that, game 3 and 4 was pretty easy, and then game 5 we go out with a banger, with a backdoor. It was a really fun series. I really enjoy playing against Team Liquid, and I think they're a good team with good team members, so I'm looking forward to our match.
We weren't really playing that well that day, and I don't think they were playing that well that day either, and yeah, it was funny because we both just got rolled by EG.
I don't know which reality Team Liquid is living in, but lastly they were saying in the interviews that Evil Geniuses is their only opponent and they think only good team is the EG, so they are focusing on that. But last time I checked, I'm pretty sure we stomped them in the finals, we reverse swept them, and last time we played it was a boring their style game and we still beat them. So bring everything you guys have, we are waiting.
There are people that, throw the stigma that closer always beats me when it really matters, but I don't really see it the same way. I feel like I'm also performing when it matters, and that's why I feel like it's really fun playing against them, because it feels very competitive, and I feel like either side can take it, and that's when League of Legends is fun to play. I really want to beat them. I'm really tired of losing to them, because I feel like, not every time, but some of the times I feel like we're also beating ourselves. For example, last time we played them in regular season, we're 5K up. It's like, I'm pretty sure like some Diamond players can end the game like that. Like we just make so many stupid mistakes and then we lose. So it feels like we have the game in complete control. We're doing all the right steps, and then suddenly we just turn our brains off. And those losses are the worst ones for me, because I feel like the other team weren't like, they were testing us, but it's not like they were playing so well that we just couldn't win. It's like we're playing too bad to win. So I want to make sure like when we play them next time, we're playing well enough that we actually win the game.
Closer ever confident in the matchup against Team Liquid, and historically he's likely supported by that, but we'll see how it breaks down today. I'm curious though how the 4 of you believe that this matchup will play out. So we're going back to our tried and true, the report card here at the LCS. Not only did we ask the 4 analysts, we also asked the fans which of the lanes they think either team has the advantage. It is important to note that the fan percentages need to be taken differently than the analyst percentages. Fan percentages are just the percentage of fans that voted for that lane, whereas the analyst predictions or percentages are about the weighting the favor of the matchup. And so we're going to start with the AD carries, actually. And the reason is because this is the second most disputed of the categories, mid being the most, but we'll kind of close out on that banger right there. So let's start in the middle. Raz is splitting the difference. We got Kobe and Emily on the 100 Thieves side of things, and Revenge, you're actually over there with Hans Sama. So I want to go to you first, because I think Hans was somebody who was kind of criticized throughout at least the regular split as an underperformer for Team Liquid, but you're throwing your weight behind him.
Well, I mean, for playoffs especially, with series changing and players getting better or getting worse, I mean, if you look at the recent performances Hans has had, he has looked insane and really consistent, even in a lot of Team Liquid's losses. And I just feel like he's one of the AD carries where if you do get him out of lane with the lead, he's almost always going to perform, and he's going to do not just like good things, but really great things and really surprising things that can completely change a game. And he's shown that honestly the whole year. And FBI has done the same. However, I just feel like Core and Hans recently especially have just shown to be playing really well together. And I feel like they have a more chance to leave lane with the lead.
Now, Raz, I noticed you went for the spineless 50-50 point.
Yeah. I have no spine, actually.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I'm walking to this day. I'm surprised I'm walking. Well, and that's honestly, like, when I was given this question from the producers, initially I was right here with Emily, 55.
Careful, don't break the screens. Kobe's done that. It doesn't take much.
But the reasoning was literally Revenge's point. The series that we just saw from Team Liquid saw Hans Sama as a demon, and a lot of it came off of the larger champion pool that he has. But you cannot ignore the consistency of FBI, and so I landed right in the middle based off.
Gotcha.
Bot lane has been so huge in all of these series. Obviously, I did side with FBI. I think we've seen a little bit more flexibility from him. And one thing I really want to see, though, because Hans is coming off a phenomenal performance, right, is whether this opens up the bot lane to more of those, like, hyper-aggressive early lanes, like maybe the Callista. Both of these teams playing Lucian, Nami together. So that's what I really want to see is, like, instead of scaling, I want to see one of them try for that, like, super early game push.
Yeah, I mean, to me, too, what's burned into my mind for Hans Sama that gave him negative points for me was the game where he is Lucian, and he jumps out of the Baron pit over into the Tri-Rush, right into melee range of the rest of the team, and, like, he actually lost them that game. That one was just too burned into my memory to be able to give it to him. I had to give it to FBI.
All right, fair enough. Now, Kobe, do me a favor, fold in the supports, because I see you went for just the slightest edge toward JJ.
1%, that's fine.
That's the spine.
I got 1% of the spine.
Healthier bone structure, is that what that is?
That is right there. That 1%, that means everything, baby. That is the old core JJ. Because I know a lot of people have lost so much faith in core JJ this split. You know, everyone's talking about him underperforming compared to himself, compared to the own standards that he sets. You know, this is the guy that was lauded as unanimously the best support in the entire league for multiple years. And yet this split has definitely seen a fall from him. I still give him that 1% though, because I know he's got it there. For playoffs, he's gonna turn it on.
I mean, I really have to agree with what Kobe just said about the standards that's being set for core. I mean, we often forget at times when we set these standards for really, really good players. It's like they're also just, you know, they might have bad weeks. They might have like splits where they're not looking that great. Like think about Caps, for example, and his form now and how he was. But I believe that Core recently, if you've been paying attention to his gameplay, he's actually playing a lot better too. So I feel like this bot matchup is going to be a lot more TL favored than we think, and a lot of that is due to Core as well in the lane phase.
All right, fair enough. So from the split decisions, we're going to go to the top side of the map where everyone is in alignment. I don't think it's much of a surprise given the way that all-pro voting broke down when we had 4 members of Evil Geniuses, and then someday on first team that all 4 of you would also index into someday. But once again, Revenge, I'm going to come back to you as the top laner here on the desk. You actually give him the biggest percentage of all the analysts. So anecdotally, experientially, why is that?
Well, I do want to give Whipple just a bit more credit than what's showing here, because I think he did just come off a great series in the FlyQuest series, and I'm minus game 1, of course, but I mean, for the next 3 games, Philip could not play the game. And I just feel like that I have to give credit to that. However, I do think that this meta historically is very favored for Someday. It's a Renekton meta. It's a tank meta with the Sejuani and the Ornn. It's even a
Gnar,
and Kennen spawning in, right? Like, these kind of champions are really, really known for Someday. I don't really think they are for Bwipo, though. So I want to see how Bwipo would have to tackle it.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, right? Is that Bwipo does have so many creative pocket picks that he can pull out. I know we were talking about this as we were prepping for the day. We were talking about not only what Someday means to his team, but how favorable the meta is for him right now, and also just how TL has evolved to play as a team outside of that EG, single game where they absolutely targeted topside. They have kind of stuck to being a more bot-focused team with Bwipo slotting in however they want. Whereas Someday is kind of like, Closer is going to go topside a little bit more. I think Someday is such a rock for this team, and they can pivot around him so well.
Yeah, and this sucks because I don't vote. I don't vote purely on projection. I vote mostly on like what we've seen so far and how. But like Bwipo, I think has like basically a whole arsenal to handle him, and he's the X factor of the series. Like we know, kind of like what you said, Revenge, what Someday is going to play in this series. I don't have a damn idea what Bwipo's going to play, but I know that if he gets counterpicked versus Someday, that's going to be ultimately the most impactful thing for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and look, you're all on the same side of the bar, but 55%, it's not to ignore how much impact that 45% can still be had, right? And talking about Bwipo as an X factor, you already mentioned a little bit the junglers and how they might affect those matchups. That's where I want to go next. A lot of people are going to be looking at Closer and Santorin as difference makers in this series, and there will be many questions about which of the lanes are going to get their resources. Emily, you went straight down the middle, so you start us off.
So I'll explain this because I think these two junglers are so different to me. That it's going to depend on how the series goes and like how the meta evolves through this entire best of 5. The reason why I put it at 50 is because I think Santorin, he finds these really early creative ganks, especially around mid and bot, whereas Closer can be so explosive, especially in team fights, and then I'm expecting him to go top. So it was so disparate to me, and they're both so good. That's why I split the difference.
And that makes sense, Emily. What the hell's going on here? First you have 51% there, 58% for junglers.
I do love your numbers, Kobe.
Yeah, you guys are inaccurate analysts. You only do rounding to 5%.
Thank you.
How am I supposed to argue
That's
a
just
3-point difference?
That's just lazy.
Why did it take us this long to get Kobe on a report card?
The fans know. Look at these fan percentages.
Wait, I love that, Kobe. You just knocked so much sense into his mic. His mic pack flew out. He's muted. He can't talk anymore.
I can talk through yours.
All right, 58%.
No, yeah, Closer, for me, for sure, there's just so much mental game that goes into jungling.
Yeah.
Jungling is the role that has the most mental edge, and especially in this matchup, I feel like you could hear it in the sots from these two junglers. Santorin is really tired of people telling him he always loses to Closer in these big moments, and those types of things can get into your head when you're thinking about going for invades, and you're thinking of defending, oh, this guy, where's this guy gonna come from? You know, what ganks can I go for? These vision games, these early plays where you don't have complete information, and so you are using like what players' personalities you're playing against and trying to factor that in. Plus, the finals, baby. Last year, MVP of the finals was Closer. This man will come out and win you the whole game. Santorin, like Emily said, will do it in a different way. You know, he's much more setting up the team, focusing objectives. He's a very cerebral player, but Closer has those mechanics to actually pull out like Lee Sin. Boom, I'm gonna actually win the whole game with a giant insect or something.
Yeah. As a top laner, I'm almost surprised you're the one person who didn't go for Santorin, if only because if I ever had to play top lane against Santorin, in the back of my mind would be level 2, red buff, Trundle gank, I'm gonna die. There's no way I could stop it, and that would probably just plague my nightmares.
But see, that's the thing, right? Like I think playing against Santorin is very frustrating as a laner because he does find these really creative ganks and he does play really heavily toward his laners. But I think that Closer is not bad at that either. I mean, the memories that always come to mind is what happened to Summit in the playoff series, where like he couldn't play the game, right? Like I actually think that Someday and Closer have better top jungle synergy than Bwipo and Santorin by a lot.
I also like how he phrased that. He phrased it as what happened to Summit. It's not Summit's fault.
Yeah, they dismantled the league MVP.
I mean, they did, and on top of that, what Kobe said, which is that what I really want to see from Santorin in this series is to actually bring out some of these carry champions. Like I do think he does have the potential to play these things. He just hasn't shown it, and I think that can make the X factor this series. series. And if he doesn't show it, then I have to give the edge to Closer because I'm certain that Closer will show it with the Lee Sin and the VA.
Rez, you got
Who
that
do you
lead.
usually see coming to gank you first? Is it your FlyQuest brother in Santorin or is it Closer? Who's going top lane more
I'm gonna
frequently?
say I really hope they have some Trundle bans prepared too because I mean
Please.
like.
Please.
It looked like a free win for TL as well when he
Absolutely. All right, one final lane to discuss. It's the mid lane, and we had to end here. It's a marquee matchup between Bjergsen and Abadaga.
Some Abadaga
Again,
fans.
yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by that. I mean, I had an inkling just based on how I know all pro voting went for a number of you that this is what we were going to see.
Recency bias is what it is.
Let's start on the Abadaga side, and then I'm gonna let Revenge represent himself and the fans at large for Bjergsen. So who wants to take the Abadaga argument by the horns?
I'll
Go
take
for
it, right? Because I've been defending him even when people were kind of ripping apart his laning phase and really going in those first 2 weeks. I thought his team fighting and skirmishing is still incredibly smart. I think his coordination with Closer is still very, very good. And then more recently, he's had just absolutely phenomenal performances. I also think it's a pretty strong meta for him. And he's just like, I don't think he's nearly as bad as people were ripping him apart for in the first part of the split because he was still absolutely a difference maker in 100 Thieves team fights.
Right, but not nearly as bad and better than Bjergsen. That's the part I want to get.
I think he's been performing better than Bjergsen.
Okay, cool.
The statement for me, I've said this multiple times, I think Abadaga has been the best mid laner in the LCS since week 2. And so, like, he has been incredibly consistent. When he's gone up against those big matches against either Jojo Pion, he won that in the Azir versus Ahri matchup in that specific game and the second half of the split. Versus Bjergsen, I think he did quite well, but once again, like, that was in the regular season. And what matters most is what's happening in the playoffs. I just think Abadaga works incredibly well in the meta.
All right, Revenge, get in here because obviously we work off of less data than you from the perspective that we can only see the stage games. We don't get the experience of playing against these people, scrimming against these people, and all of that. So why do you have that 60% faith?
Well, to me, it's, well, for one, with how the recent matchups have looked, where Bjergsen has been playing against Abadaga, I think he has been getting the better of him, as well as I do think this meta is also very good for Bjergsen. And on top of that, I look at consistency, and I just feel like when I really sat there and thought about it, I have not seen Bjergsen lose lane almost the entire year. Like, I have not seen him really fall down in lane to the point where he was a problem for his team, whereas I can't say the same for Abadaga. And that, to me, in a playoff series, which might come down to 5 games, which might be really close, that attribute is so valuable for me when looking at the mid laner, because if you do fall behind as a mid laner, especially with how some of the matchups go now, it can be really, really crucial for the team.
Especially if you're playing against 100 Thieves.
And
like, again, last team I probably want my mid lane to collapse against if I do say so myself.
I just want to note again, too, I do think that Santorin and Bjergsen do work way better as a 2v2 than Closer and Abadaga.
It's really interesting because if you remember when Abadaga first came over too, they literally had him play Karma to Closer's carry champions, and we were playing carry jungle with like supportive mid lane. So it's interesting to see how it's evolved.
Now, we may all have our opinions on how the individual matchups will break down, but the reality is this is a team game. And it's about all 5 of these players putting it together. And so I want to know now, officially, who y'all think is going to take this best of 5. It's not just us who did the predictions. We're bringing back the full screen to involve a few more people.
Let's see who.
Boom. 16 predictions, and if I can do some quick counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people are voting for 100 Thieves. The rest for Team Liquid. So I think this is a little bit more 100 Thieves heavy than I would have expected.
I expected
just a little bit.
I expect a lot more people to go TL, especially A, coming off of their last series, but then B, based on Skirm rumors towards the end of the split, right? Where they're just absolutely destroying people.
Yeah, also, of course, it happens again where all of my analysts represent the same prediction, even though there are other predictions out there. I guess I'm the one TL vote that's up here on the stage today.
I mean, the thing I want to know is that there's a lot of 3-2s.
Yes,
I think
almost all.
Yeah, and in my perspective, I honestly still think that this series will go either way, 2-3 or 3-2 for either team. I just think that, I mean, I gave my reasonings for why I gave TL the edge. It's mainly in the bot lane and even the mid-jungle synergy. But yeah, I mean, I am surprised seeing some 3-1s, seeing just overall everyone thinking 100 Thieves as a favorite. I mean,
for me,
I do think it's going to be a series goes either way.
Yeah, I feel like the tipper for me was the recent games between the actual two teams.
Yeah.
You know, because like when you're looking at them versus the other teams, there's a lot of variables here. But 100 Thieves getting that recent win versus Team Liquid, plus the memory still of last year of that finals, like
Yes.
it does feel like there's real trash talk too.
Yeah.
When we got in the lobby for the game, for the regular season games, even between these two teams, there's the most banter that we have for any of the pregame lobbies, and it feels the most real too, where they're like making jokes, they're like ha ha ha, but actually we're gonna shit on you.
Well, yeah, and it's also very clear that the players feel it, right? We've talked about the confidence that Closer's very happy to display when it comes to this matchup, but it's echoed or mirrored on the other side. That Santorin interview where, even while he's laughing through it, he's like, yeah, haha, we can't seem to beat them. Like, it's something we'd like to do, but it just...
That player's gonna win this game!
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you do see that is at least a pervasive thought, right? And so, as always, best of fives, it's about momentum, it's about who shows up on the day, and then it's about mid-series adaptations. And I think that will be my final question, Emily, is as we've seen all throughout the playoffs already, when they go to 5 games, champion select and series-by-series metas become super important.
Yeah, so this series has the potential to be a lot different because, like I said, these two teams will go for, pushing or early skirmishing bot 2v2s. Both of them are willing to play those. However, one of the things that factored into my 100 Thieves prediction is that we've seen a ton of games going to these massive 5v5 fights, and that is where I think 100 Thieves do have the edge.
And if you, haven't taken this as a consideration after the last 2 series that we had throughout the playoffs, right? With their banger best of 5s, go the full 5 games. Just remember the last time these two teams faced off in playoffs in last split, where it really was decided on some base race, dragon situation, where there's a bit of a calamity. These two teams, when they face off, it is going to be a little bit messy. 100 Thieves are far more aggressive teams, but players like the ones in front of your face, Core JJ, a Santorin, a Closer, even Huhi, will, if they are behind, will mix it up by finding ways to start a fight that, the other team wouldn't expect. So it's one of those things where people are saying 5 games because these two teams have the opportunity to mess things up when they're behind.
I would say also because this is the closest rivalry that we have in the LCS.
Yes.
Currently,
Absolutely.
over multiple years now, too, it has built up, and this is the most even one. Those are the ones that are really exciting that could go either way, and that's why everyone's predicting 3-2s.
I also think one of the reasons why this particular matchup is so exciting, right, is that both of these organizations have made so very clear that it's first or failure. Right? For them, their expectation is that both of these rosters can and should be LCS champions. This is one step on the road to lifting that trophy here in summer 2022. It's time for us to get into day 3 of our week here in the LCS postseason. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome everyone to the LCS, where the greatest modern rivalry we have right now is upon us. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. I'm Pastry, that's Jet. Mark's here too.
This is the first time that we have ever cast together, Jet and I.
Yes, and it's the 23rd time TL has played 100 Thieves since 2021. So they have played against each other so much in the past 2 years, and it is quite the rivalry. The all-time record that we were looking up before this, 15-7 in the last 2 years, in the favor of 100 Thieves.
So this is an old rivalry, new cast.
Absolutely.
Means it's either going to be the greatest cast of all time or an unmitigated disaster.
And already we're seeing a switch up in the picks and bans. So if you remember the first week of the playoffs, Team Liquid banned Yuumi and Lulu every single game. In fact, in the past 8 games, TL has been banning Yuumi right off the bat, so already a pivot to their strategy.
I think it speaks to who he strengths as a player. He is also someone who loves playing more the engaged style, has made his name on set, but even things like Nami in his back pocket, if they go the Lucian Nami lanes, like 100 Thieves was one of the teams that could play other styles, the Senna, Seraphine, and targeting him doesn't feel like really removing that much play from 100 Thieves bot lane.
Heard a lot from the desk as well. Obviously, bottom lane going to be pretty big point of contention. Already 3 bot laners banned. Aphelios, Lucian, Draven, alongside Azir Trundle on to round it up. But Kalista first pick. The gauntlet has been thrown by FBI here, and TL going to have to respond.
Yeah, such interesting bans. I mean, the fact that Aphelios is banned with Kalista, Zeri, Sivir all being up really makes you question where they think the power is, but it's because I think these teams are so familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses.
It's super interesting. They left up the Kalista. That is something that Hans has played a lot of this year, a lot of the early game-oriented champions. He put a lot of time on, but getting the Zeri and with all those enchanters up, it is a total mismatch in styles. Kalista, not something you often get paired with those, so it's most likely that, yeah, they're just going all in dive.
Very quick pick ban from 100 Thieves, and also leaving their support pick for later because your options are almost limitless for support when you have Kalista. It's even a possible Kalista Ashe angle that we saw from C9 last split. Who he would be able to pull it off, he's played it before, so a lot of options still open for 100 Thieves, and we'll see how TL rounds out this first 3.
It also makes it interesting where you have the jungle and 80 carries match. The question is, do they want to grab the support? As I was about to say, because Kalista and Renata are one of the biggest combos in the league when you have the Kalista. Them taking that away also means that they don't have to ban it out, and they can save some more bans for anything else that they want to get rid of for the Kalista.
Yeah, and at least now it feels like TL's switch up in the bans has at least worked mostly to how they expected. The fact that they dropped a Lulu and Yuumi ban that they had in the FlyQuest series and then neither was picked up by either team means they would have been wasted bans. So at least they probably feel like they're getting value out of the things they took out.
And then again, have to think, well, who he's going to play. The pool is very wide for him as a support player. Amumu going to be taken off the board. Swain taken away there from Bjerg, although Whipper has played it as well. Certainly a powerful laner that doesn't always get looked at, but I like to see the ban here for 100 Thieves doing their homework.
I think it's a really smart ban, especially since 100 Thieves is so dive heavy. Swain is one of those champions who you just cannot dive through.
Yeah, this is 100% telegraphed by 100 Thieves. It's an early game oriented draft because the last time they played in the regular season, they fell down 4,000 gold to Team Liquid. Yes, they came back, but that's not a situation you want to put yourself in where over the course of a series you're having to do that. So taking a little bit more early game power and such a telegraphed game plan of diving does mean that Team Liquid with their bans can target engage supports and probably spend these next 2 picks having things that can kite back and protect the Zeri a little bit more.
I think it's likely we see Bjergsen's mid lane answer right now. They did throw 2 bans at things they thought he would blind pick. Azir is also down, so definitely a large amount of targeting towards Bjergsen's champion pool, and they'll likely be saving the 5th pick for Bwipo.
Silas on the menu, locked in there.
Pretty good ultimate so far, Vi and Ahri, so don't mind that pick whatsoever.
Matchup not too bad either in mid. Obviously, neither other had the Ahri here, so we'll see what 100 Thieves respond with, because unsurprisingly, Whipper is going to get counterpicked. So there's the Lulu and there's the Aatrox.
Interesting.
You don't often see Lulu paired with Kalista, but it will still be able to empower, obviously, Kalista, but not quite in a hyper carry sense. So actually very interested in that pick of Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu does have some laning strength, so I can see it in a double range matchup, given that the other team has Renata, that you want to have the ability to kind of trade autos a lot heavier, which is something that some of the engaged supports might not bring. So that way they can keep no way!
Bwipo always delivers something a little bit different. Generally speaking, the way TL drafts is they let Bwipo go 4-5, and then he decides on stage in the moment what looks best. And right now, if we're talking about anti-dive, Urgot is very good at that. If things get close to Urgot, especially when he hits level 13, that's a key breakpoint for when his passive gets down to a very low amount. He can just basically circle around you and eat all of your health indefinitely once he hits that level.
Also with the fear, if you're trying to be a little bit more defensive, you're able to chunk down the person who goes in first, like a Vi or something. You get all those shotgun blasts off, and then you can finish them off with the execute ultimate, and then fear everyone around who's trying to finish off your Zeri.
The other thing here is this is a matchup that we've seen played out quite a lot, actually, a while ago. Last time we saw this matchup a ton, Aatrox's ulti still revived him. So it's been quite a while since that happened, but this is definitely a matchup that is known. I think Bwipo is going to be very comfy here, even though it's a pick we don't see very often.
Yeah, both champions were basically the kings of top lane in the 2018 Worlds meta 4 years ago, but we have some veteran top laners playing that matchup today.
Should be fun. I'm excited. Bwipo always bringing out the spice. I mean, he's definitely got more in the tank. We'll see what happens as the series goes, but I'm glad the teams are kind of willing to scrap in the early stages here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be such an exciting game one. A very aggressive bot lane, some counter picks in the top side, starting it off with a banger potentially for what is the most hyped matchup rivalry in the LCS right now.
Absolutely. These teams play against each other so frequently. 3 best-of-5s against each other in the last 2 splits. TL won the first one, 100 Thieves have won the last 2, and are very slight favorites coming into this one.
And 2 of those also went to 5 games, some reverse sweeps snuck in there as well, so these can be some long, bloody series.
Certainly can, as teams are going to fan out here to open up game number 1, a very, very important best of 5, not just the continued path towards a possible LCS trophy in the upper bracket. But a reminder, this series will qualify our first LCS team to Worlds. The winner of this is automatically through based on how qualification works. And of course, here in Summer, that is always the goal. But before we get anywhere else, we do have our correspondent Revenge, who is standing by with his old coach at Team Liquid Honda's Giotto.
All right, glad to be here, joined with head coach Giotto. What do you think about this draft?
I mean, it's... I think it's good. It's always good to have the opportunity of having a top laner that is actually able to pull these picks like Urgot. Finally, I have it and didn't have the chance last year.
I mean, all I'm saying is I wasn't watching the Fly TL series, and then I saw everyone calling Philip the Shy, so I had to tune in, and let's see what they call someday this game.
Fly is out, but I still made it to playoffs. No.
All right, good luck. I think it's a great draft. Do you have any final words to say? What do you think is the bot lane matchup? Who do you think is going to take it away?
I think that they should have the prior as a Kalista lane, and we are obviously gonna aim to be more on the scaling side. I think that we kind of inverted roles where you usually play for the early game and they play for the late game. This time is a little bit of inverted roles, but I think that them showing that adaptation and we showing this adaptation as well is what makes this series so interesting and appealing to every fan.
Agreed. Yeah, looking forward to it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Yeah, it was a great interview.
So for context, if you did not know, Giotto coached Revenge last year, and so the wishing he had a top laner who could use some counter picks was a pretty sick burn there by Giotto, and right away, bot lane action.
Yeah, and also counter jungling by Santorin. He started on enemy blue, took the Gromp, and there is a 3-camp bot side clear by Closer's Vi. If he doesn't know that his camps were stolen, he's going to be heavily denied. If he does make the read, though, he should be able to cross somewhere. But right now, it looks like Santorin has a big advantage.
Going to be nice. Also potentially isolates the top half of the map, which when Bifo has counter pick in this situation is obviously going to feel pretty good for him right now. He's got the early push, feeling good. His Closer's about to get the bad news.
This camp is up, and then you got some question marks over here.
And most of all, he shows up right before that ward expires, so
he won't even realize.
Perfect vision of him. He doesn't know the rest of his camps are quite gone yet, and this will give Santorin a lot of time to decide if he wants to just keep clearing back bot to top now, or if he actually wants to try and make a play knowing that it's uncontested in the bot lane and the push is in favor of 100 Thieves, meaning he might have an angle behind them.
Yeah, the fact that Santorin was able to pull this off is actually amazing. Not only did he deny Closer a lot of experience, he's also still on the bottom side of the map to cover for a possible dive, because a lot of the fears when you're against a Kalista lane is that Vi's going to make her way over and do a dive, or this mid-prio can threaten a 4-man dive. With turrets being the way they are, it's less likely. Also, the fact that Closer is low level means it's almost never going to happen.
Little battle for the crab here, though, potentially. Santorin does complete the 3 buff there. Gonna go ahead and grab his own blue, but Closer will grab the crab on this side of the rift and give that bottom lane a little bit more security.
Oh, that's a good poke, though.
Yeah, a little dicey there, but you can see already Closer making his way up to the top side of the map to go for the double scuttle. With Abba's shove in the mid lane, he's able to take that shortened path. Should be able to recover, and I'm really excited about this jungle matchup just because they have gone back and forth. You heard the analyst desk talking about how these players sometimes have more of a chip on their shoulder in this specific matchup, that it's not just tongue-in-cheek banter, but somewhat serious. And Santorin has gotten the best, or excuse me, Closer's gotten the best of Santorin a lot recently. It feels like one of those matchups where Closer is almost always able to make the bigger plays in the mid to late game. Last summer, it was all about that Viego, and this time, you know, he's on the Vi. He's going to have a lot of options.
Well, someday he's going to be spotted on the ward here. Santorin finishing this clear. going back toward the top half. Arbit did pop the Scry's Bloom, checked the Krogs, knows they were still up, so Sunday had a little bit of advance notice here and does ward out Santorin as a result. Also seemingly pushed the way back, so he's in a happy spot despite Bwipo getting a nice early advantage. But again, a lot of this early game is going to be back and forth. Like, yes, FBI and Huhi want to play aggressively. Yes, there's push and pull in lots of these matchups, but without jungle attention, these players are very skilled and very aware of, you know, what can happen in any given situation. Unlikely to see an oopsie.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But one thing that is very surprising to me about the way this game is playing out is that 100 Thieves has priority in all 3 lanes. So that's usually a jungler's nightmare if you're looking at Santorin when all 3 of your lanes are getting pushed in. Because if Closer is able to find an angle to invade, it's very difficult for your own laners to support you. That's why I think his early blue steal was so incredibly clutch. It's what's kept him in the game and prevented Closer from being able to make any aggressive early moves.
It also kept the vision on him the whole time too. They hit him with that blast cone as well, so that removes a lot of the pressure that you feel when you have these triple pushing lanes on the enemy team. And it's interesting in context of what Gilhota was saying as well about how the teams have reversed roles in some sense compared to the traditional drafts from Summer Split. Team Liquid was the early game team, bot lane prio, a lot of that focus, and for 100 Thieves, they picked a lot of scaling. Here, it's Team Liquid who want to survive those early lanes and then get into the team fight phase where they have all these late game options with the kind of Zeri as well as the Sylas.
And a very early first dragon is going to feel good for 100 Thieves. It's almost inevitable, though, when they have prio in 3 lanes permanently. So really difficult for Team Liquid to find angles based on the draft and how these lanes are playing out so far.
Yeah, makes sense. Again, FBI Huhi doing the second part of their job, not just get prio, but also go over and take those objectives. Santorin, though, is behind here, expecting a possible counter gank here out of Closer, is not going to sweep out. Definitely had some machinations of a lane gank there, but is not going to be spotted, although perhaps he'll stick around for the long con.
He's just hoping to let them get it pushed in so they have a window to get some control in River or get something back in this game. Basically, all that was, I don't even think Hans Sama needs to shop right now since he's already had a recall. It was just so they could move into River and get that control work in.
Yeah, get the wave in, get the wave pushed in, get a little bit of vision control during that time because they're just trying to kind of contain this 100 Thieves early game, make sure the Vi cannot start snowballing on the Zeri. The fact that you are basically even in farm at this point feels pretty good for Team Liquid, given that you should, in theory, outscale.
It does, especially when we've seen other Kallistas absolutely run over the game as a nearly permaban champion. But whenever they get a little bit of poke down, you have to be fearful. Watch this damage.
FBI just going on in with the spears. Oh my goodness, Core almost eats it. Does dodge that incoming Q, which might have been the first blood in the 2v2.
Absolutely would have been the kill if he was able to land that, but that's why you saw Poppy covering, because when you shove in, you have this long lane for a Kalista to just kind of hop down over and over again and chase you all the way up the lane. You saw that danger there. Again, though, they get out, not burning any summoners on either side. A lot of restraint shown right now by both teams.
And this is the cost, though. Closer finds a window to steal chickens away.
Nope.
Doesn't get all of them, and Santorin actually cleans 4 of the 8 chickens. So really, considering how heavily 100 Thieves is dominating the lanes, the gold in this game are feeling quite close.
It's a very interesting situation to look at, especially considering we were doing some stats.
It is flipped.
We're both stats nerds, and we were looking at win percent with gold leads.
Yes.
And for most teams in the league, you will have a higher overall win rate, or you'll have a higher win rate when you have a gold lead than you do normally. So if you normally win 60% of games, but then you have a gold lead, you're going to win 80%. Team Liquid was basically the exact same. They were around a 67% win rate, regardless if they had the gold lead or not.
And that's been an issue with Team Liquid all year, but more specifically this split, is they have actually the best early game in the league. They just haven't been able to convert it. And 100 Thieves has been the opposite. Their early game has been very average, yet they're sitting there with a 14-4 record. So their team play after the 15-minute mark has been exceptional. So the fact that they're starting this game with total control does bode very well for them. Now, they have changed their draft strategy specifically for this game, because a lot of their drafts during the regular season, you were seeing Ornns, you were seeing Aphelios, you were seeing Azir. Now they're prioritizing these early game objectives, have gotten first Dragon, have pulled off first Herald, and now it'll be a question of can they use their mid-game knowledge when they don't necessarily have the outscaling champions.
Yeah, they've kind of tried to correct for each other's strengths and weaknesses. Okay, Team Liquid was this insane early game team. Let's take an early game draft. We'll be better late. And Team Liquid's like, all right, 100 Thieves is this insane late game team. Let's take scaling to make sure we go even. And now they've just completely flopped sides. And that's why in a best of 5, it's so cool to see where the adaptations come from here, because someone made the right adaptation, someone made the wrong one. Right now, you're looking at this as an even game flat even right now, almost heading into 10 minutes. You're like, that should feel good for Team Liquid. But knowing their strengths more as an early game team, they've lost a lot of games from what feels like giving up some objectives they could have contested. Their setups around Dragon sometimes leave them unsure of how to proceed from there, and they end up just backing off. They can't afford to do that necessarily this game with the Dragon stack and already started up for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, on that, Crab is taken by TL. It's a minute until that next Dragon there for 100 Thieves. You assume the Kalista 3 pushing lanes team does want to go ahead and take those Dragons nice and early. Bjergsen.
It's a very early swap. Bjergsen might be in trouble here.
Yeah,
they're just hoping he uses cooldowns on the wave, then they'll go.
Oh, ulti, just go for it here. Oh, barely gets the knock up there. Now Bjergsen in a bit of trouble. Gonna get stunned into the wall, put in the polymorph, and FBI is just gonna block with his face. That is first blood for 100 Thieves.
Really nice wait and see there by 100 Thieves. I imagine Team Liquid was thinking that they'd taken a recall there, but they stuck around because Team Liquid had also done a very early swap, 10 minutes, and they had their duo lane in mid lane, and now they might lose this entire turret because the Rift Herald is droppable, but it looks like Closer will wait until next time.
Yeah, still has over half the time left on the Rift Herald. Just going to grab those 2 plates. Didn't want to greed out, I guess. They sensed members of Team Liquid moving down to defend it, just to get that Glitter Lance over the wall, confirm that Team Liquid is coming, and now you can use that for Drake pressure off this reset potentially. We'll see what they want to do with it. Instead, Closer moving up to the top side of the map, though.
Yeah, it's a little interesting with Dragon being up right now. They took late recalls. You can see them running out of the base. Ideally, you don't want to recall within about 45 seconds of the Dragon spawning. They took that recall at about 20 seconds. So once they did that, they said, okay, we got first blood, we got a bunch of turret plates. We're actually going to have to lose this Dragon, and we'll see if that comes to bite them later.
On the TL side, I have to think they're happy to stop the potential snowball. The 100 Thieves could have started with the Dragons, and of course, in their eyes, in this draft, they are the team that is trying to scale with this Zeri and friends. So it's going to be A-OK as it's another Hextech.
I was about to say, dude, there's something in the water in North America. We just get Hex Gates every game, and I'm not complaining.
It's the 5th Hex Gate in the last 6 playoff games.
Correct.
Because the CLG series rolled 4 out of 5 Hex Gates.
I'm hoping for 5 out of 5 today, man. I don't know about you.
They are really fun.
When Palafox just going back and forth over the rift, like in front of the entire enemy team, I just love seeing the expression that people can take with them.
Bottom lane troubles potentially. Closer, as you mentioned, as the Herald just pops it immediately, knows that they've got enough to take this first tower gold. And FBI getting funneled, honestly, with how this early game has gone for 100 Thieves.
This is playing through bot. They first pick the Kalista. They don't get kills in the early laning phase, but they do get a huge amount of prio that gets them first Dragon, that gives them the window to take first Herald, and then it pays off with first turret. So the question now is, when they move FBI around, can they get this to be second turret and third turret and really stop Team Liquid from getting gold?
Absolutely. It's 1,000 gold up right now, but Kalista is a champion that kind of needs to be ahead of the pace of the game. She's short range, her damage can fall off, and so they need to keep this kind of pressure up. And FBI is a player who has had his ups and downs this year a little bit. Last year, he was uncontested, maybe the best AD carry in the league. There was a little bit of debate about it, but he was 1-2 up there. This time around, it feels like third, fourth is more the conversation that people are having around him. Berserker coming into the league, obviously Danny having an incredible year. Hansama joined the league, has put a lot of pressure on FBI, and I think he is someone, when he's playing well, can play all the styles. He can play this really hyper aggro early game version. He can play the late game scaling, and I do like 100 Thieves throwing this mix up with him as the focal point early on.
Yeah, I also think that having FBI on Kalista is a little bit of a dare by Team Liquid. It has generally been a red side ban, so because I think FBI had almost defaulted to so many scaling picks throughout summer, Team Liquid is testing if he can still play Kalista. So far, he's proven his way.
Tower diving coming, Kodo J, the one in trouble. Violty's out there, Charmlands from Arbor, and that's an easy pick up there for 100 Thieves. Is there an extension? Whippo, now the next target. FBI is here, open up the top lane, see you later, Whippo! That's 3 kills for 100 Thieves.
And this is so huge for 100 Thieves. They are just first to the play. They move their bot lane up here, they get 2 more kills, and you can see Team Liquid, they don't even have mid lane pushed. Just now, Bjergsen is getting that wave to the turret. So in terms of tempo, 100 Thieves is way ahead of this game.
Such a good job there, blowing up the Renata right at the start, too. Anytime you're diving, the thing you're concerned about is that massive ultimate, locking up your team under a turret, making them hit each other. But they identify Core JJ as the threat, also not under turret, means that once they get eyes on him here, they're like, oh, we should absolutely kill him over Whippo. Closer locks him down right from the start, sets up the charm. They just have him chain CC to death, never gets a chance to drop that ultimate. And now, like you said, Jet, they have the inside track on the play. It's now 5 men diving just Whippo, and they're not even really losing anything out while they commit all these resources.
And you could see that Team Liquid knew there was a threat. They just didn't realize how close it was. Otherwise, Core JJ wouldn't have been there, and the other two wouldn't have been on their way. They were about 3 to 5 seconds late on the play, and 100 Thieves makes that split-second decision to go right away, and that's why it worked.
Also nice to see some synergy between Arbor and Closer. I think there's been a lot of talk about mid-jungle throughout the LCS. Obviously, Jojo Inspired looking pretty good as far as the pairing goes, but that play especially, these two look in pairing form.
And I know Abba was someone who was a little upset about the all-pro snub. There was a lot of talk about, oh, maybe a weak start to the split, and then a lot of people started saying, hey, he's playing maybe the best in the latter half of the regular season. And despite that, did not earn an all-pro nod, and he had a tweet about it. You could see that he definitely was a little salty, and you know what? If you don't get the all-pro nod, at least win a championship. How about that?
Yeah, and I also feel like 100 Thieves and maybe even Abadage actually fuels off that motivation. Like if he would have been voted the best best mid laner in the league, maybe they just lose, right? Because he would have accomplished and been getting the credit. But the fact that they've been able to channel any negative thing that is said about this team into motivation for the last 1.5 years is part of what's made them so consistently good.
Absolutely a team that wants to play with a chip on their shoulder, and they have these periods in the regular season where they seem to be slumping, they seem to be slow or something like that. And then they always end up in form for playoffs, making deep runs. You know, last split playing in the finals, winning last summer. So they have earned that kind of respect that, you know, teams sometimes do when you keep players around a long period of time, that they're a team that's always going to be a threat regardless of their form in the regular season.
Absolutely, and we have a really big fight coming up right now. There's about a 3,500 gold lead for 100 Thieves, and this dragon fight with the Hex Tech Soul kind of looming later in the game, very important. Team Liquid is in the river, but they don't have any lanes pushed, so they're actually in a pretty dicey situation, and I would rather be 100 Thieves right now, but Team Liquid is starting the dragon.
No vision either. Again, 100 Thieves, all the wards, got the speed shine as well. Someday maybe checking for the flank, if not just wanting to go for it himself, is going to be warded out now, but the teams are a little hesitant to pull the trigger on starting the dragon. Team Liquid, though, trying to make them commit.
I mean, Team Liquid doesn't have hard engage, so if they start the dragon, they have no trigger pull for when 100 Thieves moves in. So 100 Thieves is just contacting them in the river, and if TL goes in, then Someday's going to be on a flank.
A lot of spears in that dragon, too.
Yeah.
Thanks for the leash. FBI looking to get it. No, it's Santorin. Somehow gets it. Big Renata ulti as well. Santorin low, but 100 Thieves haven't found a chase just yet. It's Huhi zipping out of the Kalista ulti, but not enough to lock down the Silas.
It's a heist. Team Liquid steal the dragon right from under 100 Thieves. That is massive for them scaling in this game. They do not even suffer a casualty, but 100 Thieves still want to apply this pressure.
Gonna be able to get the mid turret on the tail end of that dragon play, but at the end of the day, for Team Liquid, you have to be feeling pretty good. Down 3,500 gold. Both teams were basically on one item power spikes though, so that gold lead did not have a substantial item advantage anywhere. So it was a good idea for Team Liquid to kind of take a look at that and just well played by Santorin to yeet the jungler out of there. The Renata ult buys space that you have time to grab the dragon and then get out of there. And so does stop any potential scary dragon stacking. The soul is probably no longer a threat in the sense that the game's not going to be decided at that moment. It's more about now surviving this 4,000 gold lead that 100 Thieves still has and still has tempo.
And it's still going to grow. This is the second Rift Herald. They've gotten the bonus gold from both of the first 2 Heralds that they've taken. They've gotten all the standing gold from the 3 outer turrets. And if they can continue this pressure and get to the inner turrets, those are the really juicy ones. And that's where they'll blow this game completely open.
This time, Team Liquid do bring enough people for the defense, but is it enough to stop the Herald charging? It is not. Is it enough to stop the next, though? Santorin popping the watch a bit early, got caught by a stray charm out of Ari. Here's Whippo on the flank, bottom side of your screen. 100 Thieves will happily look for the Urgot as well. There is no tower, but the damage is done. Gold not popped out of it yet, but 100 Thieves are going to go again.
Yeah, and there's no pressure anywhere else on the map, so 100 Thieves can actually just set up a tent right outside of this turret and just take the turret.
There we go, Closer in there. Ulti's one. It's Bjergsen now going to steal the ulti as the rest of them go through. Zeri ulti pops as 100 Thieves. Maybe think better of it. Whippo flipping FBI back in, but now Whippo caught in the front side. Charmed up and taken down by the Kalista as Team Liquid have to turn tail to the base.
Yeah, Santorin caught out though.
Bjergsen again.
Someday.
Santorin here. Someday maybe the one caught out the other side. The stolen by ulti looking good, but it's not enough. Straight charm again hits. Go! FBI's on a a Rampage or Renata ult does not bail out Team Liquid.
That is insane fight for 100 Thieves. It's been so long since you see a 5-man siege, no Baron buff up in the top lane, but Team Liquid tried to defend, tried to punish them, and Whippo with the re-engage after they kited out the Vial might have thought that they had the angle, but just too much damage and some nice charms by Abadaga. The first one getting Santorin really low, so he's late to this fight, and it starts as a 4v5.
And I love the fact that 100 Thieves stayed to finish this turret because they know it's going to throw them further ahead. And since Team Liquid had already sent everyone there, they're stuck there defending it. Whippo's like, we've lost so much gold, like we have to fight back at some point, but they just don't have the strength at the moment. The Kallista's too strong, the Aatrox is too strong, and 100 Thieves run away with this fight.
Yeah, I mean, great cleanse flash by FBI to get out from behind the Urgot after getting flipped back. And then here, they think they might have the pincer onto Someday's Aatrox, but that Gore Drinker heal popped him right back up, baited Team Liquid into giving over a couple more kills. Someday, quietly 0-0-4, being on the weak side, is having a really good game.
6.8 thousand gold is the lead now, and Bjergsen has no flash, barely gets over that wall from the double up to FBI. And Mark, every game where you have this Kalista early game team versus a Zeri late game team, there's almost this breaking point where if the Kalista gets far enough ahead, they can just brute force their way around the entire map. That fight felt like that moment to me. The only question will be actually closing the game because the dragons aren't there as well.
They'll have the dragons. They will have insane Baron pressure, or they should with Kalista. Anytime you can just sit in the river, stack up those spears into her. They have a lot of options to close this game out, I think, with the amount of engage that they have, the amount of control. So to your point, there is always that back-breaking moment. I feel like they've done it now already for 100 Thieves, and from here it's about exerting pressure. You can grab this next dragon, but realistically it's going to be when you flip up to the top side in about a minute and a half and start doing your Baron control, where you show how clean you can be with the Kalista.
Yeah, that turret felt like the moment for me as well. And now I think the next step is the Baron setup. It's just 21 minutes in, but essentially, once they clear away this Vision Baron, it'll be about moving into this zone. And if Team Liquid tries to contest, that's when they pull the trigger with Vi, Kalista, or Ahri. They have all the hard engage options, and Team Liquid really doesn't have many ways of hard engaging.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically Poppy find a good angle, or, you know, Bjergsen steal an ultimate.
And to illustrate your point perfectly, Jat, 100 Thieves moving to the enemy jungle, closer threatens, doesn't pull the trigger with the Poppy W up, but it has been a very nicely controlled game for both sides. It felt like we were going to go even to the mid game. Maybe Team Liquid couldn't trust in that scaling. Instead, it is 100 Thieves busting the game open, and for a game with only 5 kills in it, feels pretty good for Kalista to have 4 of them.
They're going for Whippo. He's flashless, and Abadaga's got a flank.
There he is. Whippo on the bottom side of the screen. Abadaga just melee range charm. Keep it nice and simple. The whole squad's here. Closer's not even going to need to burn the ulti. It's Abba that picks up another.
Really like that kind of flip of the play. They were getting a lot of vision control in the top Baron area. They lure, obviously, Whippo into thinking, okay, I'm fine to push out bot lane. Then they just attack and kill him. That was a really, really clever play.
And where's the counterplay? Team Liquid aren't going to rush Baron.
Vision control back the Baron area. That's about what your counterplay is at that point. You clear out the wards that 100 Thieves just invest in. That's the best you can do.
I am very curious what Team Liquid's conversation will be if they end up losing this game, which is looking highly likely now with an 8,000 gold deficit, because they didn't have any prio in the early game. They're arguably better in team fights, but how did they get there? Because they have no hard engage and no prio. So how do they actually put themselves in a winning position? And 100 Thieves has done a masterful job of playing with their prio, setting up in the right spots, but it really just feels like Team Liquid, yes, they have 0 kills, but like, how do they actually get kills with this setup?
It's hard, and when they were going to their 4-5 phase, we're talking about, are they going to go for more peel options to kind of just handle this kite back after 100 Thieves had telegraphed their hard engage? And obviously, Urgot and Sylas are not peel. They did not index into just surviving hard engage and being an annoying range comp that wants to kind of outrange the relatively short version of 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They kind of opted into being melee versus melee in a lot of these fights. And so I think that speaks to a big question mark heading into game 2. Obviously, we also talked about how teams flip styles. 100 Thieves said, we can play early game, and they're kind of backing that up right now. Team Liquid, if they can't find a way to survive this game, I'm not surprised, like you said, if coaches are already back there prepping game 2 draft.
Be like, okay, we're picking blue side, we're doing something completely different. Because this didn't work.
Abba is going to get hit by a straight Zeri W, but Closer just taking a couple camps while he can. 100 Thieves going to set up this Baron. No need to rush, but They have plenty of Baron power and damage here with this massive 3-item Kalista.
They do have to push Team Liquid into a decision ASAP, though, because there's an objective bounty that Bwipo's trying to pick up right now.
He'll get it.
And there's a possible steal for Santorin if he gets the right eject with his ultimate. He gets the objective bounty, might still have time to TP. 100 Thieves clearly wants to bait for a fight, but at a certain point, you have to be willing to flip.
Closer, I believe, smited the Baron for health. He's going to have another charge back, so don't have to worry about that. And Bwipo is not leaving, hasn't been
ideal.
given a reason to just yet. Going to stick down and try and get even more objective bounty gold. Yeah, going back instead. 100 Thieves peeling off the Baron bait play to stop any extra pushing going on by Bwipo. They have all the turrets for Team Liquid down in the bot lane, except the inhibitor turret, so they can invest some time into shoving that all the way in and make sure that Bwipo has to now make a long track, and that buys more time for those Baron baits in the future, so I don't mind them pulling off there. The cute idea didn't work. You lose a little bit of gold, not the end of the world. Just reset up that vision control and do it again, and hopefully this time, I would say, put some more spears into the Baron to increase the threat of, if you don't come, we actually will just finish this.
It is a small victory for Team Liquid for sure, not having to burn the teleport when the other team had 5 to rush Baron. Team Liquid probably needs 3 or 4 more of those small wins before they would have a realistic fight back in this game, but you take what you can get.
Easier option. 100 Thieves int at Baron, and you get an ace and a Baron. That's an easier path than 3 or 4 or 5 of these.
Yeah, that's one big victory. You can take that too.
I'm a bigger fan of that angle if I'm a Team Liquid fan of. Let's hope that they flip the Baron, like you said, and maybe mis-execute.
Yeah.
Because, you know, with a 7,000 gold lead, the fact that they have the Lulu for shielding as well does make starting the Baron over and over again relatively easy to do.
Once again, Team Liquid know what 100 Thieves want to do. Push into this jungle, take out their vision, so they are going to sit around and defend it. But don't have any vision in the pit just yet. Cole's going to fix that, puts a control ward in the back. Also, as a reminder, it is Hex Rift as well, so plenty of possible angles around these big objectives. Dragon's not up for 2 minutes, so we're going to have a little bit of a dance for this Baron while we wait for that Dragon to come up.
I was trying to highlight the jungler. I misclicked there. And
Stopwatch.
Nice. Yeah, well, he also has a chem tank charge item as opposed to this Divine Sunderer. It was surprising me. He went Chem Chung Chain Short for the first item. He's fully invested into the Zon item paths. Because most Vi's want to be a lot scrappier, and they want to go for damage. Everyone sees the inspired outplay, the 1v3, and gets all the kills. He understands for closer, my job is primary engage, and so he wants to have a way into the fight that's not going to force him to use his Q right away. So you have the active to pop it, run at them, and then you're a little bit tankier when you're actually in the scrap. So I really like this adaptation by closer for this game.
That's what you're talking about again. They got the spears in, and now Sunday's actually going to be the target. Bwipo trying to find a hard engage angle, but FBI is going to turn off the Baron with the rest of the team. Closer a little bit low. Now Bwipo's the target, not that tanky. In we go. The bailout will not be enough as Huhi going to get credit for the kill. 100 Thieves going to keep on rolling. FBI 1v4 just in the face of the enemies, but they'll take the 1 kill. That's all they'll need.
They take the 1 kill. I'm curious if they go right back on the Baron because they want to be able to blow this game open. If it was just a 1 kill to get them off Baron, that would be a win for Team Liquid, but they now have to go again.
Setup is here. Santorin again has the angle. No blast plant. Control it in the back. Someday dealing with it. Core JJ getting some damage down, but again, the spears in the back of the Baron make this steal so impossible, and it is closer. That secures it. Santorin trapped in the pit will not be bailed out as 100 Thieves now 10,000 gold ahead.
Good try by Santorin, flashing in there, showed up at the right time, but just not able to sneak that in between Closer, Smite, and the Callisto Ren. Doesn't get that one away. It was a Hail Mary play, didn't work out, and now 100 Thieves, like you said, 10K gold up, getting back onto the map, gonna grab their 3rd Dragon before probably setting up and trying to close this game out.
Yeah, those attempted Baron steals against a Kalista plus jungler are so hard because 100 Thieves are picking some arbitrary number above 900 with which to smite and Ren at the same time. So you really just have to luck out with your smite if you're Santorin. Watching this beginning one more time, Someday is able to avoid the pretty lackluster engage tools the Team Liquid have. The Renata ultimate also would have been amazing if they could get it on Bwipo. That's the window they'd actually have to win the fight, but it goes wide, and 100 Thieves clean up.
Yeah, trying to cut off the reinforcements for collapsing onto Bwipo and just missed it by Core JJ there. And then afterwards, you know, it's a 4v5. Realistically, you can't win the fight. Santorin, like we said, flashed it at a good time. Had a good feel for it, but you know, just too difficult to actually do there. Nice fight by 100 Thieves. Huge gold lead now. Got the waves pushing in the bot lane, mid lane, setting up a 4-1.
Yeah, made him sweat, made maybe us sweat too. Santorin certainly has his smite instincts trained after many years, but 100 Thieves gonna be on easy street for this game. They have the soul point now, but I don't think they're gonna need it.
Ideally, they're looking to close this game out with the 90 seconds they have left on this Red Bull Baron.
Yeah, and you can actually see them doing a 1-3-1. You don't see this as often anymore. So that means they're generally pushing 3 lanes at the same time. The 3 would be in the middle, the solo laners in the side. You don't see this because usually it's too easy for the other team to just fight on one person. But Team Liquid have such poor engage tools that 100 Thieves is able to push all 3 waves at the same time.
Team Liquid just confined to their base, doing their best to defend these inhibitor turrets, but without an easy engage option like you're saying, it's hard to just try and pin up the, Aatrox in the top lane or hop directly on top of the Kalista just standing in the mid lane. So they're going to finally try and go on Abadage, but
Oh, they might have got him.
Jerkton's found one, but needs more, and there's just too many dashes.
That was the best they can do.
Half health him. There we go.
Yeah.
And again, FTX field advantage overwhelmingly in the favor of 100 Thieves. They're going to take one inhib. They've got one open in the bottom side. They're looking to open up the top half as well. TP back in from Arbor just to make sure he can spend the last bit of that gold he's picked up. And Team Liquid going to be forced back towards their fountain in short order.
We're going to get
Poppycopter kicks out 2, but tower still falls down. Santorin can't play goalie for long enough. Yeah, Closer with a flank after breaking the mid lane turret can kind of wrap around to make it difficult to step up and do wave clear duties. Abadage lands a nice chunk. They're able to grab their second inhibitor turret, and 100 Thieves closing this one out clinically, moving their way down to the bot side to take out the 3rd inhibitor.
And man, 100 Thieves has actually played this game so well, holding the prio in all 3 waves, getting the early dragons, using the Rift Heralds properly, and now systematically taking down 3 inhibitors and less.
FBI very, very angry, goes berserk on his teammates. Closer in trouble, but not dead just yet, and FBI should be able to take over the game. Santorin and the rest of the squad are getting shredded. FBI open up for the triple kill, as it may be a Penta on top of it all. Abadage flashing in, gonna take away kill number 4, but more importantly, 100 Thieves back to business. A vintage bot lane performance from them. Woo! They will take game number 1.
100 Thieves shut out Team Liquid in game 1. Not a single kill given over. Take the early game draft and just smother Team Liquid.
13 kills to 0, 15,000 gold, and 11 turrets more than Team Liquid were able to fell in that game 1. A dominant opening performance by 100 Thieves.
Felt like they were playing angry. Felt like they had a chip on their shoulder. We talk about them playing that way. Draft all this dominance for laning and say, yeah, we can skill check Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And they do it. They lay down the law. And it was early game, but it wasn't like an explosive early game, right? They're not setting up massive dives in top and bot and running over the game. They're not opening up the game like before 10 minutes. They're playing pretty calm. They understand how the different early game functions work. And then together especially, we talked about mid-jungle, we talked about them as a unit. Like, when they started opening up the game, there was just no way back in for Team Liquid, it felt like.
Yeah, you can see Team Liquid walking down the hall right there. No discussion until they get to their team room for sure. No post-game conversations right there because they didn't have that many options, and it's because 100 Thieves didn't give it to them, right? Very small victories throughout the entire early game turned into objectives, turned into turrets, and I mean, that's not a perfect game because they gave up 2 Drakes. That's pretty close.
A lot of them were strategic things too. We're like, we got to kill before the dragon. We're happy with that. You can have the dragon, Team Liquid. It felt oftentimes like 100 Thieves knew what they were giving up when Team Liquid got those kinds of things. And I think for Team Liquid, you grab that draft, crinkle it up, throw it in the trash can, let's start over. And I will say, these series have been like this. Remember, it was a reverse sweep just in spring that 100 Thieves had over Team Liquid. Momentum in these series against these teams can swap so quickly.
Yeah, so that now turns the last 2-year record to 16 wins for 100 Thieves, 7 wins for Team Liquid. Team Liquid's going to have to bounce back.
Certainly will. While the team's ready up for game number 2, we are going to be heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. 100 Thieves taking the lead 1-0 in this best of 5 against Team Liquid. Team Liquid without a kill. Raz, I was just about to ask you for the flip-flops if it weren't for what if it were not for what Mark had to say about the reverse sweep. I was ready to jump ship right away, and so I'll give him another game.
Your first time. You want a flip-flop?
I will not.
We'll accept you. Come over to the team.
I do think that they could bounce back with a different draft, but if we're going to talk about draft, and we can get into that, I don't think that it's necessarily it wasn't necessarily the biggest issue. I think they could have played differently to the draft.
Precursor for something we'll look at in just a moment, but I do want to go to Emily on the draft because Emily, this draft, particularly on the 100 Thieves side, gives me inklings of Summer Split champions. 100 Thieves, where the bot lane is the one that they're playing around.
So there were a lot of questions, right, when people were looking at 100 Thieves drafting these really high-pressure bot lanes. Like, can they still play around it when they can't do these super early dives? Is something we've been talking about. We also talked about both of these teams are willing to go in on early 2v2s. And in this game, it was 100 Thieves that were doing it with the Callista. And I think, like, I actually thought TL's bot lane played, like, as well as they could into this matchup on bot side. But this was such a massive difference maker. And then I want to also shout out the Vi pick for closer, but then the Ahri for Abadaga. This is the pick I think of when he was, again, getting all that criticism early on in the season. He was still a difference maker in skirmishes and team fights with this specific pick.
I wish I could circle right now, too, because the other thing is that Team Liquid have 2 solo lane counter picks.
Yep.
You got 2 solo lane counter picks.
Yeah.
How did the top side of the map go? How did those counter picks go? What sort of prio? What sort of lead? Where is it?
I mean, these counter picks did nothing, and that's where the question has to come in, right? I think that TL just didn't play the counter picks to their level. I think that if you're going to, I actually think that TL's bot lane, even though Callista was the one that kind of like looked like it took over the game, looked like it did great, TL's bot lane was doing everything that they should have done. Yes, there was an instance where they almost died, where Core almost died, but he saved both his sums. They were even in CS. They didn't lose any plates, and the failure was actually in the top side. They didn't take pressure off the Ahri.
Yeah.
Like Ahri had full prio. They never ganked her. They never pressured with Silas. Like
Revenge? I know you have a lot that you had a problem with this, not from the draft, from the gameplay. And actually, while we were talking about it, there was something you wanted to show us. So come over to the telestrator.
Right,
Let's go.
Let's get into part of the game.
my first telestrator.
Exactly. So, of course, this is your first Stay Far Neighborhood Tactics, where you wanted to break down what was the most crucial part of this game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and so you have counter pick mid, you have counter pick top, and I think top is a lane that should have prio, especially around rift timing. And I think that they should have done a better plan and better fundamentals around getting this rift herald or contesting it with their champions.
And so what you saw here is bot lane that's pushing up for 100 Thieves as we play this through, and they're ending up basing. If you want to circle anything, you can go ahead and do it.
So what we say about this is bot's going to have tempo for rift, so they're getting the first base off because they pushed Zeri in. So they're going to be first on this rift herald. If you actually look as well, I believe that mid is going to push this wave right now because Bjergsen's warding right now, the herald. And that's going to give Ahri tempo as well to either fog or even base. And now TL's in a situation where, well, okay, there's also another issue where I think Renata should not have ran bot lane. She gambled that maybe TL's or 100 Thieves' bot lane would stay.
Yes.
But Renata should have probably opened out mid and just to see what would happen so that she could actually help the map and control the area for Rift. But now if you see what happens, 100 Thieves' bot lane's here, Zeri's going back bot, Renata's bot. They've essentially given up the Rift now, right? And what's really important if you're giving up the Rift is actually this mid wave right now.
Okay,
because, sorry about that. So this mid wave right now is really important because if 100 Thieves gets this mid wave, they can now actually go into, they can decide what to do, right? They could go back bot and not have to really worry about a trade. They could find Poppy because Zeri's still like really low in tempo. She's still really late to lane. So TL's actually not going, TL's actually not going to get anything for giving up this Rift because they lost this wave. And it's just, after losing this Rift and doing nothing, I feel like they're able to break open the game through bot and make the game really, really hard. And this should not really be allowed with double counter pick solo lanes, in my opinion.
So you think TL is strong enough to actually fight for Rift here?
Well, yes, they're definitely strong enough in a 5v5 to fight Rift, but it's more about what the fundamentals of what they did to be in this situation for the Rift. I think that what happened in the solo lanes, what happened with how solo lanes use jungle to actually enable them was just bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what we ended up seeing from this game, it was a really big snowball, constant 5v5s in which, or at least 5-man dives from 100 Thieves. And a lot of it you felt was off of 100 Thieves' ability to send their bot lane through mid lane, just so they don't end up getting any trade, or at least letting Team Liquid go for a trade on bot side, correct?
I mean, 100 Thieves just has fundamentals around objectives that are just really, really good. And it showed this game in game one, and it honestly let them take over the game. I mean, from literally, I felt like in the mid game especially, they were using every single wave to make plays together. And the way they got this first Herald was honestly perfect macro.
Okay.
There you have it. I mean, perfect macro again. It's important to point out that that play that was just walked through occurred with 0 kills on the map. So no one had picked up a kill just yet. And still, we do, in a number of ways, see it as the game-breaking play. It allowed 100 Thieves to get back down to the bot lane and get that Kalista rolling.
Yeah, Nadeshot likes to say, take what's not given to you. Or 100 Thieves could just take what is given to you.
That's true.
Thank you very much.
They're Thieves. They'll do it all.
We'll take the easy stuff, too. I like these, too, because these are 2 back-to-back plays where you look at it and you're like, how are 100 Thieves able to send literally all of their players to these sideline plays? It's because they have Prio pushing out on the other side first every single time. Yeah. They're the team making every single move first, and then they end up in these scenarios where, okay, Team Liquid are then catching on the other half of the map, and so they get to overload one side. They make these really easy pickoffs and dives right through. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting, and I'm glad you, Mo and Raz both pointed this out in their Charles Trader segment, but it's also about this. I know a lot of people are going to harp on the draft, as always, but this draft is not a bad draft, right? It's about how it's executed, and you're looking for these cross-map plays. The only thing I can think of in that early game that TL were able to actually leverage was a Drake off of a reset on bot side. They were able to get second Drake, and that was the only kind of cross-mapping that I can think of that they even were able to attempt during that entire time that 100 Thieves had tempo.
I know I mentioned it on the Telestrator, but it's actually a lot to do with the early laning, in my opinion, in the solo lanes. Like these lanes, Silas Poppy should never have been this AFK, as well as Aatrox Urgot and with Poppy. Like, there should have been more action on the top side of the map. Like, something should have happened. Like, there was an instance where Bwipo took a cheater recall top. They didn't contest the top 2v2 on the crash. I felt like Someday had a completely free early lane phase as the Aatrox, which just should not happen in this matchup. I just think that if you're going to look to scale as the top side with your bot lane losing and with mid lane having perma moves as well, it's just never going to work.
So, while maybe not an objectively bad draft, it was an improperly used draft, at the very least, on the side of Team Liquid.
Yes, it definitely was improperly used,
So then my question becomes, if that's not the style that Team Liquid should be playing, for example, don't love the Silas look on Bjergsen or something like that, flipping over to blue side as you're the guy in the Team Liquid camp, and I'm going to charge you with preventing me from flip-flopping. If you were to take the stage on blue side, so they are going to blue side, different change of priority, what's the answer? How do they come back to even it up 1-1?
Well, if we look at a lot of their success and just the players' strengths in general, I think Bjergsen is really, really talented at enabling his team with certain picks, like the Ahri, the Talia, even historically the TF, and as well as control mages. I think that these kind of picks he's really, really good on, and I really want to see them deal with the Aatrox. I think that Bwipo does not look like he has a great answer to Aatrox. I actually think that we saw it in the FlyQuest series as well. Like, I don't even think Philip is the best Aatrox in the LCS. You know, I think Someday arguably is, and they're still leaving it open. So I really think that they should get rid of Aatrox. They should just take that champion out of the game, put top lane on something else, and put Bjergsen on his strengths. And I think that if bot lane plays to the level they played this game, they're going to be completely fine, and that they should, you know, have a lead to carry TL.
100 Thieves, they get first blood, but as Mark said, momentum can sway in this matchup. We'll see if Team Liquid can strike back in game number 2. Now, having a variety of picks you can go to makes you a threat on the Rift, but it also makes ordering takeout a breeze. Afro delivered Raz some sashimi from Grubhub. Let's see what he thought on Dine With Us. You don't know what a plantain is, but
What's up, Afro? I heard you got something for me today.
Oh, yeah. We actually ordered from Grubhub some sashimi.
Is that your go-to meal?
Go-to meal? It's probably, I love fish in general.
Yeah.
A lot of protein. Obviously, you know, got the carbs with rice and stuff like that. So I'll order it when I can.
Yeah, what's your favorite sashimi?
Favorite kind of sashimi? Obviously, salmon's really good. Favorite, though, I would go with the yellowtail.
Yellowtail?
Yeah, yellowtail.
Okay, this is beautiful.
I'm a big wasabi guy.
Okay.
So always, you know, put a little bit on this sashimi and then eat it. So what'd you think? Sushi, sashimi?
I love it. You could never go wrong with that. So I thought A, it tasted fresh.
Yeah.
And B, at least like the variety, maybe one more.
That's true.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Honestly speaking, I think Core has kind of dropped. I think he was really good before, and right now I will say he's still pretty good, but I don't think he's like the top 2 support that I used to view him as. I think he kind of goes to top 3, top 4, or maybe top 5, but he's still good. It's just I don't think he has the same pressure as before.
Little bit of spice there from Hui coming into this game. I like it. I like that.
Little bit?
Top
Ooh,
5.
that was quite a lot of spice, honestly. Hui was saying it nicely, but
Calling Core JJ top 5 is definitely spicy.
yeah.
We're joined by Revenge.
What happened? How'd you get here? Wait a second.
Where am I? What the?
We teleported you in place of Jat.
Oh,
Thank you
nice.
for joining us.
Okay.
I have a question. So you are obviously very close to Gilhoto and Team Liquid. Does that mean that you're biased in favor of them winning, or is it like you want them to lose because it's like your former?
Honestly, I just want the better team to win because they're going to represent us at Worlds, and NA really has to do well at Worlds this year. I really want them to do well, but it is always fun. I mean, I do want to see him succeed and TL succeed, but let's see them bounce back.
He's been here for 30 seconds already and already understands how to give the very
political.
I'm just
he's good, everyone. As we get into game 2 here, TL versus 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves up 1. Champ Select back on your screen. That is so many bottom lane bans.
I was about to say, last game was weird to me with the Draven, or excuse me, the Lucian Aphelios already. It's not something that you see heavily banned out in the meta, and now it's 3 thrown at FBI.
Trundle being banned 2 games, both sides by 100 Thieves. I think that's a pretty smart draft by them.
I mean, everyone knows Trundle is Santorin, Santorin is Trundle, so you basically have banned him out now. No. Santorin can play a lot more things, but it makes sense to get rid of that. Yeah. What do you think of the draft from game 1? Obviously, you're on the analyst test talking about it, but you talked about like the soul lanes not getting anything done with the double counter pick.
Yeah.
Like, did you feel like that was the biggest issue, or was it the overall direction of the draft being so late game focused?
Well, it's more like, I mean, getting something with the counter picks is really broad, but it's like they should have just been more pressure points for them, right? Like, I don't expect Urgot to like solo kill and smash Aatrox into Oblivion up 40 CS or anything, but they needed to put pressure. They needed to gank him. They needed to make Vi answer. They needed to make Ahri answer, you know? And okay, someday
I was thinking in my head, like in the last few weeks, I haven't seen center in a while. Obviously, lots of good centers in the league. FBI is certainly among them.
Oh yeah.
Wukong here makes sense as a closer pick, but could be flexed down the bottom lane if we want.
Senna Wukong is kind of dead in the meta, to be fair.
I hope it's not. Honestly, I don't. I
hope it's not dead. I hope it doesn't go bottom lane.
I don't think that Huhi playing Wukong is going to be like that great for 100 Thieves. Honestly, I think that just FBI on Senna with Huhi on something like Engage or maybe one of the Enchanters is definitely better for them.
Yeah, I mean, Closer's also just an insane Wukong.
Correct.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah, especially.
So obviously you have the Seri Yuumi lane coming back again.
It's back.
The hot topic on Twitter about all the pentakills that you can get on that champion.
I'm honestly really glad they first picked Zeri again because I think that, like I said on the analyst desk, I think that TL was actually doing a great job last game on the Zeri and the Renata. They were even in CS. They didn't lose any plays. I thought they were laning really well. Obviously, it sucked because the Kalista kind of took over the game, but she wasn't taking over the game because they were gapping them 2v2, you know? And that's important.
It's already happened, actually.
It's gonna be
I was going to say I really like this Ahri takeaway, but we're just going Senna Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take an Enchanter with the Senna or a hard engage, and I guess they just went with the Enchanter.
Especially since they played it last time in that game where they fell 4,000 behind. We were talking about in the regular season.
Right.
It was the Senna Seraphine bot lane that ended up coming back and scaling and becoming a monster threat. And you don't want Team Liquid to ban it out in the second phase, so it makes sense that you do that, but does lead to a mismatch in jungle mid.
Yeah, I mean, just keep in mind that 100 Thieves did play the Seraphine mid, and that does kind of throw off TL in draft. Because they're taking a lot of time to ban right now. They're probably discussing whether they should ban supports, whether they should ban mids. It looks like they're going to ban the mids.
Goodbye, Poppy, by the way. Has to be the assumption here for 100 Thieves, trying to pinch the pull of Santorin. Vi already taken away, of course. But obviously, they have some flexibility. Santorin did look really good in the last game, but Poppy's just not going to have that much influence when the game gets like that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just feel like Santorin will probably play something like the Volley Bear potentially, or just something that can contest the Wukong early. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'll play if they ban Poppy.
All right, well, Jarvan actually banned, so decides to leave the Poppy open. Lissandra there as well. And we'll see if it's another mid being taken away here from Ava. Good call up by Revenge on the potential flex.
I did like last time when 100 Thieves took the Ahri on blue side, then double banned mids. I did like the choices that they went for because it made it feel like Bjerg was forced into the Sylas more than like, oh, I really want to play this. So we'll see if they go for the same ones. The Azir was banned out by 100 Thieves last game. And then obviously get rid of this, get rid of the Swain, same exact 2 bans. So Also, Seraphine Senna Swain is the most BS fall comp I have seen this split.
I mean, honestly, I think the Swain and Lysandra bans are really just, it just shows that 100 Thieves understands what Bjergsen's strengths are. Oh, wait, actually, I'm sorry, I'm trolling. TL banned those things. Okay, well, honestly, both these mid laners are really good at these champions. They're really good at enabling their teams with these champions, so yeah. And the Aatrox again.
I was going to say, you called him out on the desk saying Whipple didn't have an answer, really.
I don't know what he's going to play, honestly. I really think that it was a mistake leaving open the Aatrox again, especially with Seraphine. I think it's a really, really, really strong combo. But I do think that TL has a better... oh, it's still off again. Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Hopefully it goes better this time than last time. What you were referencing, of course, is the Philip solo kill onto Bwipo when he took the Ignite. Aatrox able to get the best of him. And so kind of a bit of a redemption chance here for Bwipo to play it.
Yeah, it really is a redemption chance, but I do think that this is a fine matchup for Aatrox. And the only thing that I will say that TL has going this time is they have a lot more kiting potential with the Yuumi and the Ahri. Like, last game they were playing the Sylas mid, so it was a little awkward. Like, it gives Aatrox more power, but I think with Ahri it gives him a little less power. But it is two melee bruiser champions. Aatrox is still going to be very, very powerful this game.
And popping up but not taken. Wants something with a bit more aggression here for Santorin. It is going to be Xin Zhao. Last pick here for 100 Thieves. Mid laner ready to go. LeBlanc is a nice one. Pretty popular into Ahri. We'll see if Albert wants to throw it down here in the 1v1.
Pretty good versus Olaf as well. Oh.
Okay, Sylas instead.
Wow, taking the other side of the matchup. Okay.
I mean, I feel like that's always the way that you're trying to stunt on someone. Like, oh yeah, Beer got all pro over me. Well, I'll just win both sides of a matchup. Nothing kind of proves that point better than that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do think it's somewhat of a team thing with the Sylas. Like, how you use jungle, how you use support, how you're enabling the Sylas early and denying the Ahri timers. Like, these are the things that you really want to look at when you're playing the Sylas versus Ahri, right? Like, it's very rare to see like a 1v1 solo kill in this kind of matchups, and that's honestly what TL failed at last game. So let's see how 100 Thieves does.
I also think it makes a lot more sense in this comp just holistically. 100 Thieves has a lot of options to go in, a lot of CC setup, all these things that we were talking about that they kind of lacked with the Sylas last game. Here you can start things off with the Senna ult. Wukong can go in first. There's all these ways for Sylas to not feel like he just has to yeet himself into the enemy. So a lot better of a draft, I think, for the Sylas itself, as well as having some good ults to steal on the enemy side.
So kind of on that, I'm curious, because last game it was really interesting, and we even heard it from Kyoto, which was great to hear. Nice interview, by the way.
Thanks. I mean, it was a little troll. I'll talk about that after. But
like talking about, we're kind of inverting the roles we've shown a lot in the regular season, and we know Team Liquid, great early game team, but they have certainly floundered in the mid to late game, which is kind of a weird thing for Team Liquid, because historically they've been very good at that, generally as an organization.
Yeah.
In this game, are we more even? I think generally I will tip the hat to Zeri as far as scaling goes, but definitely feels like we're going to line up another controlled early game and have hopefully a very explosive mid game. I certainly know that's what the crowd wants.
This is going to be hype. I really want to see TL actually take a game here because the momentum's going to be so strong for 100 Thieves if they win again.
Okay, so here's the copium angle for Team Liquid fans. They got destroyed against FlyQuest in game 1 and then turned it around and won the next 3 games very handily. So maybe they're just a slow starting team in the best of 5. You go out there, get your footing, get rolled once, and then you play a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, playoff series and best of 5s are really what team has a stronger mental, what team can adapt more, and I mean, this TL roster is full of 5 veterans who are really, really, really good at these best of 5s, so I won't be surprised if they bounce back.
I just like the idea that Mark's like, you know what, everyone gets one OGOT game, wipe it out of your mind, don't worry about it. Aatrox will be just fine this time around. Bwipo on the Olaf, something he's gone through a number of times already. This split, 100 Thieves were defending a potential invade, it looked like here.
Well, Aatrox actually didn't take the Ignite in this matchup. I know Philip did, and I think that it was actually pretty smart. But I do think that the TP will be more useful after 14 and, actually do something for the team.
I think it also speaks to someday as a player a little bit more, being almost always team first. It feels like sometimes almost to a fault where it's like you could take a really great counter pick and he'll be like, I'll play the tank. But here I think it makes some sense trying to be more about team fighting, which is what this comp obviously wants to do for the side of Thieves.
Yeah. Spot is leashing for the L side.
Yeah, 2 red side starts, going to be clearing bot to top for Team Liquid, top to bot for 100 Thieves. What matchup do you think is the most pivotal to kind of try and influence early game for these junglers? Do they have the same game plan? Are they trying to go to the same place, or are there different things?
Well, the difference this game is that 100 Thieves is actually playing the double enchanters, right? Well, Senna being somewhat of an enchanter,
basically
supportive style, right? So I think that bot lane is going to be a lot less volatile and a lot more on the scaling side. I think mid is going to be the most important lane this game in the early game. And whoever enables mid to move, if Ahri can get move timers to top, if Ahri can just get move timers to bot even, it's going to be a big deal. And look at this, level 2
My
gank
favorite
closer.
thing. Yeah, you called it. It's an important lane. Closer takes a look there, but Team Liquid was kind of already
I mean,
predicting
they have
that
a
little
ward.
bit.
They have a ward. Yeah, this is great by Team Liquid to just have the foresight for that, honestly.
I also think last game, I mean, both these mid lanes, honestly, very good at playing with the jungler. It's been a treat to watch Bjerg and Santorin all split. Aber, despite the criticism, certainly has leveled up since a long time ago now. But that last game especially, he and Closer were on the same page. And to your point, Mark, can't really play Silas if you don't have friends to go in with, because Silas is definitely taking one-way trips whenever he chains onto people. So
Yeah.
curious to see how that plays out. Again, I think we will get a pretty relaxed early game, especially in this kind of game. And these two teams are very stable, right? It's kind of the decisions they make later and the way they navigate team fights that really determine who wins games typically for these two.
Well, and I think for Team Liquid, that's maybe a bit of a concern, given all the things that we were talking about in Game 1 about how much they've relied on having good early games.
Oh,
so
it's the Wukong gank.
Here we
Double
go,
over
hop
the wall.
the wall.
Okay, I don't think this should be a kill, unless Senna gets a W.
Guaranteed a kill now that you said that. Revenge, you'll learn the caster curse soon. Here's Closer onto Hans. I think they're far enough away.
I don't think it'll even be a... Oh, wow, it is.
Really nice angle there for the root out of who he gets the flash.
Yeah, wow.
You were right, though. So you didn't caster curse him yet. You haven't leveled up to that point yet.
I think he could have saved the flash and just used cleanse there, but I think he just wanted to save as much HP as possible, but yeah.
I like the attempt at the caster curse, though, trying to get some bloodshed early. There's no way this is a kill. Oh, dang.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong, if you look at jungle right now, Xin has actually been clearing for all this time. Santorin's really ahead of Closer now. After the look mid and now the look bot, it's definitely pretty good for Xin. I want to see how he uses this lead this game.
I think this is something that Santorin does do very well. People praise him a lot for being a very intelligent jungler who gets these advantages slowly, as well as throwing some good mix-up in his ganks. And so here, Closer's the one who went for a bunch of these mix-ups, trying to go for that early mid one, getting the hop over the wall there. And for that time investment, Santorin has stolen away some camps and might be sticking around for a potential play on the top
I
side.
don't think this is good. I think this is a waste of time, honestly.
Someday maybe going to be forced to flash. Damage is pretty big. Going to get the chain down and walk away. Does get out of there. Doesn't even have to commit the summoner.
He will probably have to use TP now, so Blippa will get TP advantage from this gank. Honestly, not bad, because Santorin has a lot of time. He's been farming the whole game, so I honestly thought Someday had enough time to get out there.
Yeah, held the flash. Very happy about that. And still healthy enough to stick around in the lane.
Yeah. I think if he did not get ganked there, he would have had a lot more agency to stay for a lot longer of a time, make it to those ninja tabbies that he could actually he could use at level 6 to just not die to the all-in from Olaf. But this is really.
That's
big.
exactly what I was actually about to ask. What are you looking for your first item here? Is it Caulfields or is it tabbies? Given that you don't have the ignite, does that change what you need to itemize early? Is it more defensive of a matchup in that sense?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be more of a defensive matchup early now for Aatrox. He just wants to get tabbies. He wants to survive. He wants to be able to be in a good lane state for the Rift Herald situation at 8 minutes, because if he's not, Olaf will completely run over 100 Thieves on the Rift situation.
Nice bait, but of course, Yuumi going to be A-OK. Can reattach to Hans whenever he needs. Does go back as mid lane. Arbor going in there for a bit of a trade. Damage is massive. Charm is nice though out of Bjerg. Going to save him from a potential all-in kill there.
Ooh, this is really big, because Bjergsen actually has Ignite and can't base in TP.
So nice bit of trading there to get an advantage in mid lane. Things going okay on the top side. Small gold lead for the side of Team Liquid early on, but not blown the game open in any way yet. But they do have some pretty sick scaling in the back pocket.
Whipple's actually doing really, really well right now top lane. He has a huge CS lead on Someday. This is pretty good.
Someday hasn't used his TP,
and he just canceled his base. I don't think it was shown, but his base got canceled by Blippo, and now he has to stick around and catch XP over the wall. This is really sad for Someday.
So I'm curious, Revenge. We talked about it before. It's like, yeah, I guess he has to use TP, right? Didn't have to use Flash. Should he have TP'd here?
Yes, he definitely should have, to just at least be able to contest the Olaf. I think Someday was being really, really greedy and is getting punished.
Obviously, Blippo doing a little bit better in the matchup this time around. Already a 20 CS lead, basically, once he collects that wave for Someday. A turret plate grabbed as well, forced the TP out there. On the flip side, at least 100 Thieves is able to grab the dragon.
An early dragon for 100 Thieves with these champions is pretty good. And Abe getting those trades on Bjergsen was also really essential for this too, honestly. Like, the Ahri not having the perma push like we saw last game and just kind of taking over the matchup early game, I mean, Abe is just playing better.
Certainly feels like it, as Whippo does commit TP top, but already has Iron Spike Whip done, feeling very cozy with his 25-ish CS lead. That's probably going to get bigger as somebody meets him again in the wave. Also, I may credit Whippo. We didn't see what happened, so maybe somebody just got his base cancelled 6 times in a row.
He got axed in the head a couple times.
Yeah.
we moved our spectator up there to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was a battle.
I want to see if Someday can recover this. I actually want to see, I'm curious to see what TL does for Rift this game. I think it should be a free Rift based on the top gap, honestly.
And I think it's important because a lot of the games that Team Liquid has looked their best this split have come off the Whippo domination games. He can be a little hot and cold, but when he's hot, he is such a play point or a power point for them to make plays like this right now as 3-man dive potentially.
They in trouble. 1v3. Oh, Chain's gonna miss. You do have flash, but I don't think you've got much hope here. Someday uses the flash and still dies to Whippo. 100 Thieves though, trying to make something happen, but there is nothing left in this play.
Man, I really think Someday messed that up. He should not have ran toward his. He should have just ran outward and just tried to let 100 Thieves get some pickup kills after or a fight or something. I think him running away like that just let TL get the kill and get out. That was terrible.
Also, FBI had roamed up to the top side as well, flexed a little bit of farm while Huki stayed in the bot wave and kind of shoved that one in, but Team Liquid has moved to the mid lane to get the pressure down here to collect what Ari had left behind and still be in a position now as they reset to contest this Rift Herald for Team Liquid.
I mean, this was great macro by TL actually to move up. Like you could see right now in the replay, their bot lane is moving to mid to take over the mid wave and let them have pressure for the Rift Herald situation afterward. This is really intelligent by TL. And look at this. I mean, he just ran.
It's kind of free.
Yeah. Wow.
I see what you're saying about trying to run out and flash just up the lane and make them spend more time doing that.
I think Silas. Oh, there might be a fight here.
Yeah, W caught Dirks in there, but not going to really happen here. The Rifto is a contest, but not anymore. Santorin's going to go grab it. Ulti out of Seraphine, trying to find a very cheeky angle out of Huhi, but FBI is going to take the 2 souls and walk away instead.
Much different game for TL this time, for sure. Much different.
Looking a lot better. Drafting some more early game as well on the top side. Like you called out, you had all the counter picks in the top lane last game, did not have any form of playmaking. They're mostly pushed in. Here, Whippo gets a huge lead in his lane, and then they're able to roam up there. That gets the kills. Now they got the Herald. Where do you think that they should be looking to drop this one? Is it to continue to snowball that top side, or do you think like it's invested enough, it's far enough ahead, let's start accelerating the Zeri or something?
I think we have to wait and see how the lanes play out, because anywhere Olaf goes now, he's gonna have prio. 100 to 0. I don't think anybody can contest him right now. So Olaf could push waves, move into river, move to other lanes, and enable people to, or enable TL to just move around the map, and then we could see based on what the enemy does, what mistakes they make, if they give a fight, if they give an engage angle, and then the Herald can be dropped for like its maximum usage, right? Which is ideally a full turret.
And to your point, Whippo down here looking to grow the FTX gold advantage for Team Liquid. Up 2k right now, going to get a plate and kick it up even more. And I imagine Team Liquid are happy to be down here to maybe contest with this next Dragon. But that's not up for 2 minutes. What is up, however, is Someday's number in the bottom half of the Rift. Closure is here for a counter gank. 1v3, Someday no flash, and dead to Santorin.
Wow, this is potentially a full turret break bot. We need to see if they can get this down to 2 plates. They could just rift it and take it here and give the gold to Ari.
Looks like they're happy just using the empowered recall. They did just grab it, so not even halfway done on the Rift Herald there. Just playing around Whippo though, man. They look so good.
They are so up tempo right now. They look. You see Whippo and Santorin both base. They're gonna run out top right now, and they might just be able to. I mean, if they play correct here, they might be able to dive Aatrox again in like the next minute, and then break top turret, and the game is over.
Really heads up play, kind of knowing where the lane assignment's going to come in for Whippo and Someday, and already setting up that play. This is one of those miserable games. I think every top laner's had one of these, man, where you are on an island, your team can't defend you.
This is top lane life, man. It happens. If you make these kind of mistakes early game and you greed, like you will get punished by good teams and good players.
And even with closer here, just no hope for Someday.
Yeah.
What do you do for 100?
Whippo's feeling it, man. He's feeling it. He's really proving me wrong about not being able to deal with this Aatrox.
Hey, look,
pick.
the thing Revenge said is going to happen is happening.
I mean, it's just...
TP, all right, maybe enough here for 100 Thieves. Someday going to have the dancing shoes on this time. Damage for Santorin. Huhi's here, but
it's Huhi TPing.
Defensive Seraphine play. Do they have more? Closes up here, but don't think he's going to make it in time. Unless they're going to tower dive now.
Heads up ward, though, by Whippo, spots it out.
Wow. Still really good macro for TL. I mean, they should have tempo now to be able to contest this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge because you could call that a failed play in air quotes for Team Liquid, the fact that they didn't get the kill on that dive. They blew the ghost and whatnot on Whippo. But at the same time, you also got Huki's TP out, and you had to get pressure now in mid lane. Obviously, you're still in an incredible position.
I mean, it was just bad foresight by TL. They didn't take into account Silas having TP up. They didn't take into account Seraphine having TP up. Generally, two-man dives like that with TP being on is really, really risky, and they should have just played a bit more defensive to just get the TP and get out.
We'll have to see if they can continue making these happen. Still have that Rift Herald charge to use. Second Drake is up. Expect probably a mid push with it, and then using that tempo, or are they just gonna give this one up?
I mean, it looks like the Senna and the Seraphine actually just have way too much prio mid right now. I mean, Yumi is going to be insane scaling. I think giving up these first two Drakes is fine. The third Drake, though, they are definitely going to have to fight over.
The only bad thing is that it is Hextech Dragon, which means it will not be Hextech Rift this time.
Yep.
We'll see it again, I'm sure.
Get revenge out of here. He ruined it.
Yep, I heard Hextech is just the dragon of the LCS now.
Well, now it's Cloud Soul, the old dragon of the LCS. As mid lane Rift Herald's been dropped. Centurion's running a little low on time, but it's going to be more than enough space to get the plates. Yep, there we go. Does charge down.
So generally teams do this when there's no turret to break on the map. They like to just rip the mid turret, get it low, get plates on whoever's mid, whether it be the AD carry at this point of the game, and oh, wow.
All right, Centurion is going in for an ult. He's out there with Seraphine! Massive ulti, but Bjergsen took out FBI already, but still the counter kill is good. It's Silas that gets one. It's Closer with the second, and CoreJJ is loose, but now Whippo's here alongside, but Nabadark is fighting a 1v3. Maybe didn't know it has to flash out to safety. Bit of carnage there, but it's 2 for 1 there. 100 Thieves coming out barely on top.
Wow, 100 Thieves is so good at these situations where they're behind and just finding these fights, finding these kills. They fought so well around Whippo's timing.
Ooh, wanted one more at the end of that play. Didn't quite find it. Overall, though, I think a very nice play for 100 Thieves there to kind of come out even after that Rift Herald charge went off. One, they forced Han Sama far enough away that I don't believe he got any of the plate gold there. And then to go 2 for 1 in the fight afterwards and relieve any kind of pressure. A decent job stabilizing from what is still a tough position to be in. They're not quite back into the game yet, but they're showing the strengths of that kind of ball comp where if Team Liquid get jumped on first or that they don't find a clean angle, they can very quickly run away with these games.
I mean, it's just the fact that they have a top laner who's essentially not in the game right now, and they're still being proactive. They're still doing the right things. I mean, this is just showing why 100 Thieves is going to be really competitive in this series, and honestly, it's just really well played to them so far.
They certainly understand the power of Senna Seraphine, even when behind, as Mark alluded to earlier. FBI also just hanging out in mid. As Revenge mentioned, plenty of prio here for 100 Thieves, so they will happily push back Zeri and Yumi for as long as they need in this game.
And Whippo just reached his spike right now. He got the Gore Drinker. He has the anti-heal. It's going to be really, really hard for Aatrox right now for the next couple of minutes, honestly.
Mythic done as well for Abadar, going for Crown of the Shadow Queen. This time understands that he is face-checking the enemy in a lot of cases. A bit more of a bruiser mage here, but he's going to have to go in alongside the squad.
I mean, I really like what Whippo's doing here. He's using that prio bot. He knows his team's not getting the mid push. He's coming in, throwing an axe, making sure they secure this rift. Honestly, it looks like it's going to be a fight. Someday moved.
Yeah, 100 Thieves want to contest this one. They're on a bunch of those power spikes, if you're just saying, Pastry. Gore Drinker not done on Someday, though. Only one without it.
I'm really curious how this fight will go. I think it should definitely be in TL's favor, but we'll see.
I see 5 ults. In fact, I think 10.
Oh,
goodness, Yumi ulti going to be used. Whippo running on in. There's the root down onto who? He's Seraphine slain. But Han Sama dead in the backline from closest flank. And 100 Thieves, how do they do it time and time again?
Man, 100 Thieves is just really, really good at fighting. It's crazy. And I think Whippo went a little too deep there, but man.
Yeah, exactly. This is what the 100 Thieves comp does, is Team Liquid runs at you with Whippo, and then the rest of 100 Thieves is able to shoot CC and damage into the backline over the top. The bounce by the Seraphine ult, locking up multiple members. Senna ult as well, hitting almost the entire team, being able to prolong Huhi's life just a little bit. Gave time for 100 Thieves to find the backline and blow up Han Sama.
And I just want to emphasize how crucial of a fight this was to win right now for 100 Thieves, because they're now pretty much even in gold.
Yep.
Probably going to be ahead in gold soon, and they're going to be able to easily contest the third Drake. If 100 Thieves gets his third Drake, this game is going to be really, really, really hard for TL.
So really nice kiting by 100 Thieves here, forcing Team Liquid to kind of go into this choke point, which then lands this double charm onto the backline. Closure follows that up, and they kind of just let Huhi die while they focus down some of the backline members of Han Sama there, getting those kills. Then they can focus down onto Whippo after they split that fight up. Just really heads up play, realizing like we don't necessarily need to focus down Whippo, just try and kite him out as long as you can and get the backline.
Closer Wukong is so damn scary, man. It is just doing so much for this team. Like, that was crazy. That was so much of Closer's foresight in the fight to see to go on this area. One shot her. Like, man, it's just crazy what Closer's doing.
I think for me, like, I always like Hey, look at Bit. Bjergsen's he's having fun. Oh my goodness, the slap.
Wow.
Stuff out of closer almost taking out Bjergsen. He's going to have to run away. Bwippo!
Think he's
No
dead.
Ghost Ragnarok popped in the middle of the enemy team.
Actually a disaster for TL. This is a complete disaster.
Yeah, wheels coming off now. Bwippo trying to do what you were talking about, like moving to his team, but Bjergsen had already been chunked out and they lost mid-prio when he was trying to show up and reinforce. So he gets caught out in rotation, blown up. Turret drops as well with that Rift Herald charge. Gold lead still slightly in their favor, but if they get the second turret,
they are.
Oh boy.
And I don't think Bwippo's ulti is going to be up for this third Drake fight as well. And that's going to be pretty much giving the Drake to 100 Thieves. I don't think they should fight with Olaf having no ulti. He's going to be really useless.
Still
they
scary.
only use Aatrox ult, by the way. They have every other ult.
Yeah, everything's up for 100 Thieves. Team Liquid don't really have a great way to contest this, but it's also giving up their dragon. It's not the end of the world, but it puts so much pressure at 22 minutes in to never give up another dragon.
I mean, Ahri ult is coming up. They might try. I mean, they kind of have to. If they give this Drake, it is so doomed.
All right, well, TL are going to move in. 100 Thieves starting up the dragon. Of course, they're happy to fight here. Arbor does have TP. Going to use it now. Nice and early. Gets in there. Bwippo, bottom side. Ulti not quite back up. Up 100 Thieves.
Wow.
They picked the fight instead. Ulti from closer. They're followed up by the Seraphim one. Here comes Arbor off on the flank and a force hunt to flash Santorin low, but not dead yet. Will get the kill actually onto Hui and Team Liquid. They found a way out of this play.
Closer's 1 HP.
Here we go, Santorin trying to make it happen onto FBI. No mana, no health. Bwippo cuts him down, and Team Liquid fighting against 100 Thieves outside the pit. They will not go silently through this series. Abadaga gonna go down as well. Team Liquid just chasing this final kill as Abba, he's awfully tricky.
Fancy feet, making it a little scary to get him. Eventually, they'll finish him off, I think.
Or
I think they'll get him. I think they're just waiting for the Yumi's cooldowns right now, and then it's guaranteed.
Abba maybe just executes now. I think it's been long enough. Oh, he's just gonna recall. They're gonna let him go?
Wow.
That's...
I mean, Team Liquid are going to let him go at the end of what is a very good fight for them. You heard Revenge talking about how important it was for Team Liquid to step up and contest this, and we're actually able to win the fight, get the dragon, stop the stacking, bring the gold lead close again. And just when it felt like Team Liquid was slipping out of this series, they claw back in.
I mean, they practically won that fight without Olaf, their strongest member. So I mean, there's definitely some signs of life for 100 Thieves. I mean, I also really don't like... Actually, never mind. I think the TP was fine by Silas, but...
The engage just kind of whiffed everyone. Closer went in, wanted to get the chain CC with the Seraphine ultimate, but it just took too long to get in, which then splits the fight. 100 Thieves are kind of trapped in the river while they're flanked by both Bjergsen and Hansama. Like you said, Bwippo's showing up now, but at this point, it's over.
It's already over. I mean, they should have definitely... I think Closer definitely pulled the trigger way too early. Abe TP to the mid turret. If he just waited a bit more and found that engage, it would have been a wipe.
Instead, it's almost the opposite, as Arbor does eventually dance away. As we know, there is some action in the jungle. 100 Thieves going to steal away the blue buff away from Bjergsen. The bane of every mid laner's existence is getting your blue taken. But all in all, we talked about it before. It was Team Liquid before they were up ahead. It's FTX gold advantage in the favor of 100 Thieves. Little over 1,000, but only 2 dragons. Feels like the big miss there. They could have had 3.
They could have had 3. I will also say for 100 Thieves side, that was as flubbed of a start to that fight as you could probably have. So they're not out of the game yet. I don't think Team Liquid is suddenly completely in the driver's seat, but it does speak to how if you don't layer that CC correctly, you know, Team Liquid can very easily cut you out.
I mean, this has now just become anyone's game. I mean, the top gap has closed. I actually think it's going to come down to how much Hans can do in these fights as Zeri with the Yuumi. I think that's going to make the biggest decision, and as well as what Closer can do. If he keeps shutting down Zeri and shuts down the fight right away. Oh,
Quad's going in. Hey, speak of the devil.
Wow.
And Yuumi will explode. Closer on a killing spree.
Oh man, that was just looked really sloppy, like a really, really lazy reset from Core.
It's interesting that Core is even on Yuumi. We were talking about this with Jet. It was banned 8 times in the last 8 games, 9 games, as we see. Hold on here. Might have to save this point.
Oh, it's like a Baron start.
This is aggressive from 100 Thieves, to say the least. Team Liquid don't know yet. They need to check, but the Barons aren't dying that quickly. Abba, we're going to turn for the fight. TP in from Bwippo. Now they know Zeri W is going to get the reveal, but Abba, does he have the angle? What a deep TP! In we go, but Abadaga gets shut down by Santorin, and Bwippo is running on in. The cleanser from Hans. Bjergsen has put 100 Thieves looking there, but Someday going in, and Santorin is going to go down. Someday going absolutely off on Aatrox, and 100 Thieves win the fight.
Man, this is just Aatrox with these enchanters around these fights. It is so hard to kill him. Look at that, man.
So much healing coming through for 100 Thieves, and no Yuumi to prop up this Zeri critically. The fact that Hansama had the proc on the shield bow looked like he was about to do the Zeri things, but no Yuumi to speed him up and keep him topped up.
I mean, I'd like to rewatch the fight, but I do think that TL could have had a chance to disengage and wait for the Yuumi. They got them off the Baron. They killed Abe for almost instantly. It looked like Blippo went in and actually lost his ulti and got TNTC'd and died.
It was the last second run out on the ultimate in this Roccat flip the switch replay where 100 Thieves are able to kind of secure this Baron buff. It looks like it starts so good for Team Liquid. The fact that Abba kind of goes in there ahead of the rest of his team and gets blown up through everything.
Just
and then
right now.
Right here, you're going to see a timeout on Olaf right as the Seraphine ult comes in.
I mean, I think this was a huge blunder by Blippo. I think they already won the fight. If they just kited and waited for Yuumi, it's... Yeah.
Yeah, even then, there was a chance that they could still win this one. You see almost getting that shutdown onto closer by Hansama that gets baited to go in and just exploded.
Yeah, I mean, without Yuumi, Zeri is definitely not happy. Look at FBI getting hyped.
I mean, we talked about how they feel like this is such an important matchup for them. It's one of those rivalries they take seriously. FBI talking some smack. I wonder what words he was actually saying there.
We need the mic listening now. We need to hear
no.
Expletive button ready.
As a fellow Aussie, no. But good to see him excited on stage as 100 Thieves up a huge mountain of gold right now. Red Bull Baron buff here on the bottom side as well, looking to siege up some more turrets. Firmly in the driver's seat now after that turnaround fight.
100 Thieves' objective now with this Baron is just to keep them shoved in. It's not really a Baron to secure as many turrets as possible. They just want to keep them pushed in and then take the third dragon when it's up. Maybe they dive and fight them here if Closer finds the angle, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Abba's moving back to mid lane to get that shoved in their favor. You get as much gold as you can, deny Team Liquid as much as you can, but definitely not the game-ending Baron.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to come out, like TL has to come out of their base and turrets here, and I think 100 Thieves will then find a much better engage. But right now, they're just going to keep them shoved into this turret with the Baron and find a really, really good dragon situation.
Mark, how many souls does Senna have?
I will check and let you know.
Thank you. Just curious. Always fun to keep track of the stack there.
Only 97. Not that crazy yet.
97? Yeah, I mean, it's only going to get harder for TL.
Close eating a lot of damage there. Nice little Everfrost pop there by Bjerg.
Pretty good chunk, but they got 2 healers, so
okay.
Don't do too much.
I will say, better job of itemization heal cup for both teams. In that game on with the 4,000 gold comeback from the end of the regular season, there was not a prioritization on that against Senna Seraphine. This time they do it. Wukong also has a ton of base healing with his runes.
And I mean, 100 Thieves is just so strong. They're just going to stay here and pressure and get this turret, and they can just get the dragon on the exit.
This is a little risky because Hui's ulti just whipped, and here comes Yuumi in the front line. Centaurn again with the gold kicker. He's just going up. Aatrox will not be killed. Closer in the back line decimates TL and 100 Thieves feeling good, rushing towards the enemy nexus.
It's game. It's a 5-for-0 ace with a mid push already going. Baron buff still on for 6 more seconds. It thinks they should be able to do this 20 seconds before anyone on Team Liquid's up.
Pop at the top of the Bud Light as they run through the enemy base. 100 Thieves gonna be able to end it here. It's 10 seconds. It might be close, but 100 Thieves feeling confident as they're gonna go up 2-0 versus Team Liquid.
100 Thieves team fighting, man. Like, look at it. This is it, man.
Such a clean fight for Team 100 Thieves there at the end. We were saying, oh, this is not a Baron to end the game. It's about dragons and whatnot. Then they find this disgusting 4-man knockup by Closer to secure that fight. His Wukong, man.
I mean, that is just 100 Thieves. That is their strength. They're showing it right now. They're showing they are better at TL at fighting, and TL has to step up.
Yeah, Wukong already pretty good if you find angles with his ultimate. Wukong made much better when both Senna and Seraphine can help you out as well. And they didn't even need Hui's ulti in the other fight because he whipped it out trying to find an angle on the dive.
I mean, huge props to Sunday. He was out of the game and he kept his mental in the game. He did everything he could to not fall more behind, and he scaled into the game and was a huge factor in why they won, even despite the early start.
Yeah, 4-2-7 at the end of the game.
Probably did a lot of damage. Probably did a lot of damage. I would not be surprised to see him as the most damage or second most damage in this game.
Yeah, you saw him in the middle of those team fights getting huge Gore Drinker procs, hitting the enemy team. Like, that was, for how bad that game started, an incredible turnaround.
But MVP for Closer, honestly. Like, that Wukong game was...
Pretty good.
Wow. Wow. Probably one of the best I've seen.
And this is starting to just feel like the story of this series, unfortunately. Like, I hope not. We've had 10 games already. I would love to have 15. I would love to have 20, actually, by the way, EGC9. Pay attention for tomorrow. But the way this is going, like, we saw 100 Thieves get ahead early, close out cleanly. We saw 100 Thieves fall a little bit behind, still managed to navigate through the mid game. I don't know what pace you're supposed to play at to contest, but this 100 Thieves is very tough to beat. 100 Thieves have made quick work of game number 2, so let's break it all down at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Hello, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I was looking at this draft as it was locked in, and I was like, Senna, Wukong, Seraphine on red side for 100 Thieves. Where does that look familiar? TL's game versus 100 Thieves in week 8. And this was the result. TL actually had, in my opinion, even a stronger early game in that game. And then it fell off there. We're gonna swap to today's. I just wanted to see how these lined up. Wow, look at that. Again, I don't know. I just thought it was cool.
Wow!
Oh my God.
Clap, clap, clap.
First of all, super dope. Emily did not let us know that she was going to pull that.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. While you were going through the first graph, I just hit producers. I was like, oh, can we fly the PGB right after this to compare it to this game? And then, you flipped.
That's the point, James.
I know.
You missed
I
it,
know.
Joe.
So I was like, and then she flipped it to the second screen, and we got exactly what we were talking about. I mean, by all indications, it is looking dark for TL now after dropping that game.
About the footwear, James.
Yeah.
How do you like flip-flops?
Look, like I was saying, I think I'm feeling the flip-flop weather, after game one, right? After game one, I was like, ooh, it's got a little warm in here. Raz, have you found them for me?
Come on.
No, not at all. You have to find your own damn flip-flop.
No, because I am squarely in the 3-0 100 Thieves camp.
Oh, there it is!
Like, absolutely.
There it is.
Absolutely with that game.
That's a massive flip-flop.
Are you watching the series?
It's a flip-flop with a perfect landing.
Because that's how that game went, flip and flop, right back in 100 Thieves direction. Let's start in the top lane, Kobe, because we had kind of talked about how we were looking for a different matchup for Blippo. He gets Olaf into Aatrox, and by all counts early, he builds a massive lead for himself, but it still didn't net the win.
And this is one of the main things that we were talking about in game number 1, where we're like, okay, these counter picks, you need to play around the counter pick. You have to use the counter pick more aggressively. And Team Liquid believers, this opening to the game was exactly what you wanted to see. They're playing around the counter pick. Whipple's getting massive CS lead. They have mid-jungle roam 2 times to go for the dives. They instantly pull off these dives. They get the kill cleanly out. No counter kills, nothing lost. They're getting their big lead, as you can see here for Blippo on the Olaf. But the 100 Thieves team fighting too good later, and it resulted in, as Emily showed in the initial graphs here, the exact same power curve. They keep coming back in these team fights, and even when you have the Yuumi on top of the Olaf, Someday was playing the Aatrox front line so well. This champion, they're both the similar archetype champions, Olaf and Aatrox, where they were drain tanks basically for those later game team fights, but Aatrox brings CC and Olaf only brings damage, and it was creating so much more space.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Liquid understood the risks with the comp going into 100 Thieves. Much like what Emily showcased us, like they faced against it, and even with the lead that they had then, blundered it in the red side jungle team fight when they were fighting around Baron. And so like the big scare is the range from Team Liquid. You have Olaf, you have Zeri, and a lot of the times you're going to be playing with little range in comparison to Seraphine and Senna, especially with Aatrox being super buffed with those Enchanter heals and shields. And so like that became a deep issue, no matter how large that lead was, be it earlier on 500 to 1K, yes, you just fell behind in the fight. So it was really scary to see.
Yeah, it was funny because we were talking to Revenge about the Aatrox, and I know he brought this up a little bit in cast too, but he was like, yeah, the only time I'd really want to blind pick Aatrox is when I have a Seraphine on my team. And that's exactly what happened here. Even though they did, like we said, play that top side so well, he's just monstrous in these late game fights.
Yeah, it's really cool to see too, because right now the conversation and so much of the strategy is all around, oh my God, these 80 carries, the pentakills, the Zeri Sivir trades, constantly, and yet Seraphine plus Senna is so annoying to teamfight as any melee champions. You're just going into so much heal and shield and slow. And you can see from the backline of Team Liquid too in a lot of these clips, their backline is even having to respect it because of the bounce off ultimate and the long range there. So I just like 100 Thieves. They have fully utilized, so many different aspects here as far as, getting to those later game team fights and having different outs.
Yeah, what do you think they should even do from, I'm not talking about the draft perspective, right? Because if you have that lead, we talked about Team Liquid throughout the split and how they, at least in the early portions of the split, would just drop leads in mid-game. at least in that game, what do you felt they could have done better?
They need a clearer win condition for the end of the game. I
Yeah.
think a lot of the problem is where they're planning for, you know? And they've been really good at planning for and getting these early lane phase leads and the lane phase matchups and stuff, but their win condition for the later game has not been reliable for Team Liquid.
That, and I feel like they were just too willing to take full-on 5v5 team fights, given the kind of the deficiencies that you talked about, Raz, like the difficulty of range, and like, sure, there is a point where your gold advantage outweighs the range advantage of the opposing team, but it felt like they didn't have to take those fights if they didn't want to. They probably could have kept the map split open a little bit more, rely on, Bwipo to pressure a side lane with the Olaf and force people to come into 3v3 skirmishes that they might have a better shot at winning when Seraphine and Senna aren't there to, layer over the top.
And that's my key here, right? Because like with Olaf, a lot of the times when we see the Olaf into this comp, it ultimately ends with them wanting to team fight with it. Like either having the Yuumi or a Lulu on top of him, so it feels more of like a bit of a demon when he's charging into the back line of 100 Thieves comp. But yeah, I want to see them play sides more. Whenever I'm seeing an Enchanter-heavy composition, it's like, okay, let's challenge you to play sides. Aatrox is already behind. Sylas, if he's wanting to play sides, we have the better jungler who can skirmish there. So I want them to like just be kind of shameless with that. And then and then when it gets to a point where Aatrox is without TP on a side lane and you know that you have the numbers advantage, then you take the fight.
Yeah, I completely agree. Okay, so one thing is scary, Olaf running with, a Yuumi on top of him at you in a team fight. It's way more scary if Olaf with Yuumi on top of him is running at you in a side lane and you don't have teammates around you to protect you.
Yes.
I think it's super interesting here that TL chose red side. And one thing we actually hadn't covered going into this game, but I think we're probably all in alignment, is that we did know 100 Thieves as this incredibly strong red side team. That was part of their identity. Last year when they won the championship, it's still been, I think, a part of their identity this split. And it's super interesting given the prio on blue side in these matches that TL are purposefully choosing red side.
I was about to say, Raz, 100 Thieves has kind of proven what a lot of other teams have been unable to do so far in the postseason, which is that they can win from red side.
Yes.
And that, to me, makes it an impossible choice now for Team Liquid, red or blue. You've lost on both. They go red. They want the counter.
If this works, this changes a lot of the mentality for teams in the LCS playoffs because I have not seen a team decide to go on red side this playoffs. It's been blue side. It's been heavily dominant on that front. And I think this is just Team Liquid saying that they have a specific strategy in mind. And I want to see what lane they're targeting.
Yeah, backs are against the wall. The situation's reversed from spring when these teams have faced off. Team Liquid needing to put 3 together to extend in the upper bracket. Now, during the 2022 Summer Split, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-store client and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a LoL Worlds 2022 Finals event or a set of 9 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. Entry period closes September 4th, so make sure you get it in before then. Now, 100 Thieves, they're up 2-0 in the series, and while we ready ourselves for an all-important match point, we're getting a sneak peek at another battle for the crown in House of the Dragon, streaming now on HBO Max.
We're driving.
Get ready!
The gods have yet to make a man who lacks the patience for absolute power. The threat of war looms.
Against whom? Whomever may dare to challenge us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
gonna crush it, and it's not gonna be like last year, where last year ending second, we felt kind of, in a sense, lucky that other teams were as bad. Even though we were bad, we could come to second. I think this year we don't really care where enemy teams are at. I think we're in a pretty good state, and we're ramping up still. So I think all of my teammates and myself included, we're pretty feeling confident, and we just have to keep momentum, and I think we can crush every team.
Does that look like the face of Alaya? Doesn't to me. They are crushing right now in this series. A clean 2-0, making it look like a short day perhaps here for us. Welcome back, chat, by the way.
I mean, mate,
magician.
We've seen reverse sweeps between these two teams before,
True.
but 100 Thieves definitely feels like they have a lot of momentum. They won both Summer Split matchups. They've won both of these games. They've won the last 2 best of 5s between Team Liquid. They're really putting on a stretch of dominance. Add that to the fact that in Game 1, they won with the early game comp. In Game 2, they won with the scaling comp. What can't they do?
It's one of those ones where you're just sitting there like, well, what advantage is working for us right now? And for Team Liquid, there doesn't feel like the clear play around this angle. Because even the counter pick in the last game, which they set up and got ahead, fell apart because Someday did so well. You can hear there's a loud contingent of Team Liquid fans who don't want this series to be over. I was talking to some of the fans, they're like, I can't go home already. I wanted a full day of games.
Yeah, you come to the LCS, you don't want to go home at 3:30. Like, you want to stay there for 5 games. So there's definitely a Team Liquid pull in the studio right now.
On the flip side, online, people are eating this series up. There has been this pretty big backlash against Team Liquid. They've become the kind of team to hate online. And I was scrolling through that post-game thread, and fans are rabid with how they're getting torn apart by Team 100 Thieves here.
And for Team Liquid, they have to shut all of that out and just focus on this game. 3rd game in a row. I'm actually very surprised to see yet another Aphelios ban. With what we've been seeing in the playoffs, the fact that they're trading all these power picks, they're playing against Callistas, they're playing against Sennas, they're playing against Seraphines, but not that damn Aphelios. They got to keep him out of there.
It's interesting, too, because you presume now that 100 Thieves will take the Zeri, Yuumi, or something like that in their scaling matchup. So it is strange to me to see the Aphelios priority continue to get permabanned throughout the series. Yeah, FBI is insane at it, but it's not like that dominant in the current meta.
And 3rd game, perhaps a 3rd look here for 100 Thieves, particularly in the bottom lane. Love the Ari here, back from Arba as a quick refresher on the bans while we lock this in. Never mind, FBI wants blood. It's Lucian time.
So we haven't necessarily seen a super high Lucian Nami priority in the LCS, but different regions have different mana pockets. I know in the LEC there's been a ton of just Lucian Nami slamming in draft to try and take over.
And 100 Thieves is the team that's used it the best this split so far. When we saw a lot of teams trying, they would not get enough of a lead.
It's time. It's also time.
We're going to all the pocket picks.
I'm also time. Wait.
The fans are excited to see it. They need some kind of momentum. They need something, and I guess Zilean might be the angle. It's been one of his highest win rate champions in the entire LCS as Pastry's 10 and 10 series would have informed you if you watched it. Yeah, this is one of his best champions. It's just, usually it comes out, it feels like, in that moment where you have some momentum, they have this thing working for them. Here it feels like they're just hoping that this somehow gets them back into the series.
It's definitely a bit of a Hail Mary because it's not particularly countering anything 100 Thieves has currently. It's basically just, we're gonna do this because it's worked in the past.
We saw the Bedge emote there. I'm happy to announce, I think the LCS Twitch channel now has BTTV emotes.
They do.
And FFZ emotes. I think 7TV is coming on the way. So you can get spam all those Bedge, Wokage, Monkasteer, my personal favorite.
Get him in there.
I will say, if they lock in this Leona, which they do, this is more the style that Team Liquid has been able to win on in the past. I was very happy with their ban strategy in the previous series when they were just getting rid of the enchanters to put Core JJ in engage versus engage matchups. They don't have that now because the Lucian Nami still has the ability to win lane, but at least Core JJ has a big go button, which has been noticeably lacking from TL in their last 2 games.
And I mean, even you were talking about previously, Core JJ off camera, is someone who you want on engagers. He's not to sit on your AD carry. When you get Core JJ on Yuumi, you're not getting an insane playmaking Yuumi. And even in that last game, he was the one who got picked off right before that critical Baron fight. So this is a return to his style, and hopefully that will give them a way into the series because they have a lot of playmaking already.
And as Revenge was mentioning, there's that Aatrox
Audible
again.
groan in the audience for that one.
Run it back. Instead of the Olaf this time, even though Olaf Cillian would have been nice, they have the Urgot, hoping for it to go better this time for Whippo.
Yeah, I mean, you heard.
That's all you can say right now.
Revenge was laying it down that there's no answer that Whippo seems to have for these blind Aatrox. Comes in yet again. Here, there is a few more synergies, I think, within the Team Liquid comp. The speed up for Sivir to help the positioning for things like an Urgot, who can sometimes struggle a little bit, as well as the bomb that you can just yeet onto your Vi as she goes flying in, so you get a little bit of extra damage on whoever her primary target is. There are some little synergies.
I can imagine like those little crab legs going super fast when Zilean puts 99% move speed on Urgot.
Running around you with the shotgun knees extremely quickly.
I mean, I can see it. I can see it.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Another different look, as you mentioned, for 100 Thieves. Feeling very comfy with all the different, like, shells they can put together. And I feel like this bottom lane especially, this is like, we want to go home early. You know what? Let's just win the 2v2, absolutely smash you, open up the game, and then make it a sweep. 100 Thieves are here to make a statement against Team Liquid.
I mean, you saw FBI popping off in his player cam last game, having some choice words most likely for his competition, and nothing would be more of a statement than slamming them game 3.
Love the energy in the crowd right now, heading into this possibly series-ending game. And also, if 100 Thieves is able to close this out here, they will be going to Worlds, which is in North America. And this has been something that has been on these teams' minds the last 2 years. Originally, 2021 World was scheduled to be in North America. That got pushed back due to COVID. 2022 Worlds in North America, the most important year for these NA orgs that have made heavy investments. Team Liquid has to go to Worlds. 100 Thieves has to go to Worlds, and 100 Thieves can secure it here.
Okay, so in game 1, Arbor took first strike, so I thought he was just having some fun with Bjerg and maybe getting some gold. He's got Spellbook, so he's actually just walking up to intimidate him. 100 Thieves definitely feeling it here in game number 3.
I respect it. Trying to push in mid lane. You can do some tricky level 1s. If you do something like that and you had, like, say, Nautilus behind you, you can buy that space for Nautilus to either find a hook or slip into the brush behind you. Not the case here. Just doing it for dominance. Runs right through the bomb. Doesn't hit him.
So we've seen 100 Thieves win both of the first 2 games. In game 1, they had Prio in all 3 lanes. Didn't really give Team Liquid an opening. Team Liquid didn't get a single kill. Game 2, Team Liquid was up 3,000 gold in the early game, but 100 Thieves had the scaling team composition. I'd say this is closer to the early game strategy that 100 Thieves had in game 1. They don't have forms of reliable engage. I really feel like they need to do a lot of work in the early game to win this one.
Yep, should be able to have pressure in 3 of the lanes. All 3 landed by Someday there. Nice level 1 trade for him. But like you're saying, Ahri presumably should be able to get a good shove in mid lane. Bot lane is much more early game oriented than Team Liquid's.
He's got Conqueror, like, it already procced. I think somebody's just like, yeah, you want to fight? We'll go for it. Whippo, though, dodging that second Q, but looks like the dust will finally settle after the little top lane scuffle.
Whippo playing in front of the wave, though, being super aggro, trying to zone him off of it. Feels like maybe you could see in the between the games, they showed a glimpse of him. Looked very frustrated with kind of how things have been progressing so far in the series. Feels like he might be feeling the pressure to put some more carry weight on himself and win this matchup as hard as he possibly can.
Yeah, I've heard Whippo talk about when he plays these unconventional champions, a lot of times he'll bluff in lane and kind of check the other player's knowledge of the matchup. And that's one where I think he says, you know what? Either he knows he wins the level 1, or Someday just doesn't know what happens. And in either of those cases, Whippo would be able to get a small advantage, but you can see a different level of aggression from Whippo in this laning phase, really trying to push the advantage.
And he was called out by the desk for not using enough of this counter pick to actually win the lane. He was kind of under his turn. I think this time around, making sure that he's actually getting the most out of this counter pick. Because we've seen Someday is more than happy to just become a mid to late game teamfight monster on the champion.
Yep. And instead, it's an invade here from 100 Thieves. Of course, Botlane has Prio in the 2v2, so Santorin's blue buff under some pressure, but will smite it away and walk out safely.
That's a win for Santorin. He's able to secure his jungle camp, and also Huhi and FBI have a longer path back to lane than Hans Sama and Core JJ. So first aggression countered by TL.
They're gonna scoop up the crab here. Gonna make sure at least his bot lane, if they are gonna be pushing in, which they will be, then he can give them some extra coverage. Guess the Santorin is very likely going to the top because he's going to the same space. And Arbo continuing to do well here in the mid lane matchup. Zilean, of course, not going to be, massive lane dominant mage. Bjergsen knows his way around these matchups. Typically CS is very well, but Ahri's going to have prio. Absolutely. Bjergsen's going to have to do this for quite a lot of the laning phase.
Yeah, by far the hardest thing about playing Zilean is the early laning phase.
Yep.
Once Bjergsen has items, he can CS easily, but no one else has been as good at early laning phase as Bjergsen. That's one of the things that makes Zilean so good.
Bottom lane had some fireworks here. Santorin, as we can see, is pressuring down here. Hans just barely
good wards.
Missing that spell shield, and as you said, the wards do spot Santorin.
Second time in a row, or maybe it was game one, that there was an attempted play by Santorin as the wave pushed out to sneak into the lane brushes, and they saw him the entire time. He does escort the wave in, but not actually able to get anything. Here's Sax Flash.
FBI's cleansed as well, but that's a good Q! FBI gonna get ignited, cleansed off the CC, but still burning down. Should be okay, but does avoid the gank.
That was so interesting because they saw Santorin originally, and then FBI does the emote, and it's almost like the emote mind game was like, aha, I saw you, surely he walks away, and then he just steps up. But Santorin just stuck around and is able to get through something.
They warded the middle brush to be like, okay, in case he comes back, but then he just came out from the back one. Does burn flash straight as summoners there onto FBI, but that is pretty big to relieve pressure. I don't think Santorin's game plan necessarily for these first 10, 15 minutes is to insanely snowball a game or a lane or something, because you should have the scaling advantage with the Sivern. So if you can relieve some of that pressure and make it so FBI has to respect ganks more in the future, he can't push as hard without his flash up.
Certainly like it there as Arba TP's back to mid lane. Bjerg walking back will hold on to his TP for a potential future bit of tempo play. Someday has spotted Santorin on the Krugs. Going to try and get some of them there. Does some damage, but mostly here for that deep controller that Someday puts down.
Yeah, he actually kind of helped him out. The medium Krugs are pretty much the most worthless camp in existence. It's the baby Krugs that are actually very valuable for those of you who don't know, and Santorin was able to get all the really small Krugs.
I appreciate that play by Someday, though. Going in, getting deep vision. It's one of these things that I think you won't see it a ton of the time on camera highlight. It fortunately was there because Santorin was on that spot, but he sacked the wave priority to sneak into the jungle, get some vision down. Santorin clears out one, but there was that second pink ward that you see he snuck in and was able to spot Santorin clearing back down to the bot side. So doing such a good job on the weak side, not getting resources, but still providing value to his team while not falling behind in CS.
And I really want to see what happens with this first dragon, because it's something 100 Thieves has been able to secure in both games so far today. Vi very good at the early dragons. Bjergsen now level 6, which does give them a little bit of an advantage. That very first revive, I think, is so powerful in mid-game fights, but they just don't have bot piles. So Closer starting that dragon, and I wonder if Team Liquid is going to be able to contest.
Bot prio and no sixes, I think, is a huge thing for the rest of the map. Yes, Bjergsen has it, but Santorin, using his flash in the bot lane, does not have a clean way into this fight necessarily, and so Lucian Nami, pre-6, very happy to scrap and fight. Poppy as well, you could argue, gets a little more value out of the base kit, so no chance for TL to contest.
And I gotta say, these buffed up Ocean Drakes are amazing for laning phase. So if Bwipo was hoping to push his advantage more in that matchup where the CS has gone even early, he just lost a lot of power there. The harassment that you're going to see from Sivir Ricochet is so much lower on FBI now, considering he'll have the Ocean Drake regen as well as the Nami healing. And I feel like this is just going to allow 100 Thieves to apply so much more pressure in lane, getting that first Drake.
Also mid prio as well, as we saw. Arba able to roam down there to the dragon, make sure it's a-okay. 100 Thieves, again, like, good aggressive team, good early game team, but not maybe in the way that we traditionally talk about them. They're not just skill checking every lane matchup and trying to kill their opponents. They can do that. It happens every now and then. Certainly the bottom lane likes to really test their limits in a lot of the 2v2s, but it's more about how they play as a unit once the mid game rolls around. The advantage they can create really open up a game, and this first dragon is one of those stepping stones.
Yes, and they've displayed that in both of their matchups against Team Liquid today. They displayed it throughout the entire summer split, having a very statistically average early game while still going 14-4. So the time they have spent together, especially the core of FBI, Huhi, and Closer, all the way back to the 2020 Golden Guardian squad, moving to 100 Thieves and winning that LCS title. They are so good together.
That is a sick little angle. Bjergsen is going to get the ulti out. Resurrect is here. Can they follow up? Might be a bit tricky. Bjergsen going to get out of there, but I do love the attempt.
Yeah, unsure there. I think if they wanted to try and wait it out with the Ignite ticking down, hold that last auto, maybe you kill him. He had flash the entire time, so very hard to actually find a kill there. Bjergsen, in a sense, comes out just fine from that, getting the flash out of Poppy. It looked like such a sick play, but then the fact that the chain CC didn't quite kill him before he get the ult out.
It does possibly set up this Rift Herald, though. If they can get a Rift Herald fight before this Zilean ultimate is back up, it will be advantageous to them. Core has matched the roam at the moment, though, so 100 Thieves definitely is not starting this. The question is, if FBI ends up matching this. Look where Hans Sama is right now. So Team Liquid has done a very interesting rotation. Again, they've moved their bot lane to mid lane really early in the game, and Bjergsen is teleported to the bot side, and that cues 100 Thieves to start the Herald.
But Bjergsen is moving up, does have the zillion speed ups to collapse.
This is strange.
Yeah, felt like they weren't sure if they wanted to sack it or contest it, and when 100 Thieves weren't on it clearly right away, Team Liquid realized we actually can contest it.
But it's slow, so he's walked all the way up right now, and it's a 5v5.
Yeah, we're gonna actually just have a fight.
Oh, he gives Core 6. He gives Core 6. Core can engage now.
Nice work there. Poppy ulti charging up. He's gonna get you up, but the spell shield doesn't matter because the ulti actually whips. Closes in trouble. Stolen Herald for Santorin. Team Liquid don't need to live as first blood goes to Hans Sama, but the rest of the kills may be flowing towards 100 Thieves. They get one back as Blippo falls, but it doesn't look like there's gonna be anything else left. Core JJ low, but 100 Thieves gonna just defend the eye and kick them out.
Yeah, playing defense there. Might want a little bit more. Don't land any of the setup.
Back into the bomb. Abadaga picked it up off the ground, and Bjergsen Zillion claims another one.
We talked about reaching into the barrel for the pocket pick to try and find a way into the series. Bjergsen might have just given them one. They win that Rift Herald fight, snatch the gold lead back. They were not able to get the eye after winning it. It did time out, so successful defense in that idea, but still a good team fight win to one, deny it from 100 Thieves, but also find a number of kills. This bomb setup initially, getting the stun there, gives Team Liquid the way into this fight. Closer able to get the W off, but still blown up through that. And then from there is still some threat with the early game power of 100 Thieves, but they do such a good job cutting this out.
It's such a massive win for Team Liquid. Zillion passive giving level 6 to Core JJ and having the level advantage on supports. You can see who he's still level 5 there. And just the double bombs are so good picking up that kill at the end of the fight.
That one was extra sick because it's a zoning setup there. It's almost like a frame trap if you're familiar with fighting games where it's like you're just between two abilities that are on the screen, you can't do anything. And Alba steps the wrong way because he's like a few pixels and just gets got.
I love working fighting game terms in.
Same.
Get some footsies. Is that frame positive on shield? What is that?
Bottom side, it's 100 Thieves pushing it down again. TL will claim the gold lead up just under 1,000 for the FTX gold advantage, but feeling good despite not getting the Herald. However, 100 Thieves will not be perturbed. Still going to try and shove down and get some plates.
Yeah, this is possibly the best game state the Team Liquid has been in this series, 11 minutes into this game 3, because they have initiation tools and they have a gold lead. So they have probably better scaling, but they also have multiple players that have a very good go button. Core JJ's Leona and Santorin's Vi. So when they set up around objectives, they'll actually be able to find fights, which they just haven't been able to do on their own terms this entire series.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is they have had leads throughout this series, but 100 Thieves has found ways to out-team fight them, come back into the game, and it's kind of this relentless playmaking that 100 Thieves has that makes them so difficult to take down. You talked about their not super impressive early game stats, but the reality is 100 Thieves has lost a single game on stage in basically the last 2 months. You have to go back to the start of July. There was only the one loss to FlyQuest that they had that they ended up kind of giving that one away, but other than that, this team has only lost that game. So they have been on an incredible tear like they always seem to do in the back half of the split.
And you can see 100 Thieves opts not to contest that based on the power spikes the Team Liquid is having right now. Instead, they're going to pick up 2 plates in a free wave top lane for Aatrox and close the gold lead a little bit, but Team Liquid secure a very important Drake.
Almost evaporated, honestly. I said it was almost 1,000 before, but someday, top of the charts.
A lot of plates.
On the gold. And yeah, just farming plates. Even gets one on the back end there as Bjergsen comes in to scoop up the wave, and actually 100 Thieves will just barely retake the gold lead. So call it even as 100 Thieves. To me, one of the most impressive things isn't just their playmaking, which is absolutely elite, but they understand like when they should just give something up. Not a lot of teams are like, oh yeah, we don't need that, and they do need Bwipo. So tidal wave's in, bubble is good, and that's one for Abadaga.
There they go, picking on Bwipo yet again. You saw in the previous game how Team Liquid sent some resources to Someday, shutting down, still found a way to contribute in the later portion of the game. Here, that feels like what is going to have to be the case for Bwipo after dying for the second time this game.
Yeah, a cross map being attempted for sure by Team Liquid. You can see Bjergsen already taking that turret. Hans Sama had pushed up. That was matched by Aatrox, and they're taking control of this whole jungle here. But I think it's still a very positive play for 100 Thieves because they're getting gold onto Lucian. That's something they were unable to do in the early game. Hans Sama's Sivir has basically his first lead of the series here. He got his first kill of the series on Sivir as well. He'd been shut out in his 2 Zeri games. So very important for FBI to be able to catch up to that gold a little bit.
Absolutely the case. Hans Sama on the Zeri, we've had such a focus on that champion in the recent weeks with how much the meta seems to revolve around Zeri and Sivir and whatnot. And to see the Zeri not only not controlling the mid to late game team fights, but not even finding kills was shocking in some sense.
It was.
So here in a much better position. I also think that Sivir is more his champion. It's more within his comfort zone. A champion that's been out for a really long time. He has tons of games on her, but also a lot more about just front to back hitting things and getting your ricochet damage to the fight.
I actually can't believe somebody's getting away with it. I guess Closer is in the area. TL don't want to overextend, so instead of trying to commit for another wave and maybe getting the turret, they'll just let Sunday have it for now. Sunday also pretty strong, but lots of back and forth here as 100 Thieves. Feeling cozy. Again, I think so many of these games are going to come down to what happens when the team fights really do erupt. For now, both teams are just kind of coasting.
Absolutely. Second Rift Herald comes up soon. That's a much bigger objective now because of the local gold that it also gives. And then Mountain Dragon, I think, is just such a powerful Drake because of the resistance that it grants. And because the game is close, I think we'll have a very high chance of having big fights break out around those objectives.
So you can already see them setting up a little bit for it. Someday staying up on the top side. Abba does have Unsealed Spellbook, and just, there he goes, pops the heal for the TP. You can see him going down to the bot side because he is the one with the TP to match. And so Whippo, no TP, actually took Ignite in the matchup. And with that, we'll have to roam up to the top side if they do want to contest the Rift Herald when it spawns.
I actually really like what Someday has managed to do with that top lane turret. He denied it being taken at 1330, which saves the plate gold, but then also no local gold being given away, as far as I know, from anyone on Team Liquid when it actually does fall. So little things that are going to keep, you know, if they can stack enough micro advantages up, it could be enough to send him over the top.
He's the Herald, though, as he talked about, Jack. Very important objective here. 100 Thieves already kicking it off. There's the TP off from Lava. Right into the bombs. The waiting odds of Team Liquid. And Berkty going to make it a 4v5, but the tidal wave is decent. Closer trying to kick him out. Doesn't get it, but can they get a kill? It's Call It Slow. Someday goes down, but FBI gets put into the Vitamix and goes down to Whippo. And now Closer running for his life, but is not going to live. Hansama flashes in to secure the kill, and Team Liquid come alive.
Bjergsen putting Team Liquid on his back. The disrespect teleport right in front of the Zillion. It's the easiest double bomb setup you're going to see. The chain CC follow-up by Core JJ turns it instantly into a 4v5 for Team Liquid to just chase them down.
I kind of just feel like sometimes you forget.
It's been so long.
It's been so long since you've seen Zillion. Nobody else plays it, but Bjergsen always has the practice and the ability to pull this out. When he starts the TP, he's not even thinking. Bjergsen pops out of the bush and just suddenly double bombs. You're
Surprise!
Like, oh, I guess I'm dead. And then the fight is over because Abadaga has done absolutely nothing. 100 Thieves isn't in position, and actually a missed ultimate there. I feel like Bjergsen could have easily kept Core JJ alive as well, but they still clean up the fight.
Yeah, nice sidestep on the Nami ultimate as well, being able to go back into this fight. The Meat Grinder getting the kill, getting the fear off as well for the 3 kills. The Rift Herald as well. Huge. It's absolutely huge. And now with this, and Hansama having some more kills as well, he's accelerated in the game. This also helps recover Whippo. They're feeling a lot better.
Second Drake, though, they're going to keep the fights going. So even though Team Liquid did win that fight, they haven't had a time to spend the gold. You can see first major item completed for everyone, and then one other small component. So it is still just a reset. If that engage doesn't happen to Abadaga, what happens next?
Yeah, 100 Thieves starting this one, trying to play with tempo, but most of the ultimates are coming back up for Team Liquid, so it's going to be a straight 5v5, no inherent advantages. Nice use of the Herald right away to just put some pressure on them.
And I really like this from Bjergsen because he can still zoom back to the fight. He escorts the Herald. The Dragon takes so long to kill now that it has 12,000 health. He's back for the fight.
Yep, here we go. 100 Thieves is going to try and get the objective. First things first. Santorin moving in, but he's not going to get into the Drake. He's going to be zoned off there. So Drake's on 100 Thieves. Does indeed go down to Closer. But what else happens here is they are going to back away. No fight wanted here for 100 Thieves.
Team Liquid have the inside track, though. Herald's still alive. They can potentially get a second turret after forcing 100 Thieves to take the long way around out of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they should be able to get that huge amount of map pressure. 2 mid turrets, 4-0. Team Liquid really trying to keep this series alive.
Swinging the game back again. Now they're back up to the FTX kill advantage they had kind of when they kicked off the earlier portion of the game. Back up to 2K, but feels like that is not enough. We've seen this lead in the last game. I feel like you need more against a team like 100 Thieves.
I don't want to be disrespectful for Team Liquid, but until the Nexus is dead for 100 Thieves,
True.
I'm a little concerned for them. They have lost a number of games where they had big leads, and 100 Thieves is an incredible team fight team. Even though they have this more early game index into their draft, like they've shown that they can still pilot these expertly in late game situations.
Absolutely. But Lucian Nami is not Senna Seraphine. In terms of late game scaling, there are much more champions that you want to have take over in the early game, and 100 Thieves has not done that. But I absolutely agree with you. Team Liquid can't just think that this game is won. They still have to earn it.
Even mentally, right? Like, it does not feel good. We've seen the players as they stream out after the game walking down the halls, like, the pressure is very real for this team. We've talked about it all split long for Team Liquid, and BO5s are a lot about momentum. They don't have any right now. Like, yes, they're picking up a little bit. This feels good, but to Mark's point, it will not feel correct until they've at least got themselves another game to play.
Yeah, a lot to prove. We talked about how the game score is so heavily in 100 Thieves' favor in recent history in the last 2 years. If you go all the way back, though, to the start of franchising, when 100 Thieves joined the league, they were also still going at it. That was the first finals Team Liquid ever won. It was the first one that 100 Thieves competed in. And so even going back into those 4 or 5 years, this has been kind of the marquee rivalry of the franchising era, and you know that you're not just happy with the one game, you're not happy with a foothold back in the series. They want to win.
Well done, Horizon, as well. Don't forget, 100 Thieves to the win here. Don't just keep themselves in the upper bracket here in the LCS Championship. They'll also book their ticket to Worlds, be the first team from the LCS to do so as well. Someday just chilling with Blippo, but he's got a couple of friends. JJ, ooh, he tried for the fancy flash E-play, but doesn't land it. Someday gonna get out of there, but feeling a little lucky as Centaurion's going to make a go of it on the dive now.
100 Thieves just biding their time, hoping that Team Liquid maybe over-dive here. They are there to counter.
It's 4v3.
Go for it.
The tower's here as well. TL, I think, correctly back away there.
I think so too, especially diving without Zillion, so they wouldn't be able to have that free carcass to throw at the turret. Get revived.
That is a morbid way of describing Zillion. It's like an old siege tactic of the medieval era where you're throwing heads and bodies over walls.
Except then with Zillion, it comes back as like a fully formed active human.
It's like a zombie.
Has all his abilities. Yeah.
I don't want.
Not like a zombie.
In charge of a.
He's a normal human after he revives.
Yeah, he reverses the process.
Yeah.
You just wind time back a bit and you're Gucci. That's totally how it works. Don't worry about it. Team Liquid, oh goodness, Abadaga getting aggressive. Björk's in the target. Centaur needs the charm. Stopwatch burnt though. Tidal Wave following in, but 100 Thieves are pushing for a play here. Out one we go. There's Hansama kicked out of the fight, but not for too much longer. Civil with some pretty speedy feet, and there is no objective to fight around 100 Thieves. Trying to make the play and come up empty-handed.
Nice look by 100 Thieves, but not able to actually find a single target to lock down and kill. And without those ultimates available, they're quickly going to back on out of there. Team Liquid going to reestablish control. Minute and a half for the next Dragon. Does feel like this is a game that Team Liquid is happy to kind of absorb those punches and keep scaling. They're going to be able to grab this turret most likely pretty soon here.
This is absolutely seeing that 100 Thieves needs to be ahead for this team composition to work properly. Because when they try and force like that, it is just so difficult. That was Abadaga getting in, landing the charm, and then they don't even burn a flash or a Zillion ultimate, right? The tools they have, they need to be pushed up in multiple lanes, have the other team coming into them, and then just repel them with Lucian Nami and Ahri power. They're not in that state, so Team Liquid can pull the punches.
All right, here we go. Fight around the red bar, but Team Liquid feeling good. Whipper in somewhere else getting the turrets down, but that's a kill for Hansama. FBI with the calling. Oh, Centaurion looked around, but the flash is good to get himself to safety. The bombs are scattered through the team. Who he's going to be forced to flash as well. And now it's a 4v5 because Closer's not here for this next Dragon.
Still works out nicely for Team Liquid. Contest the red buff, find a kill, force 100 Thieves out of their jungle, growing that lead now up to 3.6 thousand after Bwippo finish off that turret. Getting the kill on Closer, 0-3-0. He was an absolute monster in the first 2 games, and while Closer does have a great champion pool, and I respect it all, but he is more the Wukong player to me, the Viego, the guy who actually can become a monstrous threat in mid to late game team fights. He's less of the setup for his team tank player, and so this Poppy pick not working out for him right now. I don't blame him necessarily for how this game has gone, but doesn't have the same potential to pop off in team fights.
Yeah, and you could see there Ahri was in top lane. That was definitely not a timer for 100 Thieves to fight on there. Back for this Drake, though. It takes a very long time to kill it, and 100 Thieves, they want to fight.
I appreciate the panache for 100 Thieves, just unrelenting in this pressure. Closing in to get a big knock of Hot Summer, though, has been popped by the Zillion Ulti. Someday pops the watch, but Whippo, huge 3-man fear, puts him in the Vitamix, but someday they'll does get two on the back line as well. FBI will the flash away, but Someday is carrying the team in this fight. Vioti's still there, and it's an explosion. But Team Liquid come out ahead.
What an explosive fight that was! Top laners just exploding people back and forth, and Team Liquid come out ahead.
Get the ace, get the dragon. It was dicey for a second there. I thought 100 Thieves made the right play, kiting out the Zillion ultimate on Hansama, but the bombs by Bjergsen in the late game combined with Whippo just carried that fight.
I don't think 100 Thieves can get much better of a fight than that. When they start the engage, get Hansama to 10%, and then are able to get the Zillion ult without killing him, you think, like, damn, that's exactly what they need. Someday, even if you watch him, gets a wicked double kill at the back of this fight, but it is just not enough. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, so really intelligent there, like you're saying. They get the ult onto Hansama, then they ignore them and go into defense mode. The stopwatch by Someday is huge, but Whippo flashes into his backline while Someday flashes into Team Liquids. They both get these monstrous kills, but then from here, the ultimate still being up by Santorin is huge to kill FBI, and then that double bomb by Bjergsen was just huge.
They just should stop fighting! Who either caught out and killed Whippo? Gonna eat him alive, and now the round's on the table for Team Liquid.
This is gonna be hard for 100 Thieves to stop. No summoner spells on anyone, and we have Sivaralt and Vialt ready if Team Liquid wants to peel.
Of course, Zilla up as well. Here we go, FBI! Gonna be opened up by Santorin, but he's just gonna be killed! That's Divine Sunder as Bjergsen throws himself into the enemy team. With the choke point is filthy for all these Zillion bombs, and Santorin just keeps on trucking. Close are gonna be killed as well. Team Liquid are feeling it.
Looked like it might have been a bit of an overstep there, but that's that buy Zillion combo we were talking about. Lock them in place for those double bombs to come in. They get that kill. Bjergsen ult allows him to just scoot out of what was a very dangerous situation. And now Team Liquid should have a free, uncontested Baron.
So gold lead now 4.3K. Baron power play is usually about 3 to 3.5. Team Liquid's going to be in massive control of this game. Bjergsen even able to peel off the Baron to defend that mid turret. They just keep pushing.
So didn't wait for Whippo. Maybe didn't need to. But the Baron buff still secured there as we'll watch this one again. I mean, 100 Thieves, caution to the wind on all these fights.
Yeah, and same with Team Liquid, honestly. Their trigger pull is so much better in this game. They know there are no flashes on anyone. If you can get in range to press the button, you press the button on that Lucian, and look at the damage. The bomb just finds its way, and Bjergsen's able to revive himself even though he jumps into the middle of everyone.
I mean, no other control mage can just follow a Vi like that and get away for free. But because he's on his signature pick, he knows I can actually just sprint in there and res myself. It's basically like a Zhonya's if the enemy team wants to camp your carcass. And so the fact that they can't finish off Bjerg and then wait for him to res, they try and find new targets, but they're just too far behind at that point to have burned all that onto Bjergsen and not actually get the kill.
And a fun little fact that was just shared for me. We've talked about how Bjergsen has played this champion and been around for so long. Currently sitting at 4 kills with 9 assists. That's a pretty classic Zillion scoreline. If he gets to 9, so 5 more from now, he will overtake Turtle for the all-time kill.
Wow, Bjergsen wants to extend this series, give him as much time as possible.
Exactly, bomb those kills.
They have Baron buff right now. They're pushing in. They're likely to win this game. It also feels like this Bjergsen Zillion, he only seems to pull it off in playoffs. Like, I'd love to see his playoff win rate on Zillion versus regular season, because when they need it most is what he saves it for.
Absolutely. We were talking about how it just felt like a bit of a Hail Mary. We didn't see a ton of setup at that point in the draft when they locked it in. And it has been, I think, the biggest factor in this game for why they've been able to come back and win it. Getting these skirmishes in the early game in their favor. Now the rest of the team is starting to feel better as a whole. The engages are working. Hansama having the best game of the series thus far for him. Whippo stabilizing. I will say, Someday's still been a monster on the Aatrox. He is probably the only reason this game is not over right now. Him in the top lane alone is kind of dragging 100 Thieves kicking and screaming to still be slightly able to contest this game.
Yeah, if Aatrox also had a Zillion, then maybe he'd be able to carry the game.
Complaining about the enemy team comp being a little bit more supportive.
They get to have 2 lives.
Well, Bjergsen is indexing into the other part of the Zillion kit. Plenty supportive now with the Cosmic Drive and the Everfrost, and level 16. That's actually huge for Zillion. Yes, Ravenous Death Cap now done. It's close, just has to get out of there. GoJJ's ulti was about to clip him.
Yeah, you can see 100 Thieves doing their best to try and keep the waves out. Also, another reason we love that Sivir pick for Hansama. They push lane so quickly. Abadaga trying anything he can to get it engaged, just unable to make it land.
Trades flash for flash, though. The nice Everfrost to set up the charm. Should he spell shield the Everfrost, which is what Hansama was doing, Hansama realizes, oh, I'm about to get charmed, and has to respect flash away as well. Does relieve a little bit of pressure, but now there's no alt flash on Abba.
And here we go. The dive for Santorin just clicks onto FBI, and he just exploded. Whippo again, blending up 100 Thieves.
Bjergsen also heals off the turret at the end of that fight. Really good synergy there. Urgot, Vi, Wombo combo. This may be it, even though the Baron buff is down. They have 2 people killed, and they might look to end.
Yeah, only Abadaga feels like he might be able to defend this one. Someday might try and step forward. Hard to wave clear here.
All right, we'll see. Someday again. The hope here for 100 T has been massive all series. Can he save it here? The Bomber's going to stun him up, but Someday's still fighting. Very tanky Abadaga onto Bwipo. One more auto needed. Does get it with the Foxfire. The res happens there for Someday. Had GA, I guess. So back up he goes.
This is really interesting because Mountain Drake is up. TL definitely tried to end the game, but they're very low. Bjergsen can teleport back. He doesn't need to, though. It's more about having Core JJ and Santorin healthy, but 100 Thieves now 5 alive and looking to get this Drake.
Yeah, Santorin low as well, not much mana. Will have his ultimate up potentially, but for Team Liquid, this might be just a sack of the objective, and for 100 Thieves, feels good. Should be an objective bounty on that, as well as getting the soul point potentially in your favor. If you can find a way to hang around for another 5-ish minutes for the next one to spawn, you get a steal, there's a way back into this game. It's a tall order, but this is the first step.
Yeah, it's like the door is left very slightly ajar, but you can't even really see through it. You just know it's open. You don't know what's
like a little
inside.
wind coming through. It's like that Sherlock Holmes scene where he spritzes the stuff in the air.
Well, this combo was nice.
If this happens, though, there's not much they can do.
No. There's not a ton of peel for a Vi flying at your face, double bombs thrown onto her, and a downtown Urgot ultimate getting the kill. There's actually a lot of follow-up to the Vi that can come in from very far away, plus the Sivir speed up, plus the extra CC from Core JJ. It makes it very hard for whoever Santorin decides to kill to actually live.
Yeah, you can pre-bomb the Vi, too, if Bjergsen doesn't even want to fly in.
Throw one on, wait in, throw another. Killing range pretty long. Bjergsen obviously knowing the limits of the champion as well. 4-0 and 10 right now. Just racking up all the assists alongside his old buddy Santorin. Been great together this split. Been great together this game. Team Liquid need something back here. On the precipice of flipping that momentum, kicking off this series in the direction they wanted here, and taking a game of 100 Thieves. It sounds like a small thing. It sounds a bit silly, but it is huge to win the first one here. And all bets are off if Team Liquid win this game, and by all measures, they should.
I mean, this is kind of how it went in Spring Split, where Team Liquid was the one who jumped out to a quick 2-0 lead. Absolutely dominated through that part of the series. You had the famous interview with Closer saying, like, we weren't playing like humans. And then they started to, and that's when they came back into that series. For Team Liquid, I think there's a feeling that not only was 100 Thieves playing well for the first 2 games, but they were not playing up to their own standard. And so when you have a good game, you start having that confidence again. You say, yeah, we can beat these guys. Suddenly that changes the entire scope of the series.
There are so many reverse sweeps in League of Legends. It just seems the momentum in the series can swing so quickly. And also, when we talk about the fact that they haven't played against each other, drafted against each other for so long, finding that right adaptation that really clicks the series can sometimes be the thing that is unrecoverable from mid-series. So, again, TL trying to go for Baron here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, call the target. Closer wants to find a different angle. Bjergsen is the one he finds. Core JJ low. Dies the armor. Bjergsen holds the ulti. And now it's a 5v4. But again, they've got the Zillion in the back pocket. Han's in trouble. Does not get clipped by the charm, though, as Someday goes on in. The double bomb to that, but there's Closer. Finds the backline. He's knocked up Hans Summer. Urgot's got to kill. FBI's absolute the res. And Bjergsen's ulti still finds Hans, but can they find it? The damage still good. Abadaga desperately diving into the team, but Hans stays alive, and that is gonna be game.
They just did not have enough damage to finish off Han Sama. They threw everything at him, just not quite able to land the charms. The revive coming in. Closer had a really good flank, as we see barely who he able to get out of there. They almost had it. Now FBI's in trouble.
Yeah, FBI's just dead. Bwipo scoops him up, and the Team Liquid fans in the audience gonna have something else to cheer about here. Bjergsen zooming on in, saving the day on the pocket pick Zillion. Team Liquid gonna give us at least one more game.
Big bounce back from Team Liquid. They reach deep into their back pocket, pull out the Zillion, and boy, did it work.
Strap in. We might be in for a long day It looked like 100 Thieves was cruising in this series. They run into Bjergsen Zillion, who absolutely takes over this game. And like you were just saying, Jack, draft adaptations. Is this something that's going to become the focal point of the draft? Han Sama on Sivir instead of Zeri? There's so many things that just flip.
A lot of Liquid support in the audience as well. Chants before the game, chants after the game. 4-0-13 on that Zillion, 17 of the 21 team kills. I'm actually really curious what their body language is after this game because they look very stern after the losses. It kind of looks the same after the win, too. So very level-headed, trying to stay not emotional as this series progresses.
Definitely.
Okay, Ben is very excited.
I mean, Ben is looking like that no matter what just happened.
That's true.
Like, as a team manager, he's very, very excited. I mean, sometimes you need that. Everyone's like, we have 2 more games. We have 2 more games. He's like, you got 1 at least. You know, like, you just need that kind of spark plug sometimes in the locker room. So I appreciate it, Ben.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Fun human. As apparently, we're done with this game for now, but let's break down that Team Liquid win over the State Farm Analyst Desk. Please give me 5 games. But what happened in this one?
Well, pacing time, if Team Liquid drafts like that, we very well might be going to 5 games. When everything's on the line, they go to All Reliable. We had wondered what the red side might have in store for us as the majority of playoffs has gone the way of blue side. And it seems with that 3rd pick before we get down, to the 2nd round of bans, they lunged for the Zillion.
Yeah, it felt like 100 Thieves wanted to get counter picks. So it's like, okay, we banned the Azir, and we're going for a 1st pick Ahri. It's a challenge to what Bjergsen can really do in the 1st phase, and then maybe we'll layer on more bans in the 2nd phase. He was like, you know what? Hand me that Zillion, straight up. And it's a series changer, because now you have to give him that respect that the Ahri 1st pick with the Azir ban is not free.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to Bwipo, too, for coming back this game in the fights. I think that's what he struggled with last game. I think that he actually did manage to nullify the Aatrox in the laning phase last game, but his fights were really, really brutal. I think that he misplayed a lot of the fights, but honestly, this game, he really took over and showed, like, some light for TL in their team fighting, honestly.
Yeah, they had a lot of good combinations here. It's castles we're talking about playing off of the Vi and layering these stuns. Also, really good timing from Bjergsen on these bombs, getting a lot of space as well for them to work with. But those combinations, Urgot ultimate coming on, the single targets, Abadaga walking into some of the bombs as well.
Yeah.
Definitely have to adapt to that one if you're going to let.
Oh no, another one! More bombs!
Man, this was so crucial for the game. These 2 fights, like, if 100 Thieves was able to win these fights a bit harder, I think this would have been a completely different game. Because I do think that their early game this game was really, really good. They got the 1st dragon, they were doing well bot lane, they were doing well top lane as well in the counter matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, this was honestly 100 Thieves' game to win from the early game.
Yeah, I think he did make some crucial mistakes. And you even look at the later portions of the game where Team Liquid had a really large lead. And 100 Thieves played well in 2 fights.
Yeah.
That felt like they could have really turned it, but their bruises were unkillable with a juiced up Zillion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you can see, when we talked about the Abba-Bjergsen comparison, right? A lot of the reason why some of us favored Abba was because of the way he played in team fights. Bjergsen on this Zillion does create so much space for them. I actually thought that 100 Thieves, not in this specific fight, but in a few later fights, technically out-team fought TL, but because the Sivir had so much protection, they just were not able to get onto Hansama, and a lot of that was large part thanks to this Zillion combination with the Vi, with the Urgot.
As I pass things off to Kobe, let's just roll one of those fights you're talking about. Probably one of the better looking fights for 100 Thieves that TL will still come out on top of around the dragon here, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it so many times, but the space that he's able to get with this Zillion, 29 and 8, and then here the revive as well. On someone not going down. Bwipo comes back in. There were so many of these where he gets somebody with the ult, he comes back, he flashes in for the giant fear on the back line.
I mean, this was so close to being a huge highlight play. If this W landed, if this Q landed, Someday could have potentially turned this around completely.
Someday was trying his hardest. He was almost carrying this for 100 Thieves.
But like crucially enough, Hans was completely griefing this fight as well, and this can't happen in the next games in the series. Like he really has to step up and make sure that he's playing really well in these fights.
Yeah, the Bjergsen Zillion magic, it has only so much magic in it. You can't have that first pull out of it again.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Bjergsen Zillion affords you the opportunity to make that mistake and still come away with the win, but that's where we call into question, Red. The first thing you said was, is it going to go straight to the ban table, right? Is that enough for 100 Thieves to say, okay, never again. Now when you make mistakes, like you do there with the misposition, you die immediately. You don't get that second chance.
I think so, and it's mostly off the fact that if 100 Thieves are getting put onto blue side and they want to find a strong flex, hey, you have an amazing jungler with a strong champion pool. Same goes for bot lane. And hell, same goes towards, you're never going to pick first pick top laner unless if you really have that confidence in someday.
Unlikely, really unlikely.
He doesn't
really
need it. That's the thing, he doesn't need it.
Exactly.
No.
So just take it off the table because I really do like the idea of first pick Ahri if the Azillion's off the table or if the Azir's off the table, but it's not panning out in this circumstance.
But I really wonder what they're going to open, right? Because they've been banning Draven, they've been banning Trundle, if I'm not mistaken, in all of the games on the 1, 2, 3. And I feel like if they do leave these things open, it's going to give TL more of their win condition as well, right? So.
Habadago is a little tense from those bombs. He's like, you know what? Don't worry about it. We'll avoid the bombs next time. No more bombs.
That was some real grimacing. Like, he's got some knots in that. Yeah, like, all right, bro, relax.
We gotta call that guy back here.
Actually, ban the Zillion. Don't worry about it.
Okay, this is equally interesting to me as the side selection from the previous game. 100 Thieves going to blue side, given the fact that TL just won from red, and the talk that we had earlier about how 100 Thieves is generally happy to counterpick. Obviously, Raz, I think, as you said, like if they just ban out the Zillion, it does kind of put the onus back on Team Liquid to find another strategy to win from red side that is not available to them anymore.
Yeah, and also I think a lot of teams, this is something that they for sure expected a Zillion pick, right? They just thought they could deal with it. And they'll look through this game and be confident, hey, if we didn't make these specific mistakes in the early team fights, we would have done well in these in this game. They're probably, I'm not saying they're going to do a full run back. I expect that ban that we were just talking about. But I think the same composition, the same idea is going to come out. It's just more so on the players saying, what we had worked. Later on in the team fights, we were just better and the gold advantage was too large. Let's run it back partially.
I mean, it's going to be hard for us to tell, right? This is a time in series where players' confidence and players' opinions really matters, and the coach will take that into account, right? Like, if Abe goes backstage and goes, guys, Zillion was not an issue. We can deal with it. I want to play against it. I'll get a bigger lead, or we can do this and that. I mean, there's a chance, like, you don't want to hurt a player's confidence. Be like,
that's
no,
when I hope coach
right?
smacks you down. And says, absolutely not. We're banning the Zillion.
Same thing goes for Aatrox, right? I mean, Aatrox has been 1v9 all 3 of these games, but if Whipple's like, no, I want to deal with it, it's really hard sometimes for someone to just go, no, we're banning it.
That's great insight.
And I feel like that's going to come down to what the players feel, and coaches will always take that into account.
Emily, would you want, I'm going to jump to the bot lane. 100 Thieves went for a much more aggressive look with the Lucian Nami, but given the previous games and the way they played out, the way we were looking at the Senna Seraphine, would you not want them to go back to something that just scales? Because they've proven, I think, time and time again, even in this game, they feel like the better team fighting team. Rely on that, no?
It depends. With blue side, I'm very curious to see what they do, especially if that Zillion ban comes through, because not only is it Bjergsen Zillion, but like we've been kind of talking about how bot focused this is. It just provides so much protection for the Sivir on top of what she already has. In lieu of, obviously, they didn't pick an Enchanter bot side. For 100 Thieves, though, I do think they can draft something that still does well early with late game scaling options because they do believe that strongly in their 5v5 fighting.
Well, honestly, I just feel like it's going to come down to what bot lane they choose. I think that's the advantage on blue side, right? As you're saying, I think this is still a really like bot-centric series, and I think that I'm curious to see if 100 Thieves will actually choose the Kalista side again on the first pick like they did in game 1, or if they're going to go for the Zarya themselves, because I think FBI is a great Zarya, and we haven't seen it this series yet.
Alrighty. Well, while Team Liquid is the team that needs to put 2 together to get the win, the onus is on 100 Thieves to find an answer to that previous game. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it'll be the 4th game of this series. We'll see whether or not Team Liquid Honda can tie up the series, or if 100 Thieves will be becoming the first LCS team headed to Worlds. It's game 4 right after this.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go. We're all warmed up now.
This is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
Oh, I had fun last game until I didn't. One-shot him. Nice, guys. First target.
I want to look at Sun. I'm going Lucian.
Lucian. I'm looking Violent. I got him. More. Go. We win.
Just kill us.
Kill Lucian. I need to go on Aatrox together. Okay,
Sun 2 seconds.
I'm holding Lucian.
I got them all.
Nice, guys.
Good job.
Lucian no flash, Angel.
Aatrox flash.
One of these teams is about to punch their ticket to the LCS Championship. You can see it all happen live in the Windy City. As a reminder, we're going to Chicago there. The United Center will be the venue, so visit Ticketmaster.com to grab your tickets for the LCS Championship weekend at that United Center. We'll have a fan fest, we'll have League of Legends. It'll be great, and we have just another championship around the corner with the next generation of talent competing in the Proving Grounds Finals next Monday through Wednesday, live right here, actually, in the LCS Arena. Get your tickets now at TIXR.com to see the future stars of North America battle for the crown. Get tickets. That's it. Buy your tickets.
Team Liquid 100 Thieves Academy playing in that Proving Grounds. Talk about it.
It's actually crazy. We've talked about how much that the LCS teams have played against each other. 3 best-of-5s in the last 2 splits. The last 2 splits, TL Academy and 100 Thieves Academy have played in Proving Grounds finals. On Monday, they also play another best-of-5 against each other. So intrinsically linked, these 2 orgs are competing near the top.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy that we're still going through the series. It felt like it was all wrapped up. You saw the LCS hype man who like throws out the poros into the crowd and stuff like that. He gave away the bucket after game 2, heading into game 3, he gave the bucket to a fan because it seemed like he just assumed there's no way Team Liquid was going to bounce back. But indeed, we're here again. He had to use a paint bucket this time to hold the Poros because somehow the series still going.
The bucket diff. That's when you know the faith has left from our lovely Daniel. What has not happened, though, is the crowd here who wants to stick around for the full 5 games. Ready for some more Team Liquid wins.
Lot of the let's just watch some good League of Legends fans in the house. And there's the prop bucket.
Hey, adding it.
Yeah, I mean, the fans, I think, felt like a big part of potentially why Team Liquid still had some momentum in that series, despite looking pretty dead through the first 2 games. The fans did not give up hope. They were cheering them on. They were loud.
So finally, Aphelios is through, but so is Zeri, and so are both Enchanters. So curious what these teams think the most valuable thing is. Mark, you and I were also discussing whether or not we'd see a 1-2-3 Zillion ban. We do not, but looks like first pick Vi, and that's to me a dare for Hans Salman to play Zeri again.
I think it's a dare for that. I think it also worked with the Zillions. Maybe they're thinking that they can break up some of that combination based off what they just paired the jungle with it. We'll have to see.
You thought it was going to be Zeri? No, Seraphine. This is a bottom lane that Team Liquid has played before to much success. They actually managed to bully the lane as Seraphine Nautilus and then still have very strong team fighting. So power pick, technically Seraphine could flex, but I'm almost certain that's the bot lane duo for Team Liquid.
Super different draft already from what we saw before. Some of the takeaways coming for 100 Thieves. We'll see if they go back to Ahri. It has been good historically for Abadagi. You'd probably say his best champion this split, despite missing some charms in the previous game. I think, you know, he should be unperturbed by that. Go right back to it if you think that's your best chance.
So technically they could play Zillion now, but I don't think it's a very good angle because it's not comboing with the Vi or anything crazy like that. Silas would also be a good pick. That's a trade that these guys did in both games 1 and 2 where they played both sides of the matchup. Let's see if they go mid lane.
Oh, this is left up, by the way. I forgot about this one.
This is interesting because the Swain have been getting banned out in the 4-5 position of bans by the team that was playing against the Seraphine. So this time, Team Liquid do not want to lose this champion and take it earlier on in the draft. This also gives them 2 bans to, you know, set up some more stuff for jungle, for 100 Thieves to try and get rid of anything that the Swain might want to play with. And they were one of the people who did enjoy the Seraphine Swain comps.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 1-2-3 in terms of what their mid lane and bot lane was in their FlyQuest series. They actually played Seraphine, Swain, Nautilus. It was with Trundle and Renekton to round out the team comp. They obviously can't go with Trundle, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did throw in a Renekton at some point to go with this just really beefy team comp. Just take a bunch of mixed bruisers, throw them with Seraphine, and go to town. That's the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, post 6, you are just this unstoppable meatball in a lot of cases. For 100 Thieves, they do have some of the tools to deal with it already, like high burst and pick comp potential. You might want to see them index even further into that because it's very hard to win just DPS-wise against this team that's constantly getting heals and shields and speed-ups that multiple members are going to take.
Yeah, I'm already at minute 0 here in Champ Select, mentally preparing for extremely long team fights.
Yes.
Like, the game is very different when these comps that can sustain for so long and fight for so long are against each other. Ooh, a 100 Thieves Aatrox ban, not wanting to lose it to Whipper, happy to take it away from somebody who's been stellar all series.
Yeah, Revenge talked about this a little bit on the desk, but Seraphine Aatrox is a very powerful combination of champions, so I can understand 100 Thieves won game 2 with that combo, not wanting to give it over for free to TL.
Does feel a little bad, though, given how well Someday has been playing on it. Kind of checkmating them in draft a little bit, saying you have to not just ban out this champion, but it's banning it away from your player.
Okay.
Hello, Nocturne.
Wow. So this is interesting to me because it doesn't quite fit the exact mold that the draft have been going so far. The Death Ball comp, you kind of want to stay grouped up as 5, and Nocturne can sometimes end up ahead of the rest of the team. There's no easy follow-up right now. Should you go flying in as the Nocturne, you can run in there with Seraphine speed-ups, but you're not instantly on top of them right away.
I actually really hate it at first glance. We'll see if it works, but a lot of times with Nocturne, you like immediate AoE CC. So that's why like Nocturne Row is really good. That's why Nocturne Cannon is super popular. But this Team Liquid team comp is very much sustained team fighting, which isn't Nocturne's specialty, but it does have the ability to get maybe a finishing blow on a Zeri who's just jumped on the outside of the fight. It can go in with that set. The Blippo has hard carried a game with so far this split. But to me, the 1-2-3 of Team Liquid makes a lot of sense, and the 4-5 are pulling off a different task.
also very different matchup this time. He played the set into Gwen and kind of just got control of the lane and destroyed her. And as a carry champion, Gwen from behind becomes nothing. Orin, excuse me, is a champion that's always somewhat relevant with the CC that he brings. Very different draft from game 3. I thought we would see micro adjustments about maybe you ban the Zillion, maybe you pick this away, that away. They both just went straight back to the drawing board, coming out with 2 very different drafts.
Yeah, you can see that little notebook that they have on stage. They've turned many pages. It's not like they just turned to the next page of the draft. They've turned like 15 through and like, okay, this is what we're doing now.
Back of the book.
Surfing.
I guess the back of the book they did last time. They like found Bjergsen Zillion and it fell out. They're like, okay, cool. We'll pick that. Fun one here, though. I know FBI has played Zeri before. In my head, like, he hasn't played that many Zeri games. Certainly not recently, but obviously she's kind of been taking over series recently. So it'd be kind of funny for us to get all the way back there, especially if we go the distance, because FBI couldn't take over on the early game champion. Now wants to try and take over on the late game, but...
Correct. And also, Zeri's a champion, especially when there's an enchanter you can pair with it, that many teams have just not been allowing to happen. But as the blue side team, 100 Thieves didn't even prioritize it early. They actually dared Team Liquid to take it. They've given it to Hans Sama twice. So in terms of like the Zeri wars, 100 Thieves is definitely winning that mind game. And in my opinion, like if you just have Lulu Zeri, you have a chance to win any game because of the hyper scaling ability that that combo has. We'll see how this one turns out.
Crowd still juiced for Team Liquid.
Keep it up.
Have to see if they can do it.
It's gonna be a long day.
Second time on red side here. They won the previous game on red side. Gonna have to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, loser of the previous game always gets to select the side. So Team Liquid wanted to be red. This last game, 100 Thieves wanted to be blue, so clearly saw something that they wanted to make a big pivot to. And they have a lot of different things here. So we talked about it. Ornn is the big change for Someday. They banned out the Aatrox. They put him on a huge team fighter. This was their bread and butter in the Summer Split regular season because they could almost always, if the game was close, group up around objectives, win fights, and take control of the game that way. They also have the Zeri Lulu, which is a hyperscaling combo we've seen throughout the world. But they've given over some very powerful champions as well.
It's also interesting to see the Yuumi, just kind of whatevered away a little bit here. Zeri, Yuumi can be a little bit more prone to all-ins. I think the Lulu gives you a little bit more laning presence. And with the Ornn on the weak side, top side, you expect a lot of focus on the bot side for 100 Thieves here. And when you look at how the previous game was lost in some sense by them, it was skirmishes at Rift Herald where Abadaga got double bombed twice in a row. And that was a situation that if you just pick more scaling and team fighting, you're not necessarily doomed if those early Rift Herald fights go poorly. So when we came into the day, we were talking about how teams had drafted away from what we historically knew them as, and 100 Thieves was more the late game team. Here, they've pretty much gone back to it.
Yeah, to get back to that a little bit, throughout the Summer Split regular season, 100 Thieves was a very average early game team statistically, but then still went 14-4, winning a huge percentage of their games. Team Liquid was the best early game team in the league, but still only won an average amount of games compared to how good their early game was. So haven't been able to put things together as a team. We've seen a lot of that already in this series, right? In game 1, even though 100 Thieves did draft early, they closed it out super well. Game 2, they outscaled. And game 3, Team Liquid went back to scaling, still won early game. So that's the strategy. If you can pick what you want, pick better scaling in an early game, would be what Team Liquid has kind of tried to go for in these last 2.
Well, Whippo counterpick certainly working out in the early stages of the level. Been playing past the wave extremely aggressively, trying to keep Someday punished. But as we know, Ornn especially, and Someday as a player, happy to play weak side. He's going to have to. Also curious to Jat's kind of point in draft, how this Nocturne's going to play out. To me, it's kind of like Vi with extra steps. Not sure how I feel about it, but...
24 health?
Hey, look at that.
I love the Swain health stack. Anything that can permanently stack anything feels great to me. Nasus, Vigar.
Yeah.
Swain. But yeah, I think the...
Missed the cannon.
-1s in chat.
Yeah, -1 legacy points for missing the cannon.
I think what you were just saying, though, about where the Nocturne goes is interesting to me. That was kind of the curveball that caught Jat and I in the draft as well that doesn't seem to match the rest of the kind of meatball identity that this team has. As we see a gank coming out.
Front door gank, but closer, big damage on Bjergsen. He's low and he's dead!
He did get the W, though, so max health. That's huge.
Back to life.
That is huge for 100 Thieves, actually. Being able to not only get the flash, but not burn any summoner spells themselves. So that's a repeat gank they can pull off when Ahri hits level 6 for a possible guaranteed kill if Bjergsen tries to do anything in mid lane.
Yeah, that's a disaster setup there for the Swain early on. Just a relatively low range farming champion as well, so it's going to be hard to not fall to another gank. Gonna have to see the Nocturnes kind of set him up. Just Abadaga
so
landing
good.
a charm. Just didn't. I can't believe he didn't flash it.
Yeah, and then also Closer being like, no, I am in range. I
Max
don't need
range
to
Q.
flash for this. So patient yet effective. And then Bjerg flashing, thinking he might be able to survive, but still dying is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, to clarify, I was surprised that Closer didn't flash. When he put it there, I was like, really? Surely that's the play with the early level Vi gank, but gonna hold on to it for perhaps a repeat, as you're alluding to. And good stuff for Alba and Closer. Definitely wanting to be much more proactive in the mid game here with this pairing.
Yeah, this was exactly what I was saying about the Poppy in the previous game. Just doesn't speak to me as a closer-style champion. Even when he built the Turbo Chem Tank in the first game, it was still about Vi kind of being the one calling the shots, starting fights, and scrapping. He is such a force for 100 Thieves. In a lot of ways, the engine, I think, for their team. Even if, maybe FBI is the late game carry or Abba's an important part of the setup, it does feel a lot of ways like Closer's the one who picks the fights. And even in the comms, you can hear how vocal he is.
You can see the Seraphine Nautilus, though, still getting push in this bottom lane. Another reason that Ahri gank was so important, because they need to have prio somewhere. You could see Set was actually farming behind Sumday's turret at one point. Hansam and CoreJJ are pushed. So the only place 100 Thieves can actually play the game right now is through mid.
I think it also makes a question of what Team Liquid want to do, because presumably Santorin's thinking maybe I can go top and play with that Set, but now do I need to recover the Swain?
This is going to be a good chunk of damage.
Nice bit of timing. Respectful flash, but I think a necessary one there for Abba.
Yeah, potentially could have got chain CC with a claw by Bjergsen there if he did not end up flashing away. So respectful there, not 6 yet. Critical timing, because if you make that gank a little bit later, that's just an Ahri ult.
Ooh, it looks like they're going to be able to take the Dragon off of this pathing by Santorin and the bot push as well. I think Mountain Drake is probably the best Dragon for the way Team Liquid wants to play. They just need the burst resilience from Mountain Drake, and then they have the sustained damage from the Swain and the Seraphine. So this is very ideal for TL right now.
Only wish it was a soul, but otherwise, very good for them.
Yeah.
Able to stay beefy and get the most out of resist.
What a difference bot prio makes. Seen in so many of these games, in fact, all of them so far. 100 Thieves with the pushing bottom lane or pushing lanes in general, able to get that Dragon. This time it's Team Liquid, nice and early on the objective.
It's just such a cool meta right now, too, because we thought the entire identity of bot lane had kind of become, do you go the early game route with Kalista, Draven, or the late game route of Sivir, Zeri? And in this series, I think we have seen more available strategically than just that. So it's been very nice to watch.
We've seen Senna Seraphine, we've seen Seraphine Nautilus, and we've even seen multiple Aphelios bans. So there's still an unspotted strategy so far in this series. Just a lot of mind games going on between these two bottom lanes, for sure.
Closer approaching 6. Abba is 6 now as well, so maybe there's something we can do here. Bjergsen's flash isn't going to be off cooldown for that much longer, though, and I imagine he will play with the needed respect from a potential gank. Santorin feeling groovy. Just takes out that crab and walks back to the blue buff.
Yeah, that's such a nice early game, being able to get that first Dragon against Vi while you're still farming up on Nocturne trying to get level 6. Yes, his mid laner did die to one gank, but that's not a jungler's fault. That's not a jungler's responsibility here for Santorin. He needs to...
Oh, I can make it with the jungler's responsibility when I'm in solo queue.
Yeah. Santorin, get level 6.
Why weren't you there? Why didn't I have wards?
Yeah. Why did you make me get hit by all those skill shots?
I think this is an interesting game from a strategic perspective of when the power spikes come in, because we've seen side lane pressure for Team Liquid in top and bot. They're at 6, I would think, have a bit scarier of a team with the Swain ult, Seraphine ult, and all these coming through.
Yeah.
But then you have the Masterwork, Ornn items, and Zeri. I'm wondering when all the power spikes will make 100 Thieves feel like it's time to start contesting Dragon Stacking. Because presumably Team Liquid is okay playing it a little slow as long as they're controlling these neutral objectives.
I think so too. We definitely haven't seen these combinations of champions fight each other, so I can't say for sure who has the better scaling. My gut tells me that Team Liquid is going to have a large period of this game where they're stronger, but if it does get to that like 45-minute state where Zeri has 5 items and everyone's masterworked, then I think 100 Thieves would outscale. But a large portion of this game, I think 100 Thieves is going to have to be opportunistic with the way they fight, because if it's a straight up 5v5, I think TL will have a stronger chance.
You saw it there on screen for a bit. The FTX total gold is great news for Abadaga, who got that first blood kill, so it does have a little bit of extra gold, but that's honestly the whole lead, and not really much of a lead for 100 Thieves. This has been pretty quiet, as Team Liquid and these teams in general definitely much more concerned about the objectives, and Team Liquid are very early to these.
Yeah, I think this speaks to kind of what we were just talking about. Team Liquid have control in the early game and stronger 5v5s at 6. 100 Thieves don't even blink. They just stay completely bot lane as Team Liquid ran up to the top side. Seraphine leaking back bot lane. This is one of the times you have to be careful. When you commit that many resources and you half roam up to mid and go back bot early, you can sometimes get dove. Not going to be the case here. Gets back to lane safely, but FBI was able to grab 1 plate. Might get 2. Not the case.
Yeah, really nice early game here from Team Liquid. They get the first Drake without bloodshed. They get the first Rift Herald, and they only sacrifice 1 plate into the bottom lane. And they, additionally, the 200 local gold that Herald gives now is huge. If they can get a dive and actually kill Orn here, it's massive.
Is so nice. Bwipo setting it up, and Santorin trying to knock it down. Oh, Ulti's gonna save him though.
If that kill goes through, look at where Vi is on the map as well. That would probably be the full turret. Now he can teleport back. So crucial that Someday was able to survive that.
Very surprised Team Liquid did not go a little bit harder there with both flashes available.
Yeah.
Maybe could have followed that a little bit more into the turret, found that kill. Not the case. Able to get out safely.
Someday just chilling, and there is a dive threat on the Seraphine, as we can see. Hansama, though, playing back, knows that that is there, as the 100 Thieves overload this bottom side of the map. In his counterplay, FBI, as a result, going to get some plates. But Hansama stays alive. That's all he wanted to do.
That's one of those plays where, depending on how this game goes, you might look back at that. If they could have got that kill with Rift Herald, you start being able to potentially blow open top lane, set that Ornn so far down that the set can take over the side lane for the rest of the game. Because at the same time, like you just said, on the flip side, it was largely neutralized. Yes, Someday fell a little bit further behind, but Zeri did end up getting that extra plate.
Yeah, the fact that everyone revealed topside by Team Liquid meant Closer could just go bottom side. Look at the setup they still have afterwards as well. They have that control ward popped here. Team Liquid knows it there. They say enemy has vision. You can see the ping coming down right now. But it will just make the ability to push up bot lane a little bit harder for TL.
Good CS there for FBI. Has Cash in the Cull, actually, already done. Still keeping it there for the little bit of extra effects, even though he's burned through all the potential bonus gold he can cash in for. Hans, though, also farming very well. Yeah, this is what happens when you get all the plates and you pop your Cull.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeri win condition is definitely on track. It hasn't been... I was talking about this on the analyst desk earlier. I don't think there's a champion in the game that if they get like 2 or 3 kills of the first Rift Herald fight, you think, yeah, the game's over. Other than Zeri, especially when there's an enchanter here. So he hasn't gotten the kills yet, but he has gotten plates and he has near perfect CS while building cults. So if 100 Thieves ever gets a fight where Zeri pops off a little bit, it could be the series.
We'll see if Team Liquid can test this. I might get cut off in this point, but I was also doing some digging earlier about amount of pentakills a champion gets. Team Liquid are contesting this, so I'm gonna shut up.
All right, we'll talk about Zeri Pentas in a moment. It's a good fun time, but Team Liquid are gonna be here. 100 Thieves not able to reinforce. Zeri is here. Someday no TP. Bwipo already walking down here. It's a steal angle or nothing, but instead, it's the play on the core JJ. Closer with a wild ulti out of Ayaz. FBI crashes the lightning, but Bjergsen's in there and the meatballs will not be felled. It's Hans with the kill and Team Liquid with the dragon.
Questionable engage there by Closer, especially with Bwipo on the way. I think he saw a mild timing where he thinks maybe we can burst someone down, but he picked the Nautilus of all champions to try and burst, and they lose the fight and the Drake.
Yeah, a little bit of a questionable decision there. Saw the charm land and is like, all right, I guess we're going on this guy, but you see just how tanky you are with the Seraphine there, the zone control. Now Team Liquid might have a chance to redive here. Did burn the Nocturne ultimate kind of awkwardly there, and during that time, Someday never actually committed and says just stayed topside and grabbed a couple plates for himself to kind of stabilize what happened in a losing setup.
Yeah, 100 Thieves can't stop that Rift Herald charge. They are winning the plate war, but Team Liquid is definitely winning the overall objective war. So still a very close game. 1,000 gold lead at 12 minutes is mostly insignificant, and you saw maybe a preview of the way these fights are going to be. If Closer goes in, if they can't one-shot someone, Swain and Seraphine are winning that extended fight until Zeri has her items, which in this fight, she definitely did not.
I think this was just a nice charm by Abba. You take that pre-chunk onto the Nautilus, you feel good about it, but then for some reason, Closer thinks that's the time to go. Yeah, just trying to get that fight out right away, and you can just see it's so hard. And then once Bjergsen's kind of in the middle of that choke point, there's no way that you're able to actually kite through onto the member that you got low to get that easy kill on the Closer and then fall back on the dragon right after.
And Set also moving down, so there's no way that extended fight does anything for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get a pick there, you can't win because Someday cannot make it down to the bottom half of the map. But I think kind of looking back, maybe the answer is just don't do it. Feels bad to give away the dragon. I know 100 Thieves like to fight. We certainly saw that even when they were down in the last game, but a misstep, I think we can safely say.
I was going to say, especially considering what we were just talking about the timing of when they want to pick their first significant 5v5. Felt like that was strangely early. No mythic completed. On Abba, for example, it did not feel like a specific power spike that they were like, this is the time to go.
Team Liquid wandering on back. Again, Hans will happily sit in mid lane here, so will FBI, as they're both continuing to farm up. Do have their mythics completed as well, and 100 Thieves are ahead in gold, but again, these Drakes, it is the blessed Hextech Soul once again.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves definitely need to secure third or fourth Drake. I think if the Hextech Soul goes over to Team Liquid on these timings, it's way too early of a Soul, and it would allow Team Liquid to take over the game. So I think 100 Thieves in a pretty tricky spot right here, needing to, in this next 2 minutes, find a way to burn like a couple crucial flashes so that their next hard engage has a chance of sticking. A straight up 5v5 at Drake would be rather difficult.
They should have the tools for it as well. You have some map mobility with Zeri being able to hop walls, obviously some pick potential with Vi and the Ahri. So if they can get up and maybe find Bwipo, he's been someone that has been targeted at times in side lanes where he's playing aggressive, and the rest of Team Liquid don't have the proper setup for him.
Okay, going for second Herald. Again, very tanky, 11,500 health on this thing. It takes a while. Everyone's slowly making their way towards this objective.
Don't have the fastest mid push either. FBI and Huhi just chilling, trying to get it all done. Someday already here on the objective, but 100 Thieves have pulled off already. Team Liquid are now here. Hans Sama going to join in as well.
Yeah, Nocturne ult is up, so it's, unless 100 Thieves is together, it is very difficult to stay coordinated in these fights. One thing somebody has to really watch out for is not giving any angles for the set ultimate. TL grouped up very well here.
Feels weird in these chokes with Seraphine ulti, but they're going to try and make it happen. There's the ulti on the closer, but now they move on in the blast cone actually to go back through. Herald's a little bit loose, but there's Bwipo with the set ulti. FBI still trying to open up. As Abadaga down the flank, Kasomne set them up. A double kill there for the Ahri, and FBI just wants a little bit more gold, but Bjergsen has found the claw. FBI trying to live, but Bwipo's going to put an end to that. But still the back of the fight, a triple there for Abba. And Bjergsen is just so tanky. Is he tanky enough? Bwipo as well. Still the meatball. Bjergsen flashes out of there, just mistimed on the stasis. And 100 Thieves, they win the fight.
100 Thieves actually do such a good job of finding that angle onto the backline despite the Nocturne ultimate. Abadaga go flying in the backside, and it's still such a close fight. The solo laners from Team Liquid at this time are so hard to kill.
Swain ult is forever if the fight goes long enough. So he just outlasted them here, and I would say the Nocturne ult definitely not on an ideal target. Abadage waiting on the flank the whole time, so he waits for Team Liquid Bruisers to engage on one side and then finds the flank on the back side. The Ornn ultimate goes completely wide, so imagine if that thing lands, how different this fight could be. Very hard to Ornn ultimate blind because of the Nocturne ultimate, but then look at that. 3-man knockup lines up for Abadage's Q, able to pick up the double kill. And this is where you think the fight is probably over in the favor of 100 Thieves, but Swain can do a lot.
Yeah, and the fact that he was able to get the pullback multiple times onto FBI, kind of chain CC him, made it so that they could actually fight it out from here. And then you're dealing with Huhi, just Abadaga, and Someday trying to finish off Bjerg. If he gets this charm, almost flashed on top of it too.
Yeah, that was about as... It's an intermittent timing for that stopwatch. So Abadaga tried to make it go right in the middle of them, and we're right back to this dragon. We got another fight.
Yeah, to your point, Chad, very critical one here. 100 Thieves going to try and take it. Someday already in the front line. FBI firing away, but Bwipo frontlining. Here's Someday with the ulti. Let's get turned out. Only hits Bwipo. Big Seraphine ulti. Look out of Core JJ. We're going to make it happen. Someday opens up onto 100 Thieves, and they're going to get the dragon as well. Team Liquid starting to feel it again.
This really feels like Game 5. I know it's way too early. We're 17 minutes in, but we've seen a reverse sweep with these teams before. We have 3 Drakes to 0 for Team Liquid. The fights are so close, as is this series.
Team Liquid's fans popping off in the arena. You hear them feeling the momentum going back in their favor.
And the thing is, last game, they were there. But they waited a little later in the game to start cheering because they know they don't want it to happen too early. This time, the confidence is there. Even though, again, FTX Gold, they'd only up a couple 100 gold for Team Liquid. Ignore the gold, look to the right. 3 dragons, including this one after a big team fight win.
And 100 Thieves was trying to make this fight happen before the Nocturne ultimate was up again, but they aren't quite able to pull it off. Closer can't get the original engage, and there, the Nocturne ult covers the Seraphine ult in the darkness and allows them to dump a bunch of damage onto FBI.
Oh my god, so much. Yes, Hans Sama is the one picking up the kills, but some fat Bwipo damage in there as well. And just, it's so hard for 100 Thieves. If they don't find a flank like we saw in the Rift Herald fight, which is what made it close, if you're just trying to run through Nautilus, Swain, Set, it's never going to work for you. And in that case, like you said, Jet, the Nocturne ultimate making it so that 100 Thieves did not really have a clean idea of how they're supposed to engage.
And thinking about these team comps, I do think that TL has a, I want to call it like a mid-game comp, right?
Yeah.
Swain, Seraphine, when they're both sitting on 1 or 2 mythics, when their bruisers sitting on 1 or 2 mythics, they're at their most powerful. If Zeri can get a lot of items, that's when 100 Thieves turns on. But look, doesn't even have 2 items. I feel like FBI needs at least 3, maybe 4 to be able to take over this game. But that timer up on the left is the Hextech Soul. So you do not have enough time to get those items.
Also, side note, we kick. Oh, hold on.
Play in the bottom side. It's Bwipo in the side lane. We've seen this one before with the TP's down on the ulti as well. Here comes Centaur, charging on in. Counterplay is there. Bjergsen's arrived. And 100 Thieves must turn tailing around the Wild Growth. Popped on the closer. But do Team Liquid have the chase? They do with Core. Closer's got nowhere left to run. Cornered by the rest of Team Liquid. FBI is here, but he cannot save his jungler. Closer will die.
Team Liquid punish 100 Thieves, trying to make a pick onto Bwipo in the side lane. They get that kill. They find their 6th of the game, cut that gold lead back down to even just about.
What a series, man. What a rivalry between these two teams. They've played against each other more than they have played against any other LCS team in the last 2 years. This is the 4th best of 5 they have played in the past 3 splits. 100 Thieves has won the last 2 and had the upper hand in the regular season, but Team Liquid definitely want revenge.
Yeah, I just feel like they've kind of figured out some of the drafting problems that they were having in the first series, or the first 2 games of the series.
FBI is either a genius or a madman, or perhaps both. Trying to defend this tower, cleanses away. FBI is just still going. Closer here. 100 Thieves, do you really want to pick another fight? Closer! He goes on in, but Abadaga's going to try and make the big play happen. But again, the Swain ulti's sticking. TL are unkillable, and Bwipo is arriving. Here's ulti out of Sunday. What an ulti out of Bwipo! Cuts off the re-engagement. Bwipo's getting a little bit low. Pops the W, there's the shielding, but FBI still live. But Core JJ puts an end to it, but FBI, shield bow popped, is going to die. And Team Liquid, they just can't be stopped. Some of the target. Big knock up there from Sunday. And 100 Thieves, they're turning it around. But Sunday's dead. It's just a brawl. An absolute bit of carnage in the river. And we'll call it even, but Abadaga just gonna go down. Core JJ barely gonna live. The flash used. RS fine, closes back in. Gonna need an oxygen tank in just a second, but Bwipo comes out on top for Team Liquid.
These fights are crazy! Bwipo with the last-second haymaker, finishing that kill off. Almost a big turnaround by Closer there with the Lulu ultimate coming in, but not able to find that kill. A back-and-forth fight, and we have a minute until the next one, most likely.
And I feel like these pocket picks for TL have been so huge for them. Bjergsen, Zillion, and 100 Thieves not seeming completely aware of the potential of the champion. And now, Bwipo's set, lasting until the very end of these team fights and turning the tides. The beginning of this was ambitious, and you can see, like, it will be so hard really, really late in the game for Team Liquid to get onto Zeri. Because FBI, he's just dancing around the outside of this fight, dumping out damage over and over again. Even when they land the hook, it still takes a while.
Okay, we're back. We don't have time. Sunday's here. They're fighting again. Everyone's gonna back away. Someday doesn't have his ulti. It's pretty close though.
Hextech Soul. 100 Thieves feel like they must contest this. They've lost several fights in a row though.
Yeah, you don't want to fight, but you have to, and now he'll be forced to by Core JJ. Sunday gonna die before he can even pop the ulti. Gets himself out of there, but the darkness is enough. Bjergsen on a killing spree. Closer. He's gonna get melted by Bwipo's ulti. And now you cannot contest for this soul.
Zeri's gonna do what she can though. Has Lulu up still to provide the heals, or the speed and shields.
Yeah, Abadaga has ultimate, but they're up against a smite with no other smite. This is Team Liquid getting it for sure. I almost feel like 100 Thieves shouldn't have contested that. I know it's a Hextech Soul, but there just felt like no way that they could win that fight brute force with their current items.
Are they even gonna get this? They should get the tower, but can they get out safely? Now need to run away. Bjergsen's here. FBI eating so much damage. Again, if the Zeri have more items, it might
might be okay. That's a good little flip there over the wall from the Nautilus ulti. They're going to try and disengage. That TP is very ambitious. Ornn's in the middle of the fight, but in the front side, it's Abadoge with some trouble. FBI, though, still cutting it out. Ornn ulti's there, but he can't get it done. Abadoge pulled back and killed. FBI running as hard as he can back towards Hui, but that zone is very nice out of Bjergsen, and FBI will finally be killed.
That is a death ball. That closer barely breaks through, but he's going to fall as well. There's just no way out.
Oh, the flash misses, the Q misses as well. A comedy of errors, a tragedy for 100 Thieves, but triumph for Team Liquid. They have the soul, they're going to get the Baron, and they're going to push us to game number 5. They can feel it.
Back-to-back team fights in Team Liquid's favor. They grab the soul. They punish 100 Thieves for greeting out for the turret there. Leads them perfectly to the Baron on the back end of that fight. After they finish this one off, going to be up close to 5,000 gold in the lead.
What a series, and what a playoffs we've had so far here in the LCS. 3 of 4 series have gone to 5. This would be our 4th series to do so. And 100 Thieves, they've already given up soul. They're just trying to make the best of a bad situation because they feel desperate in this game. But Team Liquid is just a ball of death. The Seraphine shields are so powerful. When you're grouped up like that, you heal for so much. They just chip away through Someday, and it feels like nothing 100 Thieves does sticks.
There's also been so many times they've had great CC onto Someday when he's trying to land these ultimates potentially. Got feared up through that one, got suplexed through the last one, and after that team fight, Bjergsen is 1 kill away.
Oh, FBI, you just got hooked on the beginning. Ulted FBI, what are you doing? In the front line, you're not going to get away, but Santorin can maybe chase you. There he goes. The bluff goes not enough, and FBI is going to get shredded. Santorin's not going to make it happen. Whippo alley-oops into the enemy team, and Team Liquid so close to putting us to game 5 as Bjergsen nabs that very elusive kill. Make it a second for the man.
Update the graphic is 2,275 now. He's just killed Ari. A milestone has passed. He surpasses Wild Turtle in the midst of sending Team Liquid to a 5th and final game.
Insane team fight again. They're finding FBI, who almost tried to kite it out.
How many of the last 3 fights that we've seen would be different if, to Jat's point earlier, FBI had said 3 to 5 items? Zeri would absolutely open up this game. And FBI just hasn't had the goal. He's still working on the 3rd one.
It's definitely some revisionist history, but if 100 Thieves could have sold out to get even 1 early Drake and delayed this timer so that FBI could get some items, it would be a different game. But 100 Thieves is trying to fight back because Team Liquid is putting so much pressure on. They know this is their strong point in the game, and they are not letting 100 Thieves breathe.
I appreciate the death rush attempt there by 100 Thieves to find someone face checking out of position, but the rest of Team Liquid was there the entire time. Now Abadoge.
Yeah, got the assist from the Bjergsen W. Closer here as well. There's the ulti Nocturne. Maybe one of the squishier champions, but not all that squishy as Closer just walks into the enemy. Back we go for Santorin, but here comes the rest of the squad. FBI again trying to make it happen, but I don't think they can do it. Closer's just going to die. The wild growth, a desperate one as FBI gets clipped again, this time by Bjergsen.
A nice attempt there. They're chasing them down the whole way through. Abadoge Closer shows up first. They think it's a 2v1, but Santorin is deceptively tanky with the Stride Breaker GA up already. Able to stay alive there until the rest of Team Liquid could collapse. They get that kill. Now they're going to keep pushing. They already are trying to get their first inhibitor of the game.
A nightmare game for Closer. That's his 9th death in the 27-minute game. Team Liquid gets that mid turret down with Swain, and now they go for more.
Robertus goes for it here. Baron flares up, but it's not gonna matter. They're just eating 100 Thieves alive. Call JJ low, but not dead yet. We'll die to Summoner, but I don't think it matters. Bjergsen popping the ulti, going demon mode on the rest of 100 Thieves. Santorin again, the death ball just keeps on marching inevitably towards our game number 5. Team Liquid going godlike across the board. They'll rack up yet another kill for Whippo, and we have arrived.
Another game 5 in the 100 Thieves Team Liquid rivalry. Liquid bounced back, and they're 1 game away from the reverse sweep and Worlds.
Trying to get revenge for Spring Split, where it was 100 Thieves that put them in the loser's bracket with a reverse sweep. Team Liquid are poised to do the same now, heading into game 5.
Let's go! Exactly what I asked for. I've been hoping
why this rivalry is great, man. Because we, after 2 games, were like, oh, this could just be a 3-0, which is exactly what we were thinking exactly a year ago when Team Liquid was up 2-0 against 100 Thieves in the winners bracket final. Winner goes to Worlds. Winner goes to Chicago, and it all comes down to that final game.
And I feel like Bjerg has been such a big part of that turnaround. It was when they had no momentum in the series, they turned to his pocket pick Zilean. That was absolutely massive in that game. Here, they go back to one of their comps they've run a couple times with the Seraphine Swain. Obviously, a huge part of that as well. And despite the early death in lane, did not get exploited any further. Santorin recovered that a little bit by forcing the flash out of Abba, and then they became that huge death ball.
And understandably, we've thrown a lot of praise around to a lot of different players throughout this series, but what a difference for Core JJ. Core JJ Yumi,
Yes.
I sleep. Core JJ Nautilus, yeah.
I mean, Core JJ, with tools that let him go in.
Yes.
Right? Leona Nautilus, 2 wins. Renata, Yumi, 2 losses. And the pocket picks are also huge, right? The Zilean and the Set. Those are the 2 big ones that I feel like have popped out. Does Team Liquid have another one of those pocket picks that they can surprise 100 Thieves with? Because I feel like 100 Thieves they've actually been close in these 2 losses, but they have miscalculated how to deal with Set as well as Zilean.
I also feel like the drafts have sometimes indexed too much into scaling or too much into early game. It feels like that mid game is the sweet spot they need to be looking for, because if you give up prio too much, suddenly you're losing all the lanes. You go all early game, you get outscaled through one bad fight. You know, these are so back and forth.
All right, we'll take a breath as well. We're ready up for Silver Scrapes. Let's head back on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. We're going to game number 5, and I'm so glad that the teams were willing to take us there, because you missed out on that 5-game series last week when we were meant to have you. So while we have revenge here, and because we've got a pro player whose brain that we can pick, we're going to dive into the Team Liquid victory in just a moment and how they ultimately brought this one through to their side. But before we do that, we wanted to break down a very specific play. It does not work out in favor of Team Liquid, but it kind of sets the tone for what they would have to come back from. So Revenge, I'll hand it over to you.
I mean, honestly, it's really impressive that TL was able to fall behind as they did and still were able to come back and win fights and kind of take away that early game, or sorry, just take away that overall win condition that 100 Thieves has had this whole series, which is just fighting and winning through fighting, right? And in this play, they actually went for this top look with the Herald on the Nocturne, and they actually missed out on the kill on Ornn, as you'll see here. And if they got this kill, this would have been potentially 5 plates top and a huge breakthrough for the game. But the fact that they missed it is so bad for their bot lane and their bot side of the map, because if you see here, Swain actually got involved in this play and was not able to contest this mid wave. So now they're going to be able to load 4 people on the bot side of the map and just zone Seraphine and Nautilus from this turret, when honestly, they were doing a fine job in this matchup and not letting Zeri get too ahead. I actually think that the fact that they were able to fall behind early like this, because of plays like this, and also the gank mid, and still come back and beat 100 Thieves in their own game, in a sense, is a really defining thing for this series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 600 gold lead at this point. Without getting that kill, Someday's going to be able to teleport back in, salvage a lot of this wave. Now, that TP may play into the game in just a bit, because we'll get to a dragon fight in a moment where he's not able to join, and 100 Thieves, unfortunately, isn't able to take the victory there. But to your point, what it affords 100 Thieves to be able to do on the bottom side of the map, particularly playing through the lane that they're always happy to play through, it sets up a little bit of a comeback that TL has to mount. We're going to make our way back over to the desk here, rejoin everybody else to talk through all of this. But I do want to dive straight into that next play that we were talking about. That is to a degree attached to this. A setup around the dragon, 100 Thieves feeling like they need to make something happen here, Kobe. They will pull the trigger on Nautilus.
Yeah, exactly. And this is another illustration of a point where we keep bringing up, and we've seen it in all the leagues. LCK, LPL, LEC, stop first picking this Vi, because you will get countered, and especially versus Team Liquid. I want to congratulate Team Liquid for properly punishing one of these early Vi picks with all of these counter initiation champions. Boom, Bjergsen hits you with the Swain. Great, now you're a guaranteed engage Vi going into the Swain composition. Now you're guaranteed going into a Bwipo set. This champion wants you to engage on it. And there were multiple times here where like Vi is like, oh, I'm gonna flash ult in on the support. Yeah, that's one thing. But also into this team that has Set there, that has Swain there, they literally thrive and win the game off getting engaged upon. And it's a really good counter draft here from Team Liquid, answering that early priority.
Yeah, and in that play specifically, like the one thing that wasn't shown, or at least you could see it in the mini-map, was the fact that, hey, with the advantage that Set was having in the top lane of the matchup, and there was no TPs on both sides, felt like 100 Thieves probably just didn't expect that Set was going to be there for that fight.
Yeah, and honestly, it was a huge miscalculation by 100 Thieves because they definitely didn't need. Like, I mean, they could have also brought Ornn as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, and this is a different fight, not the one that I think we just saw, but
Yeah, you can talk about
I mean,
that,
this is actually just really, really good team fighting, especially by Bwipo and Santorin as well.
Yeah,
the timing of the Nocturne ulti was huge. Zeri couldn't actually see the Seraphine ulti, and Ornn couldn't properly angle his ulti, and Bwipo with a huge flash W to just win the fight. Like, this was just really, really good fighting by TL.
Bwipo has come alive in this
Yeah.
series, by the way. Game over game, he is stepping up, and I think, Emily, I want to bring you in on the conversation about how Team Liquid's creative picks, as we talk about the counter, the counter strats and the drafts, is really starting to warp this series as the wins seem to be coming from that, and they're. 100 Thieves looks a little lost now about how to approach team fights for the team that we normally laud as one of the best team fighting teams in the league.
Well, and one thing that Revenge brought up as we were watching, like having a Nocturne, regardless of what people thought, because I think the Nocturne and specifically was the pick that people were kind of like, I don't know where this fits. But it changes the fabric of the way you team fight, right? Because if that ultimate is up, you kind of always have to worry about it. And then the rest of their composition, as we already said, counters everything that this Vi wants to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, Team Liquid, the other thing is that this team has done this before. So that's why I'm like, this is the worst team to do this against because they actually love playing these like sustained ball comps that will just run at you.
Yeah.
And then when you can turn out the lights for the Nocturne, what it does is make the Zeri unable to actually be the biggest strength of 100 Thieves because you have to worry about the Seraphine ult bouncing off of you, these skill shots that are coming out from the Swain as well, like these random ones when you turn off the Nocturne ultimate, the ball comp is moving at you and you get this CC flying at your face and your backline can't play it.
I mean, TL was literally like, hey, we know you guys want a team fight and you're kind of besting us for most of the series. Let's just make you not. Like, and honestly, it's such a creative adaptation in this series. Like, I know Santorin is historically actually a pretty good Nocturne player. I know that it's one of his favorite champions actually, like just to play even before in top lane. So when I saw him pick it, I wasn't surprised, but I just didn't think initially the ramifications it would have on their fighting, right? Which is literally how 100 Thieves is winning a lot of these games. And yeah, they look completely disjointed in all of these fights.
And I'm going to bring it back to Bwipo because when we talked about that top lane matchup, a lot of us favored Someday just because of A, how consistent he's been, B, and I mean, he's been like, especially in some of these fights, like he's been almost the difference maker in fights that looked initially lost for 100 Thieves. But it's been great to see Bwipo pulling out these picks that we talked about, how we were like, oh, we're not sure how this is going to fit into what the rest of TL want to do. But he's been a difference maker in the past 2 games with the Urgot and then now with the set.
I love that you brought it back to Bwipo in the top lane and the report card because Raz, correct me if I'm wrong, it was you on the report card who said, while I'm giving the edge still to Someday, I think Bwipo is the person who will be the X factor in the series. And it's seeming to work out exactly that way.
The set was the pick, and it feels really good. And I think that looking at the fact that 100 Thieves, now they've chosen blue side, so they're going straight back at it.
Staying on it.
Staying right on it. I think the Vi pick will not be a factor.
I'll lose my mind if they pick that in the first 3.
I'm ready for it. You know what? Now I want to see the pick.
First pick, blue side, Dash just loses his mind.
But the idea, basically what Revenge said, I like 100%. I think the composition hit every point that Team Liquid needed, which is incredibly strong team fighting, really nipping what 100 Thieves are great at in the bud, but also making Zeri really difficult to have fights. Because not only is there great dive with the Nocturne and set, but also the range that Seraphine ends up providing makes it difficult for her to even pilot in team fights, right? How do you approach fights in those circumstances? So I think the draft will change pretty large here.
I mean, it's also going to come down right to comfort at the end and what they decide. Like, we all thought that Zillion was going to be banned on 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
right? But as I mentioned, like, these players are going to give their opinions. They're going to play through their confidence. And that's why I think this Game 5 draft, I mean, Game 5 drafts in general are always so interesting to me because I feel like both teams always end up getting some version of their comfort, something they want.
Yes.
And the game is always like super even and it always comes down to like one mistake. And I hope we see something like that.
Boom. There you have it. It's all laid out in front of us. One of these teams is going to book their trip to Worlds with a win right here. Also a place in championship weekend hanging in the balance. We're going to Game 5. Cue up the Silver Scrapes. We'll be right back.
Held a little bit loose, but there's Bwipo with the set ult. The FBI still trying to open up. But Abadaga down the flank as Someday set them up. A double kill there for the Ari and FBI. Just wants a little bit more gold, but Bjergsen has found the claw. FBI trying to live, but Bwipo's going to put an end to that.
Go Zeri, everyone. Going Zeri. She's dead.
Yeah, no,
Bye. Knock up. Go and fight together. We're going to fight together. I think we can win.
And now they go for more.
Rebootus goes for it here. Banner of Ware's on, but it's not gonna matter. They're just eating 100 Thieves alive.
I hit the ground in Chicago to learn all it has to offer LCS fans attending the summer finals. Knowing it's a proud sports town, I knew I'd have to blend in with the locals.
I'm here with stuff I brought from LA. It's not fitting the part, so I need you to help me pick out sort of the right wardrobe for the rest of this trip.
At first, I bit off more than I could chew.
It's a lot. Yep.
Thankfully, the staff was there to reel me back in.
Oh yeah.
Are we looking?
That's definitely
Yes.
it. It's
Okay.
perfect.
Dressed for success, it was time to hit the epicenters of Chicago sports. But how much does Chicago know about esports?
Yeah, I mean, it's Chicago, so we don't see a lot of winners out here lately, so that'll be something new.
All right, well, we got someone who's probably coming this weekend whose name is just Danny. That inspire fear? Is that like a guy you'd be afraid to face off against?
Honestly, I'd probably be a little bit more scared of Faker than Danny, for sure.
That's wise. How's your recovery from ribbon maining gone for you?
Been healthier, less salt.
From old to new, beginner to expert, the city is ready to host esports once again. But before I could say goodbye, there was one last thing I had to suss out. Does Chicago know Chicago?
So tell me, which ocean is this?
I think we improved a lot in our series against FlyQuest. After game 1, we just played better. After game 2, we played better as a team. After game 3, it was the same. So I think we got a lot of learning to play together and feel better to play together. And I think I want to create a momentum to be a stronger team for the next rounds. I think we are getting there.
Certainly gonna need it, Hans, as Liquid are on the precipice of reverse sweeping 100 Thieves.
And seeing the chat right before games, Hans was ready. He typed R, which is the signal for ready, like 8 times. He's just like, ready, let's get into this.
In all series long, people have kind of been spamming in chat, but this was the first time where both teams were on stage before we were even back from break.
True.
Both teams are hungry to get into this 5th game.
And no banter this time as well. Like a lot of times there's that little bit of trash talk going back and forth. Just the R's, they mean business.
All right, we'll see what happens here in our final draft. As we heard from the desk, Game 5 drafts can often get pretty spicy, but so far pretty standard. Trundle, Draven, Vi. Actually, the 3 bans there for 100 Thieves, who did choose blue side for this game. And then Wukong, Kalista with 1 more to go. Team Liquid will eject Sivir.
Interesting to get rid of the Sivir as well. The Vi ban felt like 100 Thieves don't have a good answer for it. First it away.
I love it. Seraphine is 2-0 in this series so far. This isn't necessarily playing to comfort, but it is a quick adaptation to what's been winning in this series. Who has the better mid-game death ball? That was definitely Team Liquid in Game 4. When you have Seraphine, you almost win that by default.
That's what I was going to say, is both teams have Seraphine drafts, the Seraphine Senna or the Seraphine Swain. And so it feels like it's enabling these drafts that we were talking about. It feels like mid-game team fights are the most important. This is a bit of a specific answer out of Hans Sama. He's played a fair amount of this Misfortune.
Yeah, and you can do a multitude of builds. We've actually seen Danny play a Leandri's Misfortune. You need to see the angle, though. This one, against the Seraphine, I think you really do need a large amount of burst. But I imagine this is for them trying to get bot prio. It definitely feels like the team that's been able to push bot lane has been the team that wins these games.
And we're so caught up in all the new bans, we forgot to see the ones that were dropped. Azir, first time in the series, I think, off the ban table, snatched away by Team Liquid.
See what 100 Thieves want to respond with here. Arbor could, of course, go to Ari. He's looked pretty good in it most of the series. Decent matchup into Azir. Obviously, can pair up with Closer.
Wukong is good here with Seraphine. They've won with it before.
There's the center we expected, though. That's the first take. Silas.
Okay, just matching the mid lane. This is something Abba wants to do. I mean, it's the same pieces of what you want to do with Seraphine Senna. It's just have those 2 ranged bot laners and then have 3 melees in the top side that can go in. They're easy to hit with the Seraphine heals and they're easy to group up, or sorry, they're easy to hit with the Senna heals and easy to group up with Seraphine.
Also, only the Vi and Wukong banned out for Jungler's Trundle as well, actually. So I guess they're more comfortable being pushed down that list than losing out on the Silas. Viego, someone tweeted me about the Viego right before this game. Someone out there on Twitter has a very big brain about the Viego getting picked up, but taken away from Closer, most notably. It's actually Santorin piloting it.
Yeah, you can imagine the Team Liquid is going to target jungle bans now, however, with 100 Thieves opting to match the mid lane rather than pick a jungler early. So that Wukong we talked about, I'd be very surprised if they let it through.
All right, couple seconds ticking down. Team Liquid take out J4 again. Is going to continue to pinch the pull from Closer.
I think it's also worth noting because Closer had a rough game last time through. Front row crowd, living life. They also got another bucket out there. I think it's the new tradition, apparently, in North America.
The LCS meta for Swag. Now everyone's going to be asking for buckets!
It's unfair for people in the back row. You can't throw a bucket into the crowd, unfortunately. But back onto the game, jungle bans feel very relevant given that Closer had maybe one of his worst games I've ever seen in playoffs out of him. And to bounce back now in Game 5 while getting your champions banned is a huge ask.
Huge though, Xin and Jarvan are the bans, so I would expect it to be Wukong. There was deep conversations still between Reaper and Closer right now. He's completely focused on the top side of the map. Someday, as well as Closer, trying to figure out what's good. Oh, Wukong was
I thought that
trolling.
too. I was like, it's so good here. Why aren't they picking you? And then, I realized the same thing as Jet's going to get banned away from Blippo.
It's that Game 5. Sometimes you just miss something crucial.
I mean, famously, Koma did not realize a Nidalee ban one time and had to first pick it for the first time for Bangi ever. So things can, you lose track of them. Maybe the Azir is that situation where they've been permanently banned out. No one has been allowed to touch it.
I'm going to have a lot of tweets about Wukong. Be like, Jet, Wukong is banned. Now I said it like 7 times. I apologize. So,
twice.
Core JJ on an engaged champion, absolutely crucial for Team Liquid's success in games 3 and 4. They get it again.
And gives them a bit of a kill threat in the bot lane. You have very easy setup at 6 with the ult from Leona dropped on top with the MF ultimate. A very strong kind of combo setup.
Of course it is.
The closer, Lee Sin, double-digit deaths on Vi in game 4, takes one of the most punishing junglers. You're a champion who can very easily make the biggest plays to win the game, but also get CC'd up when you go in there. And he's not shying away from it.
It is a game 5 comfort pick, though. We know game 5 is when people reach back for those champions of comfort. A new matchup with the Renekton into Aatrox in the last game as well. All of the healing and the 3 melee champions for 100 Thieves, they have put it together. Team Liquid, on paper, look a lot more traditional, right? 80 carry mage, bruiser topside. Can't wait for this one.
So much pressure on the 100 Thieves melee side to find these kinds of engages, ways to get on top of them, because otherwise you're dealing with zone control from Azir, MF make it rain. I can just feel it already. It's going to be coming down to these dragon fights.
Now this energy in the studio has been there, I feel, since game 3. Lots of Let's Go Liquid chants. At a time I thought it was just game 5 fans. Now that we're in game 5 though, who has the support?
I don't know. We got 100 Thieves
I don't know
fans.
who does.
100 Thieves fans are quieter than the Team Liquid fans, it feels like.
They watched the last 2 games. It's rough out there.
So quickly running down the history of these two teams once again. In spring, 100 Thieves reverse swept Team Liquid. Here in summer, Team Liquid is 2 of the 3 games towards the reverse sweep 100 Thieves to secure those spot awards.
Every time these teams play, it feels like it goes to 5 as well. Of those 4 best of 5s they played recently, 3 of them, now this one as well, going to the 5th game. Feels like anytime we get this matchup, it's an absolute banger.
It's the greatest rivalry in the modern age of the LCS, and it all comes down to this one more time: 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid!
Okay, so first Lee Sin from closer, and a 5-man invade by 100 Thieves if we saw Brawl.
Oh, Death Rush though.
Abba could think about it.
Both teams had the same idea, charge into river, meet on that raptor ramp, chicken ramp. Not gonna end up going over though. A little disappointing. Wanted the 5v5, game over, flip it level 1.
Can you imagine?
Same.
Yeah,
Get this
5-man ace.
You have this insane series, and it's like, oh yeah, over less than a minute into the 5th game. In hindsight, I'm glad that didn't happen.
Game 5s are often very, very tense because they've bounced back and forth with power picks the whole series. The game that 100 Thieves had Senna Seraphine, they did fall behind 2,000 or 3,000 gold in the early game, but then just won team fights over and over again. They also had this game in the regular season. Aatrox, Senna, Seraphine has been an unbeaten trio for 100 Thieves when they've played it against Team Liquid.
And Someday himself has been so good this series. He struggled a little bit more in the Ornn game, but his Aatrox game before that was absolutely incredible, despite falling a little bit behind early on with some of the laning advantages that Whippo and company threw at him. Still found a way to be so impactful in team fights.
Yeah, so much to look for here. Obviously, FBI Senna, Stella, although different in this context, alongside Huhi Seraphine. And Azir, big threat on the Team Liquid side. This will be a career Azir game for Bjergsen if Team Liquid can finish off this final game.
And I feel like a lot of these games have had like 1 or 2 points on the map as Core JJ goes in for a little bit of trading. I was about to say, this time feels like all 3 lanes will benefit from jungle attention. You have a very bruiser-heavy top side where you can set things up. Mid lane, Silas would love to be able to get some early action onto the Azir, as you see him going in perfectly timed. And then bot lane has the Leona setup, so all 3 lanes can benefit from jungler attention.
Yeah, especially with 100 Thieves trying to push up so much with this double range team. If Santorin can find an angle when closer is not there, it's very beneficial. But if you do get the 3v3, oftentimes that then favors the double range team. So timing and tracking each other is of utmost importance.
As we can see, Santorin currently finishing off that blue buff. So passing away from this bottom lane, you have to assume.
Closer thinking about going here. Santorin needs to cover as well. Both junglers on a collision course.
Big push here as well in the 2v2. FBI so aggressive on the center, just constantly trying to harass, especially again, Hooded is Leona, a much softer target to continually hit and at least farm souls off of. Although you do have to be careful because CoreJJ certainly knows how to find an engage angle.
Finally, junglers getting the respect they deserve with the split screen version. Going off mid lane for that invade. Spotted out on the ramp with a ward, but that was also Closer getting vision of Santorin doing blue buff. Now gonna potentially head back to do his red buff or stick around for Scuttle Trap first.
Over we go. Santorin will take that crab. Should be A-okay. Again, kind of covering the Whippo side, which makes sense. That's all he's pushing in most for Team Liquid, whereas Team Liquid in the bottom lane 2v2 know that they're kind of just at the mercy of this early pushing double range bottom lane that 100 Thieves do have.
Something else I love about these Game 5s as well is just a culmination of what this team has gone through all split long. And for 100 Thieves in particular, they had that very slow start, right? And we've heard the quiet confidence from them time and time again. When people doubt them, they think that they have this switch they can pull off in playoffs. Like they can just be clutch. This is absolutely the time to prove that, right? They were up 2-0 in the series, and then maybe they got a little confident. Mostly, I think Team Liquid made some strong adaptations, but if you want to clutch out in Game 5, you have to be able to do it here. FBI taking a big trade. CoreJJ igniting him.
Cleanse that for FBI, gonna be A-okay. Core should be more than fine here. Don't have the damage.
I think you're happy to get that cleanse out though, as you're getting a little bit higher up in these levels, maybe find some gank setup. And just like you were talking about, Jet, that's 100 Thieves story. For Team Liquid, they were, the team that was prophesied to be this incredible super team that had never quite come together. And slowly over time, online, a fair amount of fans started to turn against that. Yeah. To the point where you can see in post-game threads, as here we go!
Behind trouble, flashes there, but he can't cleanse out! First blood for
CoreJJ with the killer instinct. Multiple flashes burned to take down FBI and get first blood.
Just after forcing out the cleanse, we said he might look for it, goes and lands that Zenith Blade, sets up that kill. And he himself having a lot more haters this split. You heard who he himself saying, oh, earlier today, maybe he's a top 5 support in the LCS these days. CoreJJ, very happy to try and prove him wrong now in Game 5.
TP back in. Bjergsen gonna go ahead and just take the tempo, as Alba has also used it. As watch this one again. Like you said, no cleanse, not a lot of hope here when CoreJJ's on form.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really wanted to get this wave in so that FBI could take a reset. You can see using the empowered Q, and that means who he can go in, because Seraphine has no spells, and they've already burned the cleanse, so they will definitely win that engage. Beautiful timing by CoreJJ.
And I love the aggressiveness in the Game 5. Did Hansama just walk up there and wait to get in range, hopefully, and give the time for the play to evolve? No, he flashes right in, get that kill when you can, secure these kills in Game 5. Make sure you get that gold because you don't want to let a kill slip away.
Look at these records, 20-8 on Lee Sin, 12-4 on Viego, 29-15 on Azir. All of them heavily winning records, which speaks to the success of these players and teams. Hansama did burn that flash, though.
In trouble, Closer with the damage, but there's no follow-up. And now Closer maybe in a spot of bother as Core could look again, but Team Liquid will happily take that trade.
Go ahead.
Closer needing to have a big game here. He had that 10 death buy game, definitely trying to make something happen in that bottom lane, which has already suffered the death. And early dragons have been so incredibly important, so trying to force out enough of a health trade so he can solo dragon, unable to do so, and Hextech will keep on the rift.
Still feels like one of those games where it's going to come down to the 5v5s at Dragon and Heralds. Not enough of an advantage, despite FBI and who he having the shove for the most part, having high 4% this game from the double range advantage. It's not like an actual pressure point that they necessarily want to play around too much. Now without the flash available on Hans and CoreJJ though, that's a fair amount of the playmaking down for them, so they feel very comfortable pushing all the way up in that lane.
FBI again, this time in the slow field, does juke the incoming Zenith Blade, but a little low on mana here. Gotta be careful.
And Hans probably forced back to base, so low, under, 200 HP. That means they're going to be able to get some more damage down on this turret, try and get that gold lead back in their favor, because after that first blood, it was almost all the way up to 1,000 for Team Liquid.
They're playing very aggressively in that bottom lane. I feel like if that Zenith Blade landed from CoreJJ, that's probably another kill. No cleanse, no flash on FBI, but they sidestep it because they're up in that spot. They push Hans back to base, and they find their way back in this game. So already some pretty big risks being taken to keep this game competitive.
And it has been nice to see FBI and Huhi really going up again and pushing Team Liquid in the 2v2, right? Lots of discussion about who is the best bottom lane in the LCS. Obviously, Hans, a huge acquisition for any team here coming onto Team Liquid, but FBI and Huhi, especially in recent weeks, they're again trying to make their case as one of the best, if not the best bottom lanes in the LCS. As Whippo gets a stunner to Sunday, Santorin here as well, but everyone's going to back away.
Trying to set up for this Rift Herald that's about to start. You already see it. Oh!
Mini stun. Oh, ulti with a slow. They're really committing. Whippo can't get in range, or at least doesn't want to commit more.
Yeah, they're just trying to chunk him out because they know he has no TP and they know that people are moving up. But Closer is starting it because their bottom lane was really far ahead of TL. And TL has actually called off the contest here. Look at Hansama moving back towards the bottom lane already. So Herald will go over to 100 Thieves.
6 for Huhi, I think, is the critical thing. He was a little bit ahead of Core JJ there, so maybe not feeling like they wanted to take that fight at 5 against the Seraphine ult.
No Zillion this time to pop Core JJ level 6 before Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, no XP hacks this time around, unfortunately, for Team Liquid. They give that one over. Now I'm just curious to see where Closer wants to use it. They're moving down to contest the Dragon.
They're really just going
afterwards.
straight Herald to Dragon. So they haven't farmed a bot lane creep in about a minute. But with Whippo taking a recall and running back top lane, they don't actually know where Someday is right now. So they might just get this Drake uncontested as well.
And we know where Someday is. Going through mid lane, making sure he can support the team if he's needed, but he's not going to. There's Huhi now going to get engaged on ulti out of MF. Big damage. Huhi goes down. But Centaurans here as well. Abadog is still fighting, but he gets low as Closer. Manages to get one, but Bjergsen sweeps on in to get one back as well. FBI now running away alongside Closer. Pops the shroud and should be fine, but FBI may be caught up now. Doesn't have flash, does have cleanse, but will walk away.
2 for 1 for Team Liquid. They give up the Dragon, but they have a very nice brush camp to get Huhi as he went for those creeps, as Ja was just saying. Yeah. Not even able to get his ultimate off there for Huhi. So if they did not get this 100-0 onto him, this could have been very dicey because 100 Thieves was slightly more grouped up than Team Liquid at the start of it, but Bjergsen is able to eventually collapse after they get this initial 100-0 onto him.
Nice engage by Core JJ, and also, I think really illegal by Huhi to try and move there. No, I can't emphasize enough how infrequently a team will take Herald and immediately run down to Drake without ever resetting a wave. So Core JJ had so long to get in position for that engage. 100 Thieves absolutely either needed to stay more grouped or take the long way around to get back to bot lane safely, and it is appropriately punished by Team Liquid.
Absolutely the case. I love what Hansama is doing with his build as well, grabbing the Eclipse, going for the pen build, lethality, knowing that a lot of this team fight is going to be about following up on this engage with his ultimate over the top and blowing somebody up at the start. Already kind of indexing into that game plan and very far ahead of the pace of the game right now with the fact he got to stay bot lane that whole time and get these kills.
And also getting back to what we talked about at the start of the series between these two teams. Generally speaking in Summer Split, Team Liquid has had the stronger early game, but have lacked coordination to close consistently. 100 Thieves has been the team that is more coordinated and better in late game teamfights, but does not blow teams apart in the early game. This game is going exactly to expectations so far.
It's a perfect microcosm for the Summer Split for both these teams, and one of them is going to have to break. Team Liquid will either run away with this early game, smash it up.
We saw it already. You need to get a pretty significant lead. Your 1,000 gold is nice, but not enough. You need to be pushing 3, 4, 5K for Team Liquid to really punish the kind of frustrating Senna Seraphine the 100 Thieves play almost to perfection.
Yeah, Team Liquid was even up 5,000 gold against Senna Seraphine Aatrox in the regular season, still lost that game. They really wanted that one back. They felt like they were in a winning position. Already this series, they had a 3,500 gold lead. Were unable to close that game. That first Drake, I think very important to make the timer of this game longer and give 100 Thieves more time to scale.
I also think it was important for Team Liquid to then get the shutdown kills afterwards to stop Closer from having an obvious point to drop this Herald. You think that he would want to use it bot with the pushing, but now...
Well, just forcing the flash, going for it there again as Hans lets the ulti rip forward, tried to find the angle. Does at least get a summoner trade for it.
This is exactly what I was going to say. You can see how far down in pressure the 100 Thieves bot lane is now. We're just 2v2. They're losing their flashes at 6 because Core JJ just throws his ultimate at someone. So this makes it very difficult. This Herald is burning a hole in Closer's pocket. He's got to drop it soon somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of times when Herald is late like this and no pressure is in any lane, you just drop it mid. Hope he doesn't let it expire. It's going to start giving him that tick-tock very quickly.
Anywhere.
Just thinking the same thing. Abadaga going over. Oh, yep, top lane it is. I guess the wave's in a decent spot for it, so Closer, quick thinking, does manage to get it going towards that part of the map. It's going to be a while, though. A little detour there for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and you can see 100 Thieves actually trying to avoid that bot lane a little bit, so all the gold is on Hansama. Seraphine and Senna roaming up towards this top lane, so if there is a fight around this Herald, they're hoping to bring additional numbers. Abadage always has the option of teleporting in if he so chooses.
Hans obviously not the same luxury, so Herald will crash, but Closer once more finds the Q on a Core JJ. Again, Lee Sin, you need to make plays. On we go, but Closer now dashing out, maybe trying to bait Core JJ in. Q lands again, but there's not enough damage. Leona pretty robust in these early stages.
Seraphine ult did not bounce through any of the front line despite how many there were, so it did not get the extension to lock somebody up. Allows Team Liquid to kite that one out. Still a 4v4. Silas actually dropped down to the bottom.
No flash. Not a good spot to be in. It's a critical route to get, but he doesn't have flash. He's gonna be dead. Santorin claims him.
Second time this game, Huhi has taken a very aggressive route on a very squishy champion and been punished for it.
Definitely struggling right now. Also worth noting that the cleanse is on Senna. That does not give very much ability to kite out from this long-range engage options for the Seraphine. I expect them to be the target for the rest of this game for Team Liquid. If you can kill the Seraphine straight out at the start of all these fights because they have so many long-range ways of doing it, you don't actually need to run into the death ball, which is the big problem you have when you play against Seraphine comps. If they have Swain and Senna and these other things, is you have to get to her to kill her. That's not the case in this comp for Team Liquid. They don't actually need to get up close and personal with Seraphine to blow her up.
Yeah, you thought you died quickly before. Eclipse here, MF ulti is gonna rip through Seraphine. Even if Huhi's like in the right place to ulti, if Hans Sama can just free fire with bullet time, gonna be a real tough time to try and live as the ulti out of core. Tries to get a stun onto the front side of 100 Thieves.
Actually, such a crucial fight right here. No Leona ultimate, though, might give Team Liquid a little bit of pause in terms of engaging, but also no waves pushed to 100 Thieves, so they are leaving themselves a little bit open for an engage. At the moment, Team Liquid is buying time for Bwipo to arrive, as Someday is here first.
Yeah, Someday is here. Bwipo's showing up in just a second, trying to find a flank angle. Santorin and Bwipo doing their best to try and get behind the 100 Thieves squishy members. A lot of posturing right now as Beard grabs mid-control.
Still no flash on Huhi, but no one in position to flank him. You can see how cautious 100 Thieves is, though. If they go up to this point, they leave themselves open to flank, so Huhi trying to play back for sure.
Big Dragon as well, of course.
Oh, he's not too far.
Worth quite a lot there. Huhi, as you mentioned, a little too far forward. Aba with the stolen Leona ulti core. Not going to have it. But 100 Thieves are trying to keep them away. They want to burn down this Dragon. But can they do it? Closer in the front side. Santorin's going to get a look. Caught it. Actually wants to go on the jungle. Dragon is loose. Does go to Closer, but the fight may go the way of Team Liquid. It's Someday in the front line doing a very nice job. But I don't think there's anything left in the fight. FBI trying to chase them down. Santorin onto the back line, onto Someday. Here we go. Abadage fought the flash away, and Bwipo now in the front side is Closer. It's gone absolutely wild in the back of the fight. And he almost killed Corey. Flashes out to safety. Are you kidding me?
Core JJ stopwatches from the grave. It looked like he had died at that point, but still manages to stay alive.
I'm also confused how Closer stayed alive there. Both teams had one member jump in 1v4, but Closer somehow, despite not finishing off Hans Sama, booted him out, almost got the kill, forced him out of the fight, drew all the attention so the rest of 100 Thieves could focus down Bwipo when he went in alone.
But look at this, because of the sustain of Seraphine Senna, they can go right to the Rift Herald. Closer here, amazing reaction time, ward hopping out of the combo. That saves this fight. It means he's still alive to be able to smite secure this Dragon from 391 to death. And everyone on 100 Thieves, it's just a kiting game. They can't get one shot. If the fight goes long enough, they begin to win.
Absolutely the case. Huhi also landed his ultimate on both backline members, Bjerg and Hans, to lock up any sort of follow-up. And then here's where the fight gets really split. Bwipo runs in, Core, and you see Closer go in on Hans Sama. Almost can't kill him, but 1v3 here. I thought for sure Closer was going to insta-die. The Gore Drinker heal, though, keeps him up.
What is this?
And he's almost able to finish him off.
There's no health left on Core.
That's got to be single digit. I'm going back.
Everything else, too. The Seraphine Q, emerges out of it. Are you kidding me?
Lives on a pixel, but does live. As Team Liquid still up FTX gold advantage, about 1,500, but the two Dragons going the way for 100 Thieves. They are trying to stack for this solo. It will be Ocean for this game, but it's only going to get spicier. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, it's a game of inches. Team Liquid is applying so much pressure at the moment. It is a small miracle that 100 Thieves did not suffer a death in that fight. And then also, I'd say a medium-sized miracle that Core lived at the end of that fight. So a lot of stuff happening in this game to keep it so close.
Down to 10 HP. Didn't quite get single digits, but
not even close.
It was very close. Barely able to stay alive there. And I'm loving how this game's shaping up because we can expect a lot more of those team fights. The fact that 100 Thieves did get the Dragon, did get the Rift Herald after, means that while they're down gold, they're going to be able to get some of that back in their pockets. Both teams scale pretty well. The Seraphine, Senna, Deathball comp. Azir, obviously no joke in his own right. Viego scales extremely well as well. it means that we're going to get a lot of these Dragon fights with 100 Thieves already having 2 of them.
Abadage might be getting dove here. That's a lot of people.
1v4, 1 TP. Someday has it, but
Seraphine has it.
You can't wait around. If you're going to dive, you got to go.
Abadage's like, wait, I saw 1. That's not a good sign. I must leave. Where do I go? Oh no, the enemy team! I found them. TP's coming in. Abadage's trying to leave. He's got the Azir ulti, but he's going to get CC'd up for just long enough. But Huhi, now with the charm on the core, only finds 1. Someday here as well. Team Liquid might just redive.
Yeah, 100 Thieves very late on that move, and the saving teleport being from a Seraphine. Not much of a savior at that point.
You can tell how much 100 Thieves underestimated the Team Liquid force there. They thought maybe it was 1 or 2 people wrapping behind. The fact that Abadage walked up to that brush to throw a control ward into it to check it, he was not ready for 3 members, and that made it feel like the communication was slow for 100 Thieves to decide, do we protect or do we not? The fact that they did not have both TPs instantly channeling means they were not aware of exactly how serious that play was.
And Hans Sama getting very strong this game. He's the gold leader in the game so far, 7,400 gold, nearly transforming that man immune. And we heard him speak just before this game about the momentum of a playoff series. In their FlyQuest series, they lost game 1 and then got progressively stronger in games 2, 3, and 4. Even in this series, they lost games 1 and 2 fairly handily. Game 3 was closer. Game 4 was handily in TL's favor. And now Hans is the top performer in Game 5, trying to make that momentum count.
Kill list through game 1 and game 2 for Hans Sama. The entirety of Team Liquid was shut out in game 1. Not a single kill. And here they are, scrapping so hard with 100 Thieves. 3 kills more to their name, 5-2. Managed to keep that turret up. Very important.
We got a dragon fight.
We certainly do. Got to scrap soon. Rift Herald dropped there for a bit of space there, created by 100 Thieves. 30 seconds till the Ocean Dragon is up. 100 Thieves desperately want to get this soul as quickly as they can, but TL are going to have to make him fight for it.
So TL's Baron take is actually pretty quick. If they ever tried to sneak it with Azir, that's something you have to keep in mind if you're 100 Thieves. But at the moment, it is definitely just mid-prio to move into the river first.
And this is where Team Liquid's comp might have a bit of an advantage, a little bit range on their side.
Good poke. Closer again, poking him out as well. The Dragon's theirs, I believe. I think they've chunked Whippo low enough. Stolen ulti there by Abadaga, picked up the Solar Flare, and 100 Thieves, they're not going to get this alone. TL are going to fight them for it.
TL do not want to give up Soul Point, but they are in a difficult position. Whippo tried to get Honey Fruit from the Barren River, and now trying to sustain off the wave with Q. He's done a pretty good job. 85% health, and the Dragon is still contestable.
100 Thieves just trying to zone him out. Don't let him in, but I don't think Team Liquid are going to do anything other than barge straight through the front. Someday on a little bit of a flank. The Dragon is low. Are we going to try and go for a Smite steal? What's the play for Team Liquid? Dragon's there. It's loose. It's getting it low, but there's the shield on the closer. Gonna go into stasis. Hui almost died out of the ulti from MF, but Santorin's low as well. That should be Dragon. Closer trying to make a big play. Finds Hans Sama. Abadaga's gonna get him. And 100 Thieves. They get what they want, but can they get out safely? FBI cleanse flash away. Abadaga going absolutely off. Santorin dead. And Someday now behind his teammates. Whippo, you cannot fight this.
2 for 1 for 100 Thieves on the tail end of that play. Also grabbed the Dragon. Did such a good job with vision control. 100 Thieves made sure there was no one on their flank, so it was a front-to-back team fight trying to get through the Lee Sin, the Seraphine shielding and healing.
Those are the crucial things for 100 Thieves in these fights. They cannot get flanked, and they need to make sure Huhi doesn't get CC locked because the MF ultimate nearly killed him on this one. Someday also had amazing position on the side here, making TL hesitant to go all the way through. But just look at how much damage Hans Sama actually did in this fight as it begins. Core doesn't wait for it to get in smite range, and Huhi here gets stunned by the Leona ultimate, just the tail end of the MF ultimate. Nothing else hits him, and he has to flash out. But then, when the initial burst doesn't finish them, the healing comes through, and Closer says, who on the other team has the most gold? Let me get that guy. And he kicks Hans Sama in.
Was such a nasty kick, riding that in, finding his new target as he went. It was not an insta-give of Hans Sama, but it still served him up for Abadaga to get that second kill of the fight to make sure it was decisively in their favor. Getting both them right there.
Closer in a critical game, making a big play on Lee Sin. What is new? You can see why they went to it here in this game. Closer wants the comfort. You said it, Mark. You must be high impact when you play Lee Sin because that champion is not done any favors by stats or builds.
And Closer is just one of these guys who seems to have that clutch factor. There's no moment that feels too big for him. He's someone who wants the ball in his hand. We've heard him say on comms to his team before, shut up and let me find the kick, when they were in a critical base defense last year. And he knows, on this champion, I can win us the game if I find the right angle.
And in draft, Wukong ban, Xin ban, Jarvan ban, trying to take him off of anything that would have high impact. They did not ban the Lee Sin. He hasn't had an amazing game yet. That was a huge kick, and he's trying to bounce back from that 10-death Vi game he had in Game 4. But with 2 minutes, 45 seconds until that Soul, 100 Thieves are looking to close.
And the gold is even. Soul point for 100 Thieves. 23 minutes through. We talk about game fives, how close they can be, how tense they can be. We are about to hit maximum tension in this game.
I'm very tense. I will say the thing that should be scaring Team Liquid fans right now is they have not gotten a single neutral objective this game. Both Heralds, all 3 Dragons thus far. So they need to find something to go a little differently their way in these fights. Maybe a better flank, maybe actually getting a who he killed right at the beginning of them, a pick off in a side lane like they were just attempting there before one of these. Because if the status quo keeps up, 100 Thieves will have Ocean Soul in 2 minutes.
And my eyes are on this guy. If he can find the engages, it's exactly what Team Liquid needs. Also, we said how their Baron take is quite strong with the Zir. They're trying to be very quiet right now and not have 100 Thieves check, but Closer is too smart for that.
The crowd mysteriously went very quiet.
Yeah. They're like, let's not cheer about this Baron.
Definitely was sniffed out well before that bullet by 100 Thieves. You could see them face-checking brushes with the Qs on Lee Sin, making sure that they couldn't do it. And it's a nice angle seeing that Team Liquid has it in mind, and that puts pressure on 100 Thieves to respect it.
You always want to respect the attempt, but it does cost them. They've been holding that mid turret very well for 24 minutes, and they lose it here. They've already been losing the mid lane fights around the next dragon. When the wave gets pushed into here by default, it's going to be so much harder for them to contest Soul now. So I think a fairly costly attempt there by TL.
Double control wards in the river, belonging to 100 Thieves. Have time for a reset before this Dragon Soul spawns. Just over a minute, until the game could very well break in one single team fight.
Yeah, even though 100 Thieves has been dominant in terms of securing the objectives, the gold is close. Team Liquid have a lot of items, and if they just win one team fight, that's Soul denied and likely Baron afterwards. So a 5,000 gold swing not unlikely to happen from this Soul fight.
Someday eating some damage. Who he trying to find the poke, but he's got to be careful. MF can poke back. Abudaga once again steals the Solar Flare from Core JJ.
You can see how important teams know this Dragon setup is. Team Liquid super early. They're fighting for vision control 45 seconds ahead of time. Does give the mid control, though, over to 100 Thieves.
They just can't get the waves in, though. The bottom lane is pushed. They have no way of threatening a flank onto the Seraphine, which is crucial for 100 Thieves. If who he is safe, they're generally winning these fights.
I respect the decision, though, by Team Liquid saying, at the end of the day, we're not going to win because mid got pushed. We're going to win because we were at the Dragon first and make 100 Thieves walk into us for a change.
I've got the vision. I've got the speed shrine. Control word shot down, though, by FBI, but Closer getting a little bit low again. Hot Summer really hurts.
The heart rate is up right now, for sure. My heart rate is up. I can't imagine what's happening for Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. This very well could decide the series.
Who's going on to the championship weekend? Who's going on to be our first team to Worlds? Could all be decided here around the Dragon Soul. Remember, it is only Soul for one team. Team Liquid have to fight.
Man, what a standoff. Like, whoever engages has generally lost this fight because you go too deep into the other team. If you engage from 100 Thieves, Bjergsen shoots you back. You can't walk through the MF ultimate. If TL engage, they don't get on the Seraphine ult. So they're just standing and staring at each other. Menacingly.
Look at Someday is hiding in the pit, by the way. He's going to get spotted by the Comet. Does get out. But now Abudaga maybe looking. Gets the Soul Flare. Probably was running out. Doesn't have a chance to hijack again for a little bit. But Someday again is just pincering them off. But can Team Liquid rush the other four? Core JJ eats a straight W out of center.
100 Thieves have got control of the Dragon now, though.
Oh! Closer's done it again! Hansama kicked into the back of the team! Abudaga on a killing spree as 100 Thieves! Closer again has found the angle!
How does he do it? Every single time, Closer Lee Sin comes up clutch. Abudaga got the quadra kill. They haven't even secured the soul. They pinged down mid. They're trying to end right now.
20 seconds for most of the members of Team Liquid. A little ambitious. I think they realized they got ahead of themselves there, going for the end. Right now, Closer peeling back, grabbing that soul point. Like you said, the rest of the team actually heading over the Baron. They're trying to get both neutral objectives off the rip while Team Liquid respawn. And again, Jat, just like you said, this Q by
onto
Closer.
Core. He gets the Q onto Core, waits it out till the end. Flash kick. Dead. Hans Sama can't even set up.
Flash the wall, but Hans Sama not as quick of a response, ends up getting kicked into the team. And then from there, the battle lines of Team Liquid have totally broken. That was easy.
To just be in a 5v5.
There we go!
To just be in a 5v5, everyone knows you want to kick him. You're not flanking, there's no surprises, and he's just faster. He just pulls it off faster than Hans Sama can react. And he probably makes the series-winning play.
Dragon Soul. That's House of the Dragon, presented by HBO. Just flashing on our screen ever so briefly, but we can't dwell on that because there is a lot more left in this game. 100 Thieves have a gold lead. It is not a massive gold lead, but again, that is not reflected in the 4 dragons currently sitting under their name.
And I think they actually made a fairly crucial mistake off of the adrenaline of that fight, because when they get a quadra kill with 0 deaths, they should be able to get Soul and Baron. But they wasted time killing a mid-turret, and now they don't have Baron. So if they make a mistake around this objective, if it gets stolen, that could be handing the series back.
I think Closer wanted another highlight play.
He found wants another kick.
He said, you know what? We can't take Baron. I won't get another awesome team fight kick. Let's have to do another Baron dance.
Well, here the dance does begin. Who he gonna eat a little bit of aggro early on, but Closer taking over this jungle. FBI coming in with the Umbral Glaive. Gonna start kicking down some of this vision. Core and Santorin trying to defend. Team Liquid know they cannot give up as much ground. I mean, they might not have a choice, but if they can keep vision, they want to, because they'll need to get to this Baron. They know exactly where 100 Thieves are going next.
And this advantage that they got in that last fight is translating now to pretty significant leads in itemization. The fact that Abbedagge is fully done with 3 items, boots completed. Obviously, there's a number of component advantages that they have as well for Closer and Someday. They're just stronger now in the stat fight, and so it does become imperative that Team Liquid be the ones to pull the trigger and try and insta-kill someone.
Baron going down fast. The one thing Ocean Soul doesn't give you, though, is burst resilience. If Team Liquid can land a perfectly on ult and MF ultimate, it's still turnable. And I don't know if they're going to flip this. Team Liquid looks like they might be out of wards, though, so they can't tell.
100 Thieves are waiting. They're actually leaving it there. They think that
Closer
gonna
coming. Steals the Baron! But there's the ulti out of Seraphine. 100 Thieves still going. They get the kill. Here's Someday with the flank. And the ulti out of his ear is not enough. Someday rising to the occasion. And 100 Thieves say, have the Baron. We want the Nexus.
It's going to be close, actually. 40 seconds left. They're trying to clean up. They did not get the Baron, so these minions are clearable, possibly. I'm trying to figure out if Viego and Renekton can stop it. Here comes the wave.
5 members alive for 100 Thieves. They chunked Closer out, forced him away. Did not get the smite for the Baron, it looked like, but at the same time, that meant there was no teamfight ultimates left. And now, 10 seconds on Hans. Core JJ coming up now. It's going to be a 3v5.
Hans up in 7. These minions don't last long.
It's dangerous. 100 Thieves, they can see it. They want to try and take it. Someday on the Bwipo. GA popped. Tower 1 is dead. 100 Thieves, I think they know they have to exit, but can they get out safely? Hans Sama is there. He's gone into stasis. Abbedagge is legendary. He's diving on in.
And 100 Thieves, they found the way. The next name etched in stone in the greatest modern rivalry of the LCS is going to be our championship protecting, our world qualifying 100 Thieves.
Closer with an absolutely incredible Game 5 performance to bounce back from a double-digit death game in Game 4 to have multiple game-defining picks onto Hans Sama. Teamfight after teamfight after teamfight. Hands 100 Thieves the win in a very tense Game 5 to deny the reverse sweep from Team Liquid.
He's such an unbelievably clutch player. Nobody is playing Lee Sin at the moment, and he completely turned this very even game into a 100 Thieves victory. They had no momentum going into this game. They had lost 2 in a row. Every Everything was lined up for Team Liquid to take the series. But 100 Thieves pull it out in the end.
Bow to King Closer. Once again, makes it happen on the Lee Sin. 100 Thieves. Congratulations, you're our first team to qualify from the LCS to the World Championships. That'll be in our backyard. You'll also be guaranteed to be in Chicago as well. So hey, you want them tickets? Want to see 100 Thieves? Get them now.
Really crushing defeat for Team Liquid as well, knowing they now have to make their way through the losers bracket. 2 more best of 5s until they can even qualify for Worlds. So their road got much more difficult after this one.
Yeah, such a crazy series. How little momentum Team Liquid had at the beginning. Like we said, game 1, a shutout with no kills in their favor to then claw back in games 3 and 4. Using some very interesting pocket picks to get it done, but just felt like didn't have that last trick in the book. That MF was, I think, the attempt at it, but it was just too good of an understanding by 100 Thieves of how to shut that down. There were no game-changing ultimates by Hansama later in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, this was a spectacular series. Team Liquid gets completely shut out in game 1. In game 3, Bjergsen pulls out Zillion, does amazingly. Game 4, we got to see Bwipo's set go 9-0. In game 5, Seraphine first pick answered by Misfortune, which actually pops off in the early game. Hansama got so strong, but just didn't have that reaction time for the closer Lee Sin kicks again and again. And I think he got him again at the end. I think he did it 3 times this game.
So before you go, Mark, I love hearing you two talk, which is great news because I have to go. We actually don't have another interview, so I gotta go interview.
Okay,
bye.
Get in there. We will continue to wax poetic about closers Lee Sin then, because you're right. There was one more at the end. He landed the Q onto Hansama, baited the stopwatch, then went in for the flash kick on him for like the 3rd or 4th time in a row. Absolutely incredible player.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot in between the games this series about 100 Thieves and whether or not this clutch mantra they have is real, right? Like, can they just turn it on? Does Closer actually elevate during playoffs? He does. He actually does play better in the big moments. And I want to say Abadaga was the one who picked up that quadra kill, right?
Yes.
He didn't get the All-Pro 1st, 2nd, or 3rd team, right? But he's the one in the winner's bracket final. And that's going to be very vindicating for him, and maybe they can keep that momentum and motivation to move through further.
Yeah, I think moving through further is a big part of it too, because they had a crazy series versus Team Liquid in Spring Split, and then EG went into Houston and kind of robbed that narrative from Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. So I think we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's another crazy series coming up. We've had 4 out of 5 of the best of 5s in playoffs go to 5 games. It's incredible playoffs so far, but I'm excited to see who is going to bump into 100 Thieves now.
Another chapter complete in the 100 Thieves Team Liquid rivalry. Just to recap again, last summer split, it was actually Team Liquid that knocked 100 Thieves down into the loser's bracket. 100 Thieves then comes all the way back, sweeps TL in the final. Last split, another reverse sweep by 100 Thieves over Team Liquid. This game, you're thinking, are they going to match them with reverse sweeps? But 100 Thieves wins their 3rd best of 5 in a row against Team Liquid. They're definitely taking that personal. So every time people talk about him, you hear Closer talking trash in interviews about how the fact that they always beat them and then Team Liquid doesn't care about them. He showed them once again why they need to take notice.
There's definitely a little bit of chip on the shoulder that 100 Thieves seems to love. And for Team Liquid, you have to wonder if there's starting to be some people living rent-free in their heads. Santorin versus Closer has been a historic matchup and seems to always go in Closer's favor now.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Closer and Abadaga with Pastry Dime for our Verizon post-game interview. So let's hear from them now.
Abadaga again. Oh boy, okay.
Thank you very much. Lovely job, gentlemen. Great toss on the day. I am here with the victorious Closer and Abadaga. I have not relinquished my water bottle because I desperately need it after that banger 5-game series. What on earth is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah. We are going to Worlds.
You're going to Worlds. Congratulations.
We're
going to Worlds.
Nice. I mean, I think game 1 and 2 was pretty easy, as you guys can see, but I don't know, like they kind of changed something game 3 and 4, and I was like inting hard. Like I had like 10 deaths every game, and going into game 5, we wanted to try something, and like going into 4-5, I'm thinking in my mind like what jungler I'm gonna play, because I didn't play Lee Sin for like 3 months. And we needed an AD jungler. And then Reaper said, our coach said, game 5, Closer Lee Sin, and here we are.
What about you, Ava? How was that 5th game there? Your Silas was absolutely sick in that game.
I mean, I felt like we just had a number of them. Once I saw we got Dragon and Herald, I was like, oh my god, they're so bad. So now we just won the game. We have a win condition, and we just play it out. I was very confident after we got the first 2 objectives.
And we've talked a lot, at least here at the LCS, about the rivalry between you two teams. The record is certainly trending in the direction of 100 Thieves still. What do you think about your opponents in Team Liquid?
Yeah, you go.
Okay. I think they're definitely good. Like, it's not that easy to come back from 2-0. Like, when the games are like that, I think we had a very clean 2 games. And then they came back pretty good. I think they're supposed to be the super team, but they're fine.
What about you? They're just fine, or how was it playing Bjergsen?
I respect him, but I felt like the series he didn't do much. So a little diffy in the midi. So I'm proud of how I played today.
Yeah, I mean,
proud of you too, bro.
Well, it's funny you mention that, because something I've noticed watching, especially this series, but in general, there's lots of really good mid jungles in the LCS. But watching you two play today felt like there's just another level. And I know that you're not necessarily all getting the accolades or maybe the respect that you deserve. How do you two feel like you
I just couldn't make it top 3. There's some other mid laners that might have already lost in playoffs. They had some spots in the top 3 All-Stars. I don't know where they are now, but I heard a little story about that.
What about you? You enjoying playing with Ava here? I feel like you two have just been really well connected in game.
Yeah, I think we definitely worked on our synergy, and I think this series we were really comfortable. We were killing enemy mid a lot and controlling the game. So I'm happy how we are, but we can always improve.
Now, of course, with this win, you are not only through to Chicago, you'll be playing on Championship Weekend guaranteed. You are through to Worlds. Congratulations. You are the first team from the LCS to qualify. But as we always know with 100 Thieves, there is more work to be done. You have won a title within the last year. You made the finals and didn't win. Your next opponent is going to be the winner of EG or C9. How are you feeling moving forward, looking for that second title?
I think we stepped up a lot, and we're going to step it up even more. We are just really good right now, I feel like, and practice is going so well. So EG and C9, watch out.
Any kind words for your future opponents there, Closer?
I obviously want to get our revenge against EG, but I don't want to predict my opponents, because I feel like the last time when we did that in the finals, we were expecting all the time, okay, we're going to play Team Liquid, and then EG came in last second and we were not ready. So we're just going to focus on ourselves, and whoever comes, we'll be ready.
Certainly seems to be working out. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the stage today.
Thank you.
We will have another interview coming up, but before we get there, let's go on back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. We'll be back out onto the stage in just a moment to hear from another player on the side of Team Liquid. But as we wait for that interview to get set up, we're going to celebrate that 3-2 victory out of 100 Thieves.
Wow.
When it felt like maybe the momentum was going back the other way. When we talk about the reverse sweeps and how common they can be in League of Legends, it's 100 Thieves who's able to lock it down, and it's Closer's
Oh
lead.
my God!
What did I say? I told you.
There it is.
58%!
The report cards don't
At
lie.
the beginning of the day,
That
he's going to pick
58%.
Lee Sin. He's going to win with an insect, and they actually did.
I mean, man, honestly, I would have liked to have seen the foresight in this draft. It's Game 5 clutch, Closer Lee Sin. We've seen it for years.
The closer.
We've seen it for years.
They were the ones that
It's in the name.
He got finals MVP for his Lee Sin play last year.
Actually keeps getting it.
Honestly, holy shit! What an amazing game!
Yes.
What a fun game! In
Quick
general.
Shot's dropping
I'm serious,
F-bombs on the
Yeah, I've
LEC.
dropped
He
F-bombs,
could have
it's fun.
that here. I mean, back to the Lee Sin point, though. I think it is very cool that they don't have to bring it out till the Game 5, right? And I think that's a part of where we talk about, yeah, I'd love to see the foresight, but up to that point, he hadn't had to bring it out. So it is very difficult, I think, as an opponent going into a 5th and final game to go, we have to predict this thing that might be the answer. You know, that's a hard thing to commit to.
It is, but just knowing how decorated he is on the champion and all the games he's carried, the MVPs he's got, like you mentioned, we even talked about it earlier, man, Closer's gonna pick some carry champ like Lee Sin and just completely turn the game. It happened, and it happens every single clutch series that they have. I don't know, man. It's just something you got to care for, even if it's not in the meta, like he said. You really have to care for it.
Yeah, I think the coolest thing about watching 100 Thieves, I think, take away this win. Obviously, it's another win over TL a team that they feel like overlooked them a lot. But also throughout the split, everyone was like, oh, 100 Thieves are looking shaky again, which is like a very regular season thing for them. And the entire time they're like, no, actually, we're performing well. Like, we have faith in ourselves. I love that this series came down to so many of those pocket picks from both sides.
Yeah.
The drafting in this was super interesting because of what each side could bring out. And then for it to just end on the close release end is like such a narrative bookend.
It really is. The script writing's wrapped.
It perfectly played out. We'll come back. We'll talk about it a bit more. We'll celebrate all 5 games as they played out. For now, we're back out to the stage with Pastry Time, who's standing by with Blippo.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the very gracious Blippo. Thank you so much for joining me. I know it's not easy after a very long series. Just fresh off, how you feeling, man?
Can I swear? No,
Sure.
I don't think so. It sucks. It really does. You know, I've lost a lot over the past few years, and at some point I really want to win. So it's just depressing to lose again.
Yeah. I will say, even though a bunch of people have left right now, the crowd was super behind Team Liquid today. Could you hear that every time you were coming out? What was that
100%.
like?
I think it was really meaningful to me, at least. I really appreciate the crowd for supporting us. It's always nice to know that, you know, the people will care about you even if you have a bad performance. Like, the worst part is when you feel like you played bad and everyone else around you is making it worse. And, you know, getting positive reinforcements in order to, get back up and try again is really important. And that's something that we're going to need in order to, get back into it, because it is double elimination. Our run's not over yet, and I think that if anything, it shows that we improved from last split. So, no, I'm happy with the things we showed in our victories. Obviously, the defeats could be better, but yeah, I don't think this is a moment. If we go 3-0, I think we would all be like, yeah, this is it. But I think we showed some real resilience as a team, and that it makes me happy. Like, we were in it until the very end, and we trusted each other. And I think that's what counts.
I think we've actually heard from you maybe very early on in the split. I can kind of hear it a little here. We talk all the time about the pressure that TL must feel.
Mhm.
But you're actually on TL. Like, I have no insight into what your team's actually like.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Of course. I mean, expectations are always hard to meet, especially when a lot of people have a lot of them. It's the more, the harder it gets. But for me personally, I try not to worry about it too much. I've been someone that ever since I got hired on a big team, because as a rookie, I got hired, to play for Fnatic. They were a big deal. The players I played instead of were some of the biggest, the greatest of Europe back then. And I just told myself, you know what, I'm just going to show up and play my own game. And, that's ultimately what I got hired for. And either that's going to show and I'm going to shine, or I'm going to, run it down and try again. Like, that's just it. The season's never over until you're factually out of it. So haven't missed Worlds. And that for me is like what keeps me going, because I've been in worse spots. I've taken worse losses than this. Last split was one of those. But even over the course of my career, and it's just about getting back at it. You can't give up until you're down and out for the count. And even then, you've got next year. So I don't know what to say. I hate looking at I hate looking at life in a way where it's like I lose here and that's it.
Yeah, losing sucks. You said it yourself.
It sucks, but
everyone knows. Every competitor definitely knows. I've talked to many of you on this stage.
Yeah.
But of course, kind of refocusing to the present. As you mentioned, double elim, not out. That chance at Worlds, a chance at the title, of course, still there on for Team Liquid.
Mhm.
Your next opponent will be CLG.
Yeah.
Thoughts on your upcoming match?
I mean, if we don't beat them, then there's a real problem. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I'm biased towards scrim results, so I will always have a different opinion. But from what they've showed on stage, I don't think they're a fearless team, and I think you have to treat them with respect. But if you do, I do think we'll be able to take them out quite handily. I think similar to FlyQuest in terms of level. I think it's, I'm not going to lose sleep over playing our best of 5 against CLG, let's put it that way. Very confident that we're going to take them out.
And you have a week, of course, kind of leading up into that. Without spoiling things that you obviously can't give away, what's the preparation like, especially in the wake of this loss for Team Liquid? What are you and the team, or maybe just you, kind of be thinking about in kind of the upcoming week?
I think analyzing the best of 5s they've played so far, because I do believe they've played 2 of them. 1, 2?
Yep, 2.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of footage to go through. Obviously, they have some footage on us, so it's a matter of, judging what they've got prepared for us, and then obviously seeing what they have played. Also, we have some scrims, like a lot of scrim, because we were on, the teams have to play each other to prepare. So you end up scrimming the teams you're not playing on the week. You end up playing them later. So there's a lot of data to go around, and I think that's in our favor because we're more flexible as players. So I think all things considered, everything, all stones in our favor. So I feel pretty confident about that best of 5.
Well, Bwipo, I'm sorry it had to be this venue that we interviewed you, but it's always a treat to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck moving forward.
Thank you all. Thank you.
And with that, we are going to be moving over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to close out the day.
Hey, welcome back to the desk. Watch this video.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Ready, go.
Boom.
Finals, baby. Last year, MVP of the finals was Closer. This man will come out and win you the whole game. I also said on Lee Sin, he's going to insect them.
Nah, scrub the tape. Scrub the tape.
Half credit. Half credit.
Yeah,
but I did vote for Someday for Player of the Series.
You did.
Because Someday was a beast.
Okay, well, you spoiled it, but we'll get there. We'll get there in just a moment. Game 5 highlights. Let's roll it through. Let's watch that Lee Sin live up to everything it was promised to be as Closer pulls the team over the finish line to book their ticket to Chicago and ultimately to Worlds.
The key here was the misfortune because, yes, she was incredibly fed this game. The resources were put on her. The ulti was decent, but this kick, amazing.
Man, it honestly, I feel like this completely stopped TL's momentum and just honestly ended the game because I feel like up to this point, yeah, MF did have a lead. Yeah, they did give her the resources, but I honestly felt like they didn't push enough, that they had to with the comp, right? Like, I wanted to see them slow push more waves bot. I wanted to see them try to dive the Senna and the Seraphine when they had no sums. I wanted to see Azir use his moves from mid to bot. Like, these kind of things had to happen to make the difference this game for TL's bot lane to carry, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, and big credit, after all of these kicks, it is Abadaga going in on the Silas to finish the kill after Misfortune flashes out. Huge stuff from him, too, getting the quadra there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Closer may be the playmaker finding those kicks, but Emily, I think the one thing that's always been true about this 100 Thieves roster is that they'll follow up, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is what we talk about when we talk about them being such a spectacular team-fighting team, is that they're always on the same page.
Yeah, and even here where, obviously Baron unfortunately doesn't go their way. The other big thing in these team fights, like obviously Closer is here making plays. Some days team fighting through this entire series was so good. Like, this isn't even the half of it, honestly. Like, he was always looking for flanks. He was always frontlining when he needed to be. Something that we've previously been critical of 100 Thieves sometimes is they don't necessarily leverage some days split push pressure in these situations around objectives. But him joining in these team fights was just so phenomenal every single game.
And the trend is here, where 100 Thieves will pick a scaling draft around Senna, Seraphine, something to that nature. They will fall behind and recognize that Team Liquid will not be able to push a small lead into a bigger one.
I just have a teeny tiny point that I'm pretty sure the gold graph breaks in almost the exact same spot as every single Senna Seraphine game in the TL 100 Thieves saga.
I mean, I'm definitely a bit disappointed that TL gave Aatrox to Someday 4 of the 5 games they played. Like, especially after the performances he was having, I just think, I mean, from a player perspective, I know that it's not always on the coaches, for example. Like, this is a player decision as well, that you want a versus champion, and as a team, it's a team decision as well, right? Like, they know, like, of course it was brought up as an issue, and I am definitely curious as to why they let this happen and why they let him have this comfort and this champion, honestly, for 4 of the 5 games. I mean, he was insane on it.
If it's you, like if you're in there, do you tell your coach, yeah, just ban the Aatrox?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like, to Bwipo's credit, I do think he improved and wasn't getting, like, just destroyed out of lane every game against the Aatrox. I think the Olaf game. But the champion was still so relevant in the game, and clearly Someday was just piloting it really well. I just don't, I can't understand how they just didn't want to take him off comfort. For me as a player, I definitely value who I'm playing against more to, like, take players off comfort because I think it's really important.
I mean, everyone back here is voting for Someday on the Aatrox as player of the series. To your point, Revenge, I have to imagine that those on the side of Team Liquid are recognizing his impact as well, and that's where you would call into question that they did not, get rid of it.
Right, and it could be for a lot of reasons, right? Maybe the way the draft went, it was just, oh, yeah, look at that player of the series. Congratulations to Someday, but it's actually like a lot of reasons, right? Maybe they felt like they needed to prioritize other champions to ban, right? And that's because of maybe certain player limitations or certain player preferences. But yeah, I mean, draft is a tricky thing, right? But I don't know.
And for me, the trickier thing is just when you come into the day and you have to come to the realization that you just played worse. Because someday, even on his Ornn game, in the loss that they had, even in the Aatrox games, like in his losses, he played phenomenally. And in their losses, 100 Thieves actually out-team fought really well in circumstances where I was like, okay, I'm surprised it went to 5, right? Especially with how 100 Thieves took the first 2 games in pretty dominating fashion. And yes, Team Liquid rallied, but this is 100 Thieves that feel so riled up as they really rallied from regular season to now, where their team fighting is top-notch. And I'm excited because let's see what happens in the next series tomorrow, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it. But if Evil Geniuses go up against 100 Thieves again, and we've heard from the 100 Thieves players around their team fighting, they say, yes, if you want to be able to beat, Closer said this, Evil Geniuses, you just have to be the better team fighting team. And it seems like they're aspiring to that.
I'm just so glad Someday is getting the credit that he deserves.
Yes.
This man has had an MVP-esque level splits and even whole year for 100 Thieves. He has been such a massive, massive force for them. And like you're saying, even in the losses, and he does so many things that are not on camera, you know, controlling these minion waves in matchups that are difficult, when enemy jungle pressure is difficult. And then he always brings it to the team fight.
And the thing is, we didn't really see Someday's full potential from this series. I mean, we saw him on one champion for 4 of the games. Like, yes, it is. To his credit, it's one of his best champions, but I'm excited to see what he'll bring out, for example, against potentially Evil Geniuses or potentially Cloud9, who will study this series and probably not give Aatrox this many games, and he's going to have to, you know, pull different things out.
Speaking of Evil Genius, right, he's the only person who shattered the perfect all-pro team for ET by taking that #1 spot as a top laner.
I will say, though, I do think that Impact facing off against Someday is always a really, really interesting lane because I think the last time they played, I'm pretty sure Impact bested him in the Gnar versus GP matchup, and it was a really, really big gap. Truthfully.
Exactly, there was that. The players also, in unison, for the most part, voted Impact in All-Pro when it came to that voting. In an interview, I think it was an InVen Global interview, Impact also said that, hey, you know, people don't see scrims, and I have been playing better than Someday, just generally speaking. So that's just paraphrasing.
Yeah.
So yes, this is going to be an amazing series. If it comes through, they have to be able to take down C9.
And the legend of playoff impact is still to be foretold here in this postseason, because that will be the series we have tomorrow. Our first look at Evil Geniuses as they go up against the 5 seed in Cloud9, our 4th and final day of postseason play when it comes to this week. Before we get to 4 more days of play next week, we already know that TL will drop down to face CLG. I'm curious, Revenge, where you're at on that one.
I mean, I'm just looking at this and look at how many 5-game series we've had so far.
A lot of them.
I mean, the TL Fly one as well was 3-1. Like, it has not been a single 3-0 this entire playoffs. That is insane. I don't think that that's happened in a long time.
Yes.
And I think that the league has gotten just pretty generally close, and the top teams are competing a lot. So I'm actually really curious how the EG-C9 series is going to go tomorrow, because like teams have just been improving in playoffs, and maybe the gap between EG and some of those teams is closed, or maybe EG just got a lot better. Like,
yeah. I mean, this has been the week. I know last week, of course, the 5-game series between CLG and C9 was something. This week, we've just only had 5-game series.
Who's ready for 5 more tomorrow?
I'm ready.
For 20? 20 for 20?
There we go.
Let's go.
You there for that? I'm down for that.
What do you think on that? I mean, EG-C9, right? Like you said, we haven't seen EG for 2 weeks. Cloud9, while they scraped through that CLG series, I think there's still a ton of questions around how well they actually fit together.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty bold and say that it's probably going to be a 3-0 for EG tomorrow, or a 3-1. I don't think it'll be close.
Yeah.
I honestly think EG's team fighting is just as good, if not probably better than 100 Thieves, and I think that C9's is not even close, based on what we saw against CLG. And I think that AD is really, like, ADC is very important right now.
Yeah.
Danny.
Especially out of lane, and Danny is just on another level in team fighting. He's, yeah.
No Berserker credit?
I mean, Berserker is good. I mean, like, I voted him for Rookie of the Year. I thought he played insane this year, but he's not Danny. Like, I don't think anyone's on the level of him in team fighting this whole year, honestly. So
very cool.
I'm
There it is.
excited to see how they'll match up.
I love that you said it, because I think a lot of people are believing it.
Yeah.
But let me just say, if you're wrong, the C9 social team.
I mean, look,
they're going to town.
I mean, I'm just saying, I want the better team to win, right? I want the better team to go to Worlds.
Yeah.
I think that 100 Thieves today definitely was the better team, and I'm glad that they're representing NA at Worlds. And I would be extremely surprised if EG doesn't prove that they're the better team.
It is more than fair to pit EG as the massive favorite that they are in tomorrow's best of 5. Well, we've had 15 out of 15 games so far. I think it's time for everyone, both us here and you at home, to go get some rest so you can get ready for another 5-game series tomorrow. That's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. Thank you to Revenge for joining us, for doing everything from the telestrator to the waiting room, up there and casting and interviewing as well. True. Man's unstoppable. Thank you again. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.
Just winging this up.
Oh! That like actually looked your most
So
on target.
close. Yeah, I wasn't even targeting.
Absolutely.
Hello and welcome everyone to the LCS, where the greatest modern rivalry we have right now is upon us. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid.
Best show in the world.
It's squeezing my body.
Squeezing
your butt cheeks, bro. Yeah.
Systematically taking down 3 inhibitors and less.
FBI very, very angry, goes berserk on his teammates. Closer in trouble, but not dead just yet. And FBI should be able to take over the game. Santorin and the rest of the squad are getting shredded.
Penta, guys, okay?
Chill. It's Zeri gaming.
Okay, guys, chill.
I never get Penta.
In we go, but Abadaga gets shut down by Santorin, and Bwipo is running on in. The cleanse over from Hans. 100 Thieves looking there, but Someday going in, and Santorin is going to go down. Someday going absolutely off on Aatrox. A little risky because his ulti just whipped, and here comes Yuumi in the front line. Santorin again with the goal kicker. He's just going off. Aatrox will not be killed. Closer.
They're ours.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
We're all warmed up now.
This is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
Oh, I had fun last game until I didn't. We win. Carry Lucian. I need to go to Aatrox together. Okay, stun 2 seconds. I'm holding Lucian.
Oh, I
got him all. Nice, guys.
Oh, FBI, you just got hooked on him again. Ulted FBI, what are you doing? In the front line, you're not going to get away, but Santorin can maybe chase you. There he goes. The blast goes not enough, but FBI is going to get shredded.
Another Game 5 in the 100 Thieves Team Liquid rivalry.
Yeah, let's put it this way. It's a best of 1 now, guys. Okay. Let's take them completely out of the mental game by we don't just killing their nexus.
What's the play for Team Liquid? Dragon's there. It's loose. It's going to get low, but there's the shield on the closer. Going to go into stasis. Hui almost died out of the ulti from MF, but Santorin's low as well. That should be Dragon. Closer trying to make a big play. Finds Hans Sama. Dog is going to get him.
Finish it now. Look, MF. MF. That flash.
Yes.
MF dead. Look at Zip.
I've done me in 2.
Nice. 1v9.
Kill. With your hands. Go me.
Okay. Nice, guys.
Hans Sama is there. He's gone into stasis. Dog is legendary. He's diving on in. And 100 Thieves. They found the way. The next name etched in stone in the greatest modern rivalry of the LCS is going to be our championship pretending, our world qualifying 100 Thieves.